Futures back in positive territory today, guys, with the S&P, the Dow, the NASDAQ all showing positive gains so far. We have some economic data coming up today, the Chase-Shiller home data. There's a whole bunch of stuff happening in China with them releasing the China COVID zero policy, as well as a huge storm that basically blew through the entire continent, causing havocs at our airports, and the airlines are feeling that pressure in their stock. Tesla, surprise, surprise, down to the downside again, guys. It's Tuesday, December 27th, 2022. Trader TV Live starts now. Yeah, guys, the S&P posting about a 0.5% gain, as well as the Dow and the NASDAQ. Oops, there we go. We'll flip back to that. The NASDAQ up 0.2%. Not much happening in Toronto, very low volume. We're seeing a bit of pressure here on Bitcoin as a new FTX scandal story emerges to the surface with some third company that we're apparently having money funneled to. So that should be an interesting development as the days goes on today, guys. What a day, though, in the market, and what are we going to have on store for today, guys?
Well, hopefully we're going to get some action. Well, if you're watching Tesla, you're definitely going to get some action. Welcome, everybody. First of all, I hope everyone had a fantastic holiday, because that's what it's all about. I know not everybody. We actually didn't get that bad of a storm here.
No, it was great.
Yeah, we got pretty lucky. They were like, oh, it's going to be the storm of the century. They had schools closed on Fridays. Everyone was prepared for a crazy amount of snow. And then, like, if you were up north, I think they got it, and we got pretty fortunate. So, you know, it had a lot of fun. I can't really complain. You know, I ate way too many treats, man. Like, we had so many cookies. Like, my in-laws came by, and it's like 5 different types of cookies. My wife baked, and but it's all in good fun. We come right back to Tesla.
Good fun.
Continuing to tank. So I feel like it's just a rinse and repeat from last week. We'll talk some Southwest and the airlines, obviously, because they're under some pressure. But man, the EV names got trounced today. I saw NIO at $10. Well, at one point at $10, bouncing now, and Tesla obviously now trading in the mid-teens here. Like 117. It could get pretty ugly. However, the overall market has a shot at this Santa Claus rally. Don't want to change it from the bull because, hey, the futures are up, and despite what we're seeing in a few big names, so far we actually have a chance for a bit of a relief rally at the end of the week for this end week.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Should be a great week here today, starting with today. And I don't know, man, the market's trying to hold green. I just tweeted that out. We have Apple again at that 130 key level. We have big man Cherif at the desk this week. Should be a lot of fun as well with him. We have a return of a host today as well to my left. So that should be exciting for the midday show. And yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll here. Should be good. Sticky notes out. Neil did a great job with the pre-market video, so make sure you check that out. That should be up as well. If you want to, yeah. Well, don't check it out now because then you gotta watch both shows. So check it out after this show, which wouldn't make much sense. I'll just check it out. Really. I'll just check it out now and come back to us. But yeah, it should be a fun time here, and we're ready to rock and roll. Apple, Tesla, NIO, and Meta. So kind of the same usual suspects. I really like Meta at 120, so we'll see about that. I see you shorted some Intel there.
No, I haven't yet.
On Friday.
Well, I mean,
every day.
Actually, that's true. Every single day. 1, 2. I'm just counting right now. Can we throw my chart up here?
I was just looking at your chart.
I was going over Intel, and I just realized it's like, okay, well, twice, 3 times, and then once, and then once, and then 4 times, and then 4 times, and then twice, and then so it was on Thursday that I only shorted it at the end of the day at 3:30. But I've been short Intel every single day for at least 7 days. I bet you if I roll back further, it'll scroll back, and it's at least 9 or 10. Oh, I missed it a couple of times. But anyways, I think we're just going right back to the well with some of the things we liked last week. I am also watching a little tiny bit of Netflix. I like Netflix today. That was a good one. We'll go back to Cherif here because a list of things we got to get to.
Yeah, guys, China COVID policy changing fundamentally now, basically breaking with that zero COVID policy that they were employing the last couple of years. And they're basically, experts are saying essentially that we're going to have a huge surge in cases and it's going to overwhelm the hospitals there, et cetera. So how does this fare for some of these Chinese ADRs? Well, having a look at XPeng here, we're down a percentage, basically 1.5%. But if you've been following this stock the last little while, you've seen how volatile it is today. So how do we look on Chinese ADRs today, guys?
Well, I came in with there's one level that I definitely was going to be all over no matter what. And, one of those, I'm just sort of cleaning up my daily because I want to show you guys on Alibaba. Like 85 on Baba has been a bit of a wall, and it's been just sitting in this channel, bouncing back and forth. And so you had this clean, at least the last couple of sessions, we'll go back to last week, clean 90 top, clean 85 bottom. On the daily, it's one of those like flat bottom breakdowns where, look, if we don't hold this level, it gets pretty ugly very, very quickly. So look, I like support down here at 85 on Alibaba. I do think if we get some kind of rally, they're only up 1.7% on this. And realistically, these Chinese ADRs have been gapping pretty much every single day, at least a couple of points. Like you're never pretty much closing flat. Like you're getting gaps upside, sometimes to the downside of 2 to 3 points. So this is pretty much normal. And I just want to see us up at 90 for fades and then 85 for some chances at longs. Pinduo Duo is usually the other one that I happen to be watching. It's not terribly dissimilar. If you look at the channel here, the prices just happen to be different. Like you got a double bottom from Friday at 83.5. I think that gets pretty interesting. The 90 level, maybe I don't care about it so much. I'm more looking back at 88 to 89 for PDD. It's a little bit stronger. The daily's much stronger actually on PDD, but it's a very similar story where if you start to take out this recent support, which you're consolidating down to, there's just a heck of a lot of room. Now this has about $13 till you get to the 50 period, which is sitting at 70 here. So yes, positive news again, that'll lead me to be on the bid. If we get an inside day or an inside week on a couple of these names, then I think this support comes into play. But man, I like that 85 breakdown if we ever get it on Alibaba, and it's 83.5, same thing on PDD. Very likely to be the same approach to both of these. I think I'm putting the EV names in a different bucket because NIO had its own news. And obviously with the Tesla Shanghai news, and then NIO, of course, dragging down its own production output projection, that's going to make NIO and XPeng their own story. So I want to trade this news with BABA and PDD. Floor of support, if it breaks, I got to be short any day of the week that it happens.
Yeah, I mean, you covered a lot of the bigger names there to look at. I mean, Alibaba, some of those levels are pretty key there. The market's not going to hold, by the way. I mean, it looks like it is coming back down here. It looks like it wants to break one more time downside now as the NASDAQ looking to break right through this bottom right now. And, going to turn red. So that's never a good sign when that comes into play. But, we'll talk about NIO. It's going to be on the watch list here, so we'll get to that. But I really like this name. Lower than $11 coming back up. We have some key levels here for NIO. So yeah, Alibaba's always in play. We definitely like that one. And then again, I think that the story for Tesla, for Apple, for a lot of these big tech names that have to repatriate money back. We've talked about that. And now hopefully with China, maybe you are going to get a little bit of bump in some of these names as hopefully supply chains can start to get figured out a little bit more here. So I like Apple. I really like Apple. Oh, that's not the Apple chart. I really like it down here at this 130 mark. I mean, it's been the trade of the day a couple times here in a row off this 130. We'll see if we can make it again. And I just I don't dare it to come down here, but I mean, I definitely want it to because I'm looking to make another trade of the day down here at 130. So hopefully Apple can come back down in. And, as the China story keeps on going, you have Apple, you have another undercover name like a Starbucks here as well that was performing really well. That's recently gotten hit just down a little bit, down about 6 or 7% from that 105. So, this is another name that you want to look at. We've talked about getting Starbucks down here, 995 should be a good little buy area for Starbucks. So there's lots of opportunity here today. You have that DIDI there in DD on the pink sheets that can be traded as well for some Chinese names. But I like Starbucks down here near that 95. I like Apple near that 130. I think there's some good bases here.
Unless you've lived under a rock the last week, you know that North America has had an epic storm, and this is the product of it right here, guys. This is a house on the coast of Lake Erie, and it is just absolutely covered in ice. I don't even know how the foundation of this house stayed up. This has wreaked all sorts of havoc at our airport, like I mentioned at the top of the show. And, well, you've mentioned it, Southwest is really paying the price in their stock, having to cancel over 90%, I believe, of their flights. So how do we take advantage market-wise today, guys?
I mean, first things first. I hate to be that person. Like, I was seeing some of the, you know, the shot that people do where like you lift the garage door with all the snowstorm, and it's like, okay, there's still snow, still snow, still snow. Like, I was seeing a lot of those ones come up. I know that happened in Buffalo. Shout out to my Bills, by the way. I know that happened a lot in Buffalo, their last storm, but you know, this is sort of one of those par for the course types of things. And it's interesting because look, Southwest is down 4 points today. Like, it's not as if this isn't not affecting the stock, and they got the brunt of it, the discount carrier there, because you know, it was like 25,000 flights, and then another 25 next for tomorrow as well, 2,500, I should say. So yeah, this is definitely affecting them. I do believe at some point you get past this, and it's a bit of a temporary type of thing. So it's not necessarily the kind of thing that I think changes much of the litmus. However, you were already trending to the downside, and now you're just breaking levels on Southwest. And man, when I saw this, I always like to see if you have a clear direction. I just want the 200 period to come up there. If you have, thank you so much, Randy. My first coffee tasted like soapy.
Oh, wow, another one. Thank you,
I don't know
Randy.
what it is, so I had to get a new one in there. But I always love to see a clean direction off of some of these moving averages. So we just rejected the 200 period on Southwest. You just last week broke the 50 period to the downside. So those two things right there tell me I'm already coming in looking for a short trend on the stock. You then break last week's support level at, you guessed it, $35 even. So I kind of like this clean beneath 35 on Southwest. I do think if there's a bid to be had, you know, I'm looking over at Delta, which, you know, they're flat. They had a pretty good report, and we traded them a little bit post their earnings report. They've got a little bit of support, but what comes into trouble here for a Delta, so I mean at 35 short, you know, Southwest we like, but I look at Delta, that's still hovering barely beneath its 50. And if it can get above 34, sort of reclaim this channel to the upside, I see that as a bit of a recovery. Will it happen today based on the storm and where the market sentiment might be going? I don't know if that's going to be the case. I'm looking to fade Southwest. But if Delta can creep back and break back out 34 and get back above the 50 in the 200 period, this is a stock that has a chance, after some of this settles down, to get you a little bit of a breakout. I don't know if it's going to be today, but these are the two on my radar. I only want to be short Southwest. If it breaks 35, I mean, at least I know at the open that one is gone.
All right. I mean, Carnival's not doing too much. I was looking at Carnival Cruise. It's on 282,000 shares there. You can also trade the Jets ETF, by the way. Oops. The Jets, yeah, the Carnival Cruise Line's not doing too much. Jets ETF, which of course is all of the airlines. It has like the big three are all 10, or the big four are all 10% or so. So I think if you just wanted to sort of play it as a, you know, just getting some weakness today, you're going to be down to 17.25. So you're right here, right now, again, under the 50 period. I like this ETF. It kind of holds all of them. We've talked about this before when it was a lot lower, not recently, but a lot lower than this earlier. This is a daily chart. So I think you can play this. Like Neil said, this is just a weather event. Like, I don't know. We barely, you know, Canada always gets such a bad rap, but it's like I saw some of that stuff, like you just mentioned there on Lake Erie and down into greater New York area, western New York. Just crazy some of that weather that's happened there. I don't know if it's going to be a long-lasting effect or not. They seem to have gotten a lot of stuff figured out. There's a bunch of Canadians stuck in Mexico and stuck all over the world because flights aren't coming in. But other than that, I feel like, you know, it's okay. So I would look down here to pick up some Jets ETF. I don't really think airlines are really super investable, especially the other thing too is you have oil up 2.5–3% here today. So that's also going to drag a little bit on the airline sector, although of course they're hedged a little bit. So, you know, I look at the Jets ETF. You know, we started off with Southwest. a good name, you know, one of the stronger names in here, especially if you want domestic flights. So that's why you want to look at this. Down 4%. I just say if you like the stock, then you buy it down here. I mean, whatever. They're going to go through this. They're going to have to give some refunds. They're going to have to reschedule. There's going to be a problem, but this is kind of baked in. It's weather. It's North America. So for me, it's no big surprise. I like Southwest. I mean, I don't really like the businesses for airlines, but I mean, you could just see it's been pretty good. I mean, considering the way tech's been, this is still straight to the downside, right? So it's not as nasty as tech, but it's not too far away. This is 64 down to 34, so it's almost chopped in half. You do have a nice $30 base here when we extend it out a little bit more. So I think that that's something to look forward to here on Southwest. If it gets real bad, look for a 30 build. So for me, you buy now, you buy tomorrow, you buy the next day, and you see what happens at $30. So for me, Southwest is a buy here, especially if you like investing in airlines. You get a little bit of a 4% discount today.
Yeah, building on what Shawn was saying there, I don't know how Toronto has managed to dodge two major storms that have completely blanketed Buffalo, and we just got like a little shower here and there, relatively speaking, of course. So it's interesting how that weather pattern is developing. Next on the board, though, guys, a new Sam Bankman-Fried story, a crypto story coming into play here. A company by the name of North Dimension now being integrated into this whole saga, being accused essentially of receiving customer funds, customers being asked to send their funds to North Dimension. So yeah, you know, crypto not doing a whole lot. We're still about 16.8 right now after that big dip that we had back on December 16th. Kind of flat, guys, not really much happening.
Well, I mean, this saga it just doesn't end.
I feel like Bitcoin has a bottom, man.
It's you look at it's not just Bitcoin. Well, I mean, a lot of crypto has been sort of sideways. I mean, it feels like there's just been so much volatility. We watch Tesla every single day, so you know there has been. But even look at Coinbase. Like, look at Coinbase in the last half of the year, and then look at Coinbase in the last week. Like, the stock has been all over the place, but right now it's not doing anything. I mean, it got to 33 on Thursday. But essentially, you're with like $1-2 range in here. Not a typical amount of volatility, I don't think. The last couple of sessions, at least Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, $36 has been a line in the sand for the stock. And I always want to respect in a bear market, respect resistance levels when they crop up. 36 was a good one last couple of days. You look at 37 even the couple of days before that. And the day before that, I'd know because I was short in front of it at 38. Ended up getting stopped and look at it absolutely flush. So, I mean, the even dollars, 36, 37, 38, looks pretty clean to me. And if it just turns into stair-stepping every dollar down till it fades even further, then maybe the 35 comes into play. So every day you've wanted to fade off the nearest even dollar, to me that just says watch out for 36. If one of those breaks, maybe you can have a bit of a long. But you show me where looking for the long on Coinbase is giving you anything, unless you wait for an absolute tank, catch a bit of a bid, and then you can work back into the upside. So, you know, that story probably doesn't do anything specifically to Coinbase, obviously, but the sentiment's pretty clear. It hasn't made that major rollover since a couple of weeks ago, and it just sort of feels like the longer it goes sideways, is it really going to catch too big of a bid? I'd rather bet that we can short off these levels, 36, the first one to begin with, and that's where I'm going to start my day on Coinbase.
Yeah, so you might have heard me say there, like, crypto's kind of stabilized a little bit here, and maybe it's found a bottom. I mean, the bottom, unfortunately, is zero for everything, so we'll wait to see if that's true for Bitcoin. But, I mean, just look to see, like, so I'm going to assume that November 5th, 6th, 7th was Sam Bankman-Fried situation, and then since then, I mean, look what Bitcoin's done. Neil just mentioned some of the stocks that we've looked at. Microsoft, Coinbase, Meta, Apple, Tesla, everything is much more volatile than what's happening right now in crypto. So I mean, maybe there's theories out there why it's literally not moving, but I mean, for this is like, I don't know what the reason is. I feel like, is there a push and pull here? Maybe I got to get volume up because, like, for crypto to be, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So for 12 straight days, we had a bottom of 16.8 and a top of 17.2. Like, what? Like, stocks just garbage stocks. Like, what's a $16 stock? DraftKings? Like, that moves dollars. This is moving nothing. And then you had a little bit of a blip here. It was like, oh, we're going to get going. It's like, no, we're going to come right back. And then again, now you have another 9 days of like a $50 range. Like, what is going on here? It's $500, but you know, like, what is going on? It seems to be very, very leveled off here on crypto, in Bitcoin. So maybe they're just waiting for that next shoe to drop as far as the Sam Bankman-Fried cases are concerned. Maybe they're just waiting for a Coinbase, an SI, like some of these bigger sort of stories to develop, Binance, CZ, all this kind of stuff. But for me, man, I don't know. It seems to be very, very stable. And unlike, I mean, I could just call up Visa. I mean, even stocks, and we got a super chat. Yeah, so I'm going to deal with this right now from DC Chan. What's up, DC Chan? Right now, thank you for the $10. It's right up in here. Preparing to break the 200 on the MA. What do we think about it? So, anyways, it's the fact that we had Visa up here, you know, much more volatile than Bitcoin, like really, really strange. But okay, Visa for me, I think is, honestly, DC Chan, I always think that these names are buys. I don't think the credit market is really going anywhere as far as retail is concerned. You know, as rates come bouncing around here, they should be able to make money as rates increase, of course, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people are paying off their bills. I do know that there is some stress on that, on monthly bills being paid and stuff like that, especially as rent increases and things like that, the cost of food, cost of oil, just to heat your place. It's getting to be nasty out there. So I think more and more people will put more and more things on credit. And, you know, unfortunately, I don't think that's a great idea, but it is good for Visa. So I like them down here. I think that you're at the 200. As far as a day trade, yeah, you ever break $200, I do like it. Down here, you have that bottom of 193, 195-ish. So I do like that trade. And then I do like it as a hold, man. I mean, Visa down here should be able to do something for long-term portfolios. I believe I've always liked MasterCard a little bit better. I haven't really checked out their valuations as far as their PEs are concerned right now. But I look at a 1% dividend. Not great. 29 PE is not fantastic. I always thought MasterCard, and I might be biting my tongue here, but I always thought MasterCard was a little bit better valuation. It's not. So they have 34, but the reason why is that that's what it is. It's the dividend is a little bit less, 0.66 versus 34. So maybe now that we look at some of these PEs, you know, they could possibly, now that I see that, I thought they'd come in a little bit more. But yeah, still pretty highly valued here on the PE for Visa. But I like these bottoms, 190, 195 for some of those reasons given. But all right, it's been a while since we've seen Cherif, so let's go back to the desk.
Yeah, guys, seeing a small capper here starting to move ATNF up 66.3%. Not really finding a major catalyst on this one, but it is being discussed here on social media, getting a lot of clout on Twitter. How do you see this one, guys?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I usually do is I always go to Flow Checker because I'm always kind of curious the lay of land, like what I'm dealing with. It's about 40. You know what? I'm just going to show it to you guys. Why even bother? There we go. There's Flow Checker up there. And see, this is the thing. You see like 30, 40, a couple of million on the float, and then you see like 2%. A lot of times what that'll be is you'll see like maybe like a recent consolidation, or maybe they've undergone a change, and maybe you have a late update. Either direction, it's a low float name, and that's probably going to be a bit of a catalyst. We did trade this, or not trade it, at least looked at this one last week. I traded it on one day on the series of crazy, crazy halts. So what I see is you get a reverse, you get the wild and crazy action for a couple of sessions, and then you get that lull where pretty much everyone forgets about it, it slides down, and then it kind of catches a bit of a second life. And when I look at that, I just say, okay, well, where did it die last time? And for lack of a better term, $3. You're just going back into last week. That's where it caught a bit of a checkup here at $3. The following session, that looks like it was Wednesday. You get $3 as resistance. So I think it's going to have some struggle at that $3 level. There's still lots of room for it to get there. You know, when I look at this 15-minute, you could break out from Thursday's level, which is trying to do above $2, you know, 215 or so, and get going. I always think where you have price acceptance is where the dip might come in. That would be this channel here, about 180 tops and then a 160. Seems like there was a lot of price acceptance in there, and that's where things started in the pre-market. So if it bounces off that at the open, like if this flushes into a 160, I think that's the place that you catch a bid, look for a rally. But if it gets to 3, as a matter of fact, I'm probably going to go ahead and pay for some shorts right now because gets to that $3 price, I think that's a compelling area where you try a bit of a short pullback on ATNF. Just a bit of another one of these low float names that, trying to get a second life here.
All right. Luca, you're just writing some notes to people. Thank you so much. People are like, welcome back. I missed one day. Like, it's not the end of the world here. But you can see, I was saying this to Marissa. It's like, I feel fine with the stupid cough. Like, you have it too.
They're
like,
calling it,
what are they calling it?
My in-laws were over, and they were sort of saying it's like the 1 month cough, or like the 90-day cough, and all these different names. So basically, it's weird. Like, anybody that gets this little respiratory thing that's been going around, like you feel better. And then Arun's wife said it was 1 month from when she felt better before she got rid of the cough.
Yeah.
I got better 3 weeks ago, something like that. I still have the cough. My wife still has the cough.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But like,
she still sound like hell?
My wife sounds like she's been smoking for like 50 years. When she talks. And it's been like 2.5 weeks. So. Yeah, I mean, just obviously bear with us. We are. I mean, I'm fine.
Oh no, we feel fine. Just feel like we're always clearing our throat. It's like. We feel completely fine. Okay, so, oh, darn it, I wanted to say something. Oh, yeah, I want to, once again, thank our sponsor, Surge Trader, because right now it's the 12 days of Surge Trader, not the 12 days of Christmas, the 12 days of Surge Trader. Hit them up with 10% off. Use our promo code TTV to grab that 10% off. We do want to thank, of course, all of our sponsors for coming through once again. And it's just going to be such a huge year, man. We're going to get bigger and better. We're going to have crazy sponsorships. And we want to thank Surge Trader once again for sponsoring this first show. Again, check them out if you have any interest. I saw Surge Trader advertising somewhere else too. I can't remember where it was, but I want to thank them again for advertising with the best show on YouTube.
Exactly.
So, I don't have anything to do with ATNF today. We will be looking at some AMC, but again, make sure you check it out at TraderTV Shawn, Neil. I don't think Brendan's tweeted anything today, of course, as he's on vacation, but we've tweeted it out. So check out our watch list as well for us individually, and then the company, the TraderTV Live watch list. That's completely for free. Let me actually open this up right now to show you guys kind of the work that Neil, Cherif, Brankos, who's not here, Brendan, and everybody puts out. I mean, it's a lot, man. I mean, it's the whole watch list here. You get the full summary. Trade idea is still 30% off. A market summary that we've sort of already gone over. And then names, Tesla, NEO, AMC, Southwest, Peloton. It goes on and on here for the watch list. So make sure you grab that. Completely free. Watchlist.tradertv.live. Cherif, let's go.
European markets looking, mixed. England's absolutely flat. Germany up 0.7%. France up a percentage point. Interesting there. Italy, the Borsa Italia, 0.18%. And Spain up a little more than a third of a percent. Sweden seeing the biggest gains, I'd say, after France, 0.9%. Swiss, 0.58, and Turkey down again with the inflationary issues causing that. Social sentiment, things being discussed on the net right now. Surprise, surprise. Tesla's red. So is AMC. We know about the convertible debt with APE last week. That brought it to the downside. Mullen showing up green, though. That's interesting. APE and AMC both red. Then we've got MMATM. How do you say this one? That was funny. I had an interesting way to say that last week. Lucid, BBIG, all pointing red right now, being discussed online. COSM. Remember this crazy one from last week, guys? So that's what's going on in social sentiment at the moment.
Hold on a second. Cherif, MMAT, there's an interesting way to say MMAT.
Mamat.
Mamat?
Mamat.
Wouldn't you call it M-Mat?
That's how Luca and I were saying it during the midday show. I mean, it just came out naturally and we went with it. Who knows?
Mamat? Okay. I mean, I don't know. Like, M-Mat sounds so obvious to me.
Matt sounds cleaner to me. Yeah.
Matt.
I feel like that's the problem.
You know what it reminds me of?
You'll stumble.
Remember that muffin plate? It was MM Muffins. Like.
Oh yeah. I think it was like 3 or 4 M's.
It was 3 or 4 M's and muffins, and they made great muffins. Maybe they were just Canadian.
Mamat.
But
is that what they're saying? Mamat.
Mamat. No, it's metamaterials.
Yeah, I know. It's M-Mat. I like M-Mat.
M-Mat. M-Mat.
Well, because you don't actually pronounce, like you say AMD.
That's what I'm saying.
Like you don't go AMD. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, now for the rest of the day, I'm just going to say AMD. No, AMD. AMD. That's
AMD.
If you hear me say AMD, that's...
AMD.
Mamat. You know what? Whatever. That
Matt
stock
plus Tesla.
That stock's not doing anything. We should be talking about Tesla.
Cherif putting his stamp on this place, man. Mamat, Tesla with a Z over there.
I love it already.
The beard game. Do we have Arun coming for futures, by the way? Is Arun there yet?
You have a great beard, bro. Yeah.
Arun is coming or not? Oh, he's coming up soon. Okay. All right, so what were we talking about? MMAT? I don't know. I haven't.
No, it was a social media. It was a social sentiment board.
You know what I named my song?
Which is all Tesla.
Garnering some good attention.
Is it garnering?
I did. Is that not a word? A name that's garnering some attention?
No, I love it because I don't think you've ever said garnering attention. That's a good one, man. I like that.
Wait till you see the stuff I have planned for the new year.
Oh boy.
Sheesh. Yeah, wow, okay. I don't want to spoil. But okay, so anyways, you know, Mullen was on the list here. 6 million shares, already rocking and rolling. I mean, I always look at, forget about where it's been. It doesn't matter, it's where it's going. You have a good bottom here of 20 cents. So, you know, I always think that, again, when you're playing percentage games, I mean, this name can move 30, 40, 50% and it's a couple pennies. So, you know, you gotta be really, really specific when you're looking at some of these bottoms. But I mean, it's held 18.5, 19. So, I mean, if you're just gonna add a couple zeros, that's the way I look at some of these stocks. I don't prefer trading sub-dollar stock, you guys know that, but again, like when you have some key levels, to me, if this comes back down to 20, you take the long again. Now, I don't know if it's gonna get there. You know, to be honest with you. And again, the crystal ball will be working, and it does work pretty good. But again, you know, when you're looking at this, there's the bottom from Friday of 22 flat. So why not? Like, if you're in this name right now, or you're not in it, and you want to take something long that has a good opportunity to give you 10% today, I mean, you can't go from 22 up to 24. We literally did that 10% move on Friday. Like, there it is, down 10% off the open, right? Opens at 24. Like, why did we bounce off 22? So that's something that you're going to have to ask yourself, right? Do you want to take this Mullen long? And I think it's completely worth it. I mean, 22, take the long. There's your 10% up. But the problem is, if it drops 1 cent, then you lose 5%. So it's back and forth. You got to be very, very specific. Trade this with a lot of shares, obviously, but use 22, I would anyways, as a base. It looks like it cracked it. No, it didn't even break it at all. So 22 cents. There it is right there. I like that for Mullen. So if we're going to go anything on the social indicator, that's what we're going to do. All right. It looks like we are ready with the futures guy, Arun.
In his shirt.
In his shirt. So let's go over to Cherif, who will then throw it to Arun.
He knows a thing or two about the futures. Time for our segment with Arun. He's going to have a look. Hello. First time you and I discuss, and another individual with a solid beard on camera.
There you go. I trimmed it up a little bit. We're working on it there for, I was going to say Fahad, because Fahad was in my ear above futures levels. I'm going to give you guys my levels, but I think Fahad's got some levels for you guys too. Anyways, 38.71, where we're trading at, right? I mean, it's been an area which has been of interest in the last little bit. We're really struggling between like 55.60 all the way going up to 38.70. So coming on down, there should be some action to support this market coming on through. So what I'm going to look for this market to do is maybe take out that 70, see what's below 70. We should get some solid support there. And once that's confirmed, I'm looking for a potential long. 38.40 is going to be the back end level. So anywhere between 38.70 going on down to 38.40 is going to be a buy zone if it can get the setup going in there. And then if you go to the upside, there's a lot of space to the upside. It's going to get a little tricky. I mean, I got 39.30 up there, so we can break 3900. And then depending on how we break 3,900, we bounced off of there in the pre-market. If we can get above and stay strong above it, we could easily kind of chew through those levels. Otherwise, we might just have one of those situations where you break the high, break the even level, put the stops out, and then you kind of trap out. So in that case, if that does happen, I think I'd use 39.30 up top. So potential short if we fail break the high at 39.30 being the level. So anywhere between 3,900 going up to 39.30. On a failed break. On the flip side is 38.70 should provide some support. We just need it to kind of crack a little bit just to set up some stops, set up some potentially set up a more solid move. Because so far what we've had is kind of just a trend down in the pre-market since that high being put in. So if we can just break 38.70s, open up the stops a little bit, settle down a little bit, then that should give us enough to kind of just pick up a nice little long there against 38.40.
Thanks for that, Arun. All right, guys, that's the link to the watch list there on your screen. If you haven't already done so, please click that link. It gets sent to your inbox every single day, and it's filled with awesome information. So let's get started on the rundown here, guys. First on the list, Tesla. Under pressure again, guys. This is the daily chart on Tesla. Have a look at that. How sad does that look? Obviously running down from last week with respect to production cuts starting out of the Shanghai facility and that price cut, $7,500, guys. What do we do with Tesla today?
You know, you might be surprised by what I'm going to say, but I have it written right here. Go long on Tesla right now. I feel like you might have just got flushed out. I mean, this is now, look at the daily chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11 straight days, and there's one day in here at 160 that it danced. Other than that, you're straight to the downside. You were 5 days ago at 150. Now you're at 115. I mean, to me, this is a buy. Honestly, I just feel like some exhaustion has to come into place here for Tesla. It's straight to the downside. There has to be some relief here in the selling. We already know Elon Musk is really using Tesla as his own personal ATM, and he's been doing that now for 6 to 8 months, ever since he got caught up with his hand in the cookie jar with Twitter, right? So Chief Twit has really screwed over a lot of Tesla holders here, but I think that's over with. I think you could start to buy some Tesla here. Look, let's not get things too twisted about Tesla, okay? Basically, they're going to dominate the EV market, and they currently are. Where are we going in this world? EV. That's what's happening, and Tesla's going to be right there. I feel like they can get all this stuff figured out. He's really demolished this stock to the downside, and part of it is supply chain. There's going to be some supply chain issues. The story today, of course, as Neil mentioned and Cherif mentioned as well, that we have the China. They're shutting down or slowing down Shanghai come the new year. That's going to be a problem for production, for sure. But they still have cars made sitting there waiting to be sold. So I feel like they can figure this all out. I like Tesla down here. I think it's a try at 115. I'm currently bidding 115. And honestly, I'll take the 115 and not get out. Like, how low are we going to go? Are we going to go to 110? Can I take a $5 hit? Sure. I really feel like 115. I want to test it. Look, maybe if we take 112.50 or something like that and Tesla continues to get annihilated, fine. But you've already seen a nice little bounce off 115 today. We've already come up to 118. I still think there's fade levels. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you came up here into 120, you know, anywhere around here. I think you want to test some of those bottoms. 121, you want to test a short here around 120. But I just, you know, the ATM eventually is going to dry up, and he's not going to need to keep going back to it. And therefore, the selling pressure should abate. So I like Tesla here at 115. I'm already bidding. But mark my words, I don't think we get back down to 115. So, you know, the market just made a bounce as well off 11,000 again. So I'm talking about the NASDAQ. Let's go. I'm bidding 115. I'm here if it happens. Could be completely wrong, but as day traders, you have to put risk to reward, right? And I really think that a Tesla long down there at 115, especially when it tests it the first time, we saw it bounce off, what was it, 120 a bunch of times, 130, 140. It had issues breaking all of these levels, right? So I'm going to sit there and try to get long Tesla. It's only 20 minutes till open. I'm gonna test the long, whether it's right or not. We'll just find out.
So the level I like, and it has nothing to do with the group, but 112. I have my daily chart up here, and I'm using my trade ideas chart because it's split adjusted. It just makes it really easy to look at the daily. So if you go all the way back to when we were really ramping here, you can look at this equivalent sort of 110 to 112 area. That there was a significant both resistance, consolidation, and then jump to the upside. And then the other thing is, a couple of times last week, I was pointing out, like, you had these crazy bottoms on a lot of individual names where you were essentially looking at like capitulation bottoms on big volume. Now, on a trade ideas chart, you would have noticed that there was a huge volume spike for Friday. Well, I had thought Thursday, this kind of a day on a huge volume spike was kind of a bottom where you had a wick bottom, and then you got another low on huge volume. So when I look at this level, it's like if we get back above 122, I'm a little bit more convinced that you got a little something here on Tesla. Because if you can start to reclaim this, then consolidate off of what was just a monster amount of selling and a bounce level at that 22, I think you got a little more to go. So I like, if we get down to 110 to 112, when I look at it the daily, that's the level I'm really looking at. I see this 22 area as, okay, that's a bit of a wall. If Tesla can reclaim that, I think it can be in a bit better territory. You got to figure that there was a lot of tax loss selling, which has occurred on Tesla. So it is very much due for some kind of a rally. There's no question about that. It's just, I mean, its oversold conditions are probably pretty intense if you just look at the last couple of weeks. But the volume was insane on Friday. I look at that 22 level as a bit of a line in the sand for me. And I like the bid at 110, 112. I just got that from looking at the daily charts. That's kind of the pattern I'm looking for. So we're still a ways away. I mean, $5 in either direction exactly from the two prices that I'm looking at, actually, now that I look at it.
Just before we go, because there's people talking about everything that we're saying on here. So, like, when we're making these sort of calls about, 115 and what we think about the levels and so on and so forth, right? You have to understand that Neil and I, we don't even hold overnight.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, when I'm talking about 115, do I think that that's the bottom? I'm just not sure we're going to get, I mean, I want to go long there, and if it comes in, fine, we'll deal with it. And then, like I said, I even mentioned 110 and things like that. If and when they continue to squeeze Elon, which is what I feel like is happening here, this stock could crater even more than it's already cratered. It's not, it's not great on valuation. We've talked about that over and over again. But what EV company is good on valuation right now? You've seen RIVN just get absolutely pummeled. What is Lucid? $7? I mean, am I giving it too much credit at 7? Look what the forward P is, though, for Tesla. You tell me, 22? So let's start going again here. 22 back down to 37 if you take their current PE. These guys print cash. Their margin on every vehicle, I'll have to go back, and maybe we need Randy. I'm going to get Randy on the show at some point this week because they're making, 27 to 29 margin on their every car that's sold. So I just think this is a share structure thing. Tesla was possibly way overvalued. I mean, the market's telling that for the last 10, 12 years as it continues to rip up and no one gave a shit. I mean, no one gave a deal about their PE. Now it's being looked at.
No one gave a fudge.
Right.
No one gave a fudge about their PE.
No one gave two fudges about that.
2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Something like that.
I don't even
Anyways, we're getting excited. I mean, I'm excited for this trade.
Okay, just one more thing.
There's a good opportunity here.
And only because the second you said Randy, in my head I just heard Ford. So I was no, but
What's
seriously,
Ford doing?
No, but I was just reminded, and I'm glad I got this reminder because 11 on Ford has come back into play. So Ford sitting at 11 and a quarter. It's a level that I remembered that I wanted to trade. And so when I heard Randy's name, this is $11 on Ford in the daily chart. So it's not like I ain't talking any rocket science here. Let's be real for a second. 11 it's bounced off this price time and time again. So I want to be on that one if I can get it.
Down in sympathy with Tesla, or is it? Is NIO, Chinese EV maker, down almost 5% on the day. This is the daily chart here, guys. Doesn't look that great. Let's have a look at the minute by minute chart, just finding a little bit of a bounce. It looks like we've got 9 as a level here to the downside that's held up for the last little while. NIO coming in and saying their fourth quarter deliveries are revised essentially from 43,000 to 48,000 to around down to 38,500 to 39,000-ish. So yeah, they've got their own catalyst to the downside, guys. How do we play this one today?
So last week I was interested in that. I've been talking a lot about the 50 period and the 200 period moving averages. And NIO broke and it's been bouncing off it time and time again. I'll zoom in. Maybe you can see it better here. There you go. So it's been bouncing back and forth off the 50 period on the daily the entire of last week. And there was every day you're either bouncing or just slightly below it. You finally close below and you're gapping beneath it. That's $11 up there. So I'm shorting in front of $11. This is a trade that pretty much in this bear market I've wanted to do almost every single time I see it. You got a wick beneath 1050, so there's always a possibility to play off the 1050 area. And then if we get up to like 70, 75s, I think I like a separate trade up there into that 11. The other name in that space, which is going to be I want to say slightly down on sympathy. It's not like it's flat or anything, but XPeng here, only down 1%. Now, NIO is the bigger mover, but XPeng is right at $10. I mean, exactly at $10. If it fails to hold this level, it's generally been a little bit more volatile than NIO. off of these opens. And it's actually holding above its 50 pre-moving average. So if it gets down to 9, then it's got some interesting possibilities for a bounce there. But it's got some room to be able to fall. It's going to open at 10. At least right now it indicates that it's going to open at 10. So I need to see it trade the opening range. If it picks direction south, I think it can be, if we fall, I think it can short down into 9 even. That's an obvious area of support for XPeng. But, that $11 level on NEO, that's just one. I'll be in front of it, and if it wants to go up through that, then I'll be down today for sure on NEO.
Yeah, I mean, great minds think alike, so I don't know why Neil and I are thinking alike, because I shouldn't be thinking like him. No. Yeah, look, I think it's down 5% today. We talk about, valuations. We talk about EV. I like the EV space at these levels, to be honest with you. But again, you're running into 11.20 right here. So I'm going to be short NEO into 11, watching out for that 11.25. I want to give it a little bit of room to 11 just because of some of this stuff that's happened there, just back and forth through 11. I feel like it could break and then say no and come right back down. So if you're really going to give it some room, you got to give it to 11.50 up here. I'm probably going to give it to the quarters. That seems to be something that I always do. That was, again, a nice little spot yesterday on Friday where we started the day at about 11.40, made all the way down to 10.80, bounced back to about the quarters again before settling at 11. So let's see some downside move. But remember, just because the market's down here, and now the NASDAQ is finally broken and NEO's down, I wrote it on the sticky note, and let's not get it too twisted here. As again, thank you for everybody right now. Who's going to be the 38,000th follower right now for Twitter? But again, right here, I just want to say NEO short here at 11 on revised demand. So they've kicked their demand a little bit down to 38,000 from 43,000 cars. But I also wrote in here, however, if we break, do not fight it. So, I'll fight it a little bit up to 11.25 or so, but this is not gonna, I'm not gonna XPEV or meta myself here where you just sit in that trade and wait for it to develop. Honestly, if NEO's gonna be wrong, we've seen these Chinese names. I don't know if it's state-sponsored trading algorithms or anything like that. That's actually what I believe it is, to be honest with you. They run up these Chinese names like crazy for no reason sometimes. So I could see that happening for NEO, possibly buying this dip, then just running this up, getting out somewhere just to let it dump again. So we'll put on our tin hat here in honor of Brad coming back. But I just think that, you're going to have to watch out for some of these 11 levels on NIO. But before we go back, let's just quickly see this. Palantir is sell. What is that, sub 6 yet? Almost. Ape is a buy. So we have some AMC's talk here to come still. Uber's there. PBR with the 1 milli. So this is Petrobras again, another Brazil name. We're not too worried about it. Neil and I have already talked a little bit about travel. So you got LUV on the sell side with CCL as well. And then again at 9.25, the NASDAQ imbalances will come through. So for right now, pretty quiet here as we enter the final week of trading here, Cherif, for 2022.
And what a year it's been, Shawn. Guys, AMC down the last 2 days and down again today, down now over 6%. Looks like we formed a bit of a bottom here at the 4, bouncing off that earlier on. And it looks like on Friday we had that 430 bottom, so that could be an interesting area of resistance. But interesting stuff on on AMC. You heard last week that they're raising $110 million by issuing APE shares to Antera. They're also converting some of the APE units into common stock, as well as a reverse stock split. Guys, what do we do with AMC today?
It's at this point you're seeing this gravitation toward these two things getting to the same price because, quite frankly, that's how it should be valued. That's not where it's at right now. I mean, APE is at $2 and AMC, trading, I don't know, 4 something, as you just sort of saw there. 430 is a bit of a level on AMC, but I just see the pattern. Look at the pattern on APE since we've had this announcement. 160 top, retrace, consolidate, gap higher, 160 bottom to 2, retrace, consolidate, gap up, 225 top, and then to the $2 bottom. So essentially wherever like on the first day, it's a bigger range. Each range is getting a little bit smaller, but the previous high is simply being respected for support. Well, the previous high is $2. we're at $2 right now. $2 holds at the open, then this kind of just looks like a little bit of a long. Now, each day that long has not been as good and maybe a little bit more tricky. I know I had the long on Friday, and it would bounce off the 160, but it was grinding lower. And a very similar thing, although a little bit stronger, going back into Thursday, you actually ended up bouncing the last time off a buck here and getting toward that high. So if $2 can hold, there's a chance for it to run. That pattern break is gone the second the $2 level breaks. So that's what I'll be watching over there on APE. AMC, look, this 430 for whatever reason, I don't know. Like when they had the big flush, that was support. It was support on Friday as well. So to me, support can turn into resistance here. This feels like this one is just sort of heading into the downside. So yeah, while I'm looking for, I'd like $2 to hold on APE because that would make it really easy. Just go long in front of it at the open. But if it breaks, I'm out. I kind of look at the same thing for that 430 level. I paid for my locates on AMC and I'm ready to short it. If it gets past 440, that's where we closed on Friday. I don't think I want to be fighting this thing. When this goes, you don't want to be that person that just lets yourself get run over, but I'm kind of thinking this one to the short side and looking for a long in APE as long as 2 can hold.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we trade this pretty well. APE on Thursday or Friday there, Wednesday or Thursday. Didn't trade it, of course, on Friday. Looking at AMC, I mean, I always just think you pick bottoms. I'd rather trade AMC when it's absolutely ripping. So I'm just going to wait for it to see if it gets going. You can really tell when there's going to be, some action on AMC. It just goes. They start wiping out levels. So I'm going to wait to see if volume comes in here pretty quickly on AMC. I do see a note there in the chat. Am I going to be, or are we going to be looking? I mean, we talked a little bit about Ford at 11 bucks there. Yeah, I mean, down to 11, why not? I mean, that's another huge level for Ford. Down here, down. I've recently, like I said, I recently bought some of this. I think it was 1140-ish, something like that. And we did see it run up. It was back here early. It was actually on this day when it flushed to 11. We were able to get something in and around here. So maybe it's a little bit better, but definitely we didn't take anything out when it went to 1180. So right now that you're coming back in, this seems like a good buy opportunity again, back down here near 11. You want to talk about a name that has a good dividend, has a good forward PE. Ford is one of those names. But like Randy tells us, I think it's like 70% of every Ford that gets made gets recalled or something. But
it's a big number. It was like 40, I thought it was.
I don't know what, I thought he said that it was higher. The industry average was something.
It was double the industry average.
Whatever it was, yeah.
That's what he said, but that's still bad.
Anyways, that's been the story for Ford forever, but we'll look to see there the Mach-E and things like that coming through for Ford. I still like the F-150. Like, I think the best thing to do if you're going to invest in EVs is probably to pick a, well, first of all, I think Tesla would be there, and it's not like I recently bought Tesla if you guys think I'm trying to pump that up. It's just, Lucid, Rivian, Tesla, GM, Ford, there should be something like an ETF for all of that. And I think that, like a cars ETF or these exist, by the way. I'm not saying, I'm just kind of tongue-in-cheek there. I just really feel like a lot of these names have been so beat down that it might be time to get in there. There's tax harvesting. We've talked about some of that happening right now as well. So I would say that there could be a good possibility that in the new year, some of these names, like a Ford, like all these names, like a Lucid, like a Rivian, eventually just there. I mean, here's Lucid right here at 660. Does this get bought up? If my charts will load, does this get bought up a little bit? I mean, you want to talk about selling. I mean, this is 12 straight days here for Lucid. This 12 days of Christmas, 12 days of like despair here for any of these holders, right? So I would say you want to look at these bottoms and possibly buy some up. And again, don't at me or whatever please do at me. I need the traffic. But do I think Lucid is a long-term buy in a company that will be around in 10, 20 years? I have no idea, but you could get a run in these names. The only way you get burned by investing in these EV names is if you don't have an out. So if you think about that, like you could open up one day and all of a sudden Lucid's down 5 or 10%. Well, if your out's going to be $6, then you come in and hopefully you're able to get out somewhere near 6. But if you're trading it intraday, there's a lot of volume to support these names. So, all right, let's go. We already talked about LUV, but we have not talked about Piton. Let's go back over to the big board. We'll talk about LUV quickly here, Cherif, because we have 6 minutes.
Yeah, Shawn, you know what I was just going to say as well? like to see how much industry consolidation there's going to be in the EV market, guys. But no love for love, guys. Southwest cancels 70% of its flights and warns mass disruptions will continue. Obviously being spurred on by the storm. Here's a chart on love, guys. Down 5.25% today, and it's near morning lows.
Yeah, so the level I like, I said 35. It's
I
gapping
love that
down.
stock.
I don't love it.
No,
but
neither do
no,
I.
I mean, I don't love it. I think I like Delta a little bit better. I think if you're looking for something stronger, but 35, that's the line in the sand I have. If it gets above that price, fair enough. Delta, just on the other hand here, if that gets above 34, it can start holding. It's making a fantastic little base of consolidation that if it can break from this, it's just a little bit stronger looking and not even under that much pressure here today, down that 1%. So quickly, that's the thoughts there. Still want to talk a couple of tech names as well after we talk about Peloton.
Yeah, let's. We've already talked about LUV. I think the Jets ETF. If you really do think that this storm is, a reason to buy these, which again, if you've been buying airlines, I think that when you get a natural event like this, I think you just buy more because you've already liked them, and then all of a sudden you get, weather, which is expected, and again, like driving in today, it was less time today than pretty much all year for me. Our weather's completely fine here, and I just feel like, the airports and stuff that have been affected by this, they have the infrastructure. This isn't London or anything like that, or Vancouver, where they get a foot of snow and shut down the whole freaking province. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. People always make fun of Toronto for calling in the military that one time that it got so bad here. But it's not anywhere like that now. But I did see the Buffalo Bills players come home, and their cars were, yay high in snow. So we had absolutely
Doesn't matter
here.
when you get the W.
Oh, no. And Green Bay now, they took care of Miami, which, by the way, apparently Tua got concussed again. So that's pretty sad. I don't think Miami's going to be doing anything. I think they should shut him down, personally. 5 concussions this year.
I saw the hit. I just don't want to see that guy get hurt.
No, that's what I'm saying. A young guy like that.
He's a warrior, man. He's going to want to go out there. It's just protect the kid.
It sucks. Yeah, and I think they do shut him down. Although I think there's still a small chance they make the playoffs, but whatever. That's not worth it when you have a young kid like that at quarterback. Anyways, and I did want to say, if you guys, how many likes do we have right now? Let's hit the like button. I mean, close to 7,000 watching, only 929 likes. And I do got to say a belated happy birthday to you, Mr. Roberts. As you get older, I can call you Mr. Roberts. You said that's your father's name.
That's my dad, man.
But it's getting to be your name soon. So congratulations on yet another year. So let's go for that one.
Thanks,
and we'll get older together here at Trader TV Live. I was going to say... People say no homo, but I don't know if that's appropriate or not.
No, you just say pause.
Oh, pause?
You just say pause. You don't have to, yeah.
Okay.
No, seriously, you guys know what I'm talking about. Just pause.
Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, yeah. All right, let's go, guys. Let's move forward here, and let's go back over to the big desk with only a couple minutes left. Peloton.
Happy birthday, Neil. I had no idea. Well, I guess okay, well, happy belated because yesterday is not that far off. Peloton, guys, grasping at straws or brilliant new move, offering now refurbished bikes at a discount, $500 that is. That's after they expanded the rental program as well. Here's the chart on this, guys. Not much movement early on, just down 0.5 percentage point, but looking at the last few days, it hasn't been very jolly, the Peloton.
It is not, but the short float's like 20%. So it's always going to be get a bit of attention when you have that big of a short float. The channel that it put in the last 2 days, Friday's trading session in the pre-market, I should say, because let's ignore Thursday for a second. This $9 level, nice level, got up to 905 once, and then you have this 870 bottom. I like it either direction out of here. Like if it can't break 9 and does a wick top, break 9 at the open, can't get past 905, and then fail, then I think there's a short in there off the 9 level, sort of into that bottom, and then suddenly, there's a free fall into, I guess what would have been the double bottom on October. That's at about $7. But if you can clean through 905, I think you've got a room to the upside and a potential squeeze. So I'm looking this one right at that open. 905 for a break. If that is a failed breakout in that it breaks 9, cannot get past that initial channel and then slams right back in. I don't want to be holding on to this too long. It's not a ton of volume. A lot of times you want to see a breakout with a little more volume than this. I mentioned Intel, but I just very quickly here, 2640, this level of support got taken out. 2640, that's your resistance level today. I want to be short in front of it. That's probably going to be starting at those quarters. Pretty much always looking for a short to pop until the day it doesn't work.
All right, let's go as we get ready to run it down here. Thank you so much, Cherif, for all that this morning. But let's go back over and start to trade a little bit here. Okay, so Apple. Again, it's coming right into 130. We have it written on our sticky note, and we are going to take that trade 130. I am bidding it right now, 130.15. That's a trade we're going to look to take. We are going to look to take Tesla down here near 115. That order is already in. Another order that we already have in is NIO to the upside. So if this blows up a little bit, we will take NIO short. Another order that we have in. Man, we're really going nuts here. We have another one in, and that's going to be Meta taking out. This is a name that we did not talk about yet, but yet it is on the sticky note. I love this 120 level. Meta, let's go. This market gets green. I think we take 120. Then we could possibly see 122, 123 today if Meta goes, right? And again, the market has to go. You could short this 120 as well. I mean, I don't think this is a trade that we have to worry about, but it's been back and forth here. Could be something there. A take of 120. I like that. Quickly on the imbalances as we get ready to go here. That's almost like my name, Shaw Kaw there, as the NQ there, as hopefully that's not my company because I don't have one. So there you go. Ape is there, Palantir, Neo, Mullen. No real big NASDAQ names on here other than that one. So we'll see what's going on. PBR, Neo, Mullen. So not much happening. Ford as well on the sell side. It's good to start the week off here, again, with some great opportunities. So Meta's going to come into play. I think Apple could be the biggest one to start with here as we get ready to go with only 15 seconds. It's going to be the man, the myth, the legend on the bell here. And we're going to try to get Randy on to talk a little bit about some of these EV names and what's going on for the future of EVs. But with only 5 seconds, here we go, Randy. 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's get going.
He never messes around.
I forgot to ask Randy. His weather was probably horrible up where he's at. So, but he's here now, so that's good. All right, Apple downside right now, just breaking through 131. All is well. We're just going to sit here and wait for a little bit here to see where Apple goes. But we're starting it off right now with a little dip through 131.
Yeah, I did get southwest to the south side and southwest to the south side, really. So I got 34.65. You'll see that position come in front of 35. But Alibaba already starting to roll over. Remember that 85 level, a monster level on Baba. I want to make sure I have my bids out there. Did not have them in. Want to get it out. It's a big level. We want to pay attention to it. NIO here. Gravitating, oh, forget about it. Those are dark pool wicks. I thought it was bouncing back up into 11 to short in front, not really making that move. If anything, got a bit of a wick high through 10.50, but it's only southwest that we got the position in. Sort of shorting that initial pop into that $35, getting some 65s. I'll try to take some profit out as now we're headed south side. Oh, by the way, NVIDIA 150, did forget to mention that. That just broke.
All right, you know what, man? With this market starting to go to the little bit to the south side, although we did like Meta to the long through 120, I'm going to play this off 118 right now. Just a quick trade. I mean, like I said, we got to try to be as patient as we can in this market. So getting into something real quick, not something that I really wanted to do here. But look at this NASDAQ. We thought that it was going to hold a little bit here, and it's testing 11,000 right now. So I'm going to I am short right now, but I'm noticing also Meta not really going down. So we are going to get out if this breaks 118. It doesn't look like Meta wants to go down, which is going to be a very, very cheap lesson for me here because, again, if it doesn't go down, then guess what? On a retrace, maybe we do have a nice dip opportunity here as I'm loading up my trade ideas scanner here to find out some other opportunities. But
quickly.
Go ahead. Yeah, let's go.
Quickly. Got to ring the register. I mentioned in the opening crawl, and we didn't get back to Netflix. Sorry, guys. The 291 level from last week, our breakout, our support on Netflix, it just bounced off there again. But it's struggling. It only gets about $1, and it's already finding a lot of selling in there. This might not hold very long. I don't think I want to reload this. Either we get back and do what we did last time on Friday, which is bounce off these levels, get up to 95, 96 from here, or I think you have a chance to break to the downside. Southwest already on that initial pop into 35. It got right here to 34.80, actually 34.90. Crap, I should have got more shares. Then got some in when it came back down 34.70. It's about to break 34 even, so that continues to head southbound. You can pretty much forget about that 150 I was just mentioning in NVIDIA, as Netflix just came out, so that long. Good thing we didn't reload that. But NVIDIA already at 149. So that 150 break on NVIDIA, that did not take very long. I'm asking myself, why am I not in Intel? Because Intel didn't go up before it came down.
Yeah, okay, so there it is, man. We did get stopped out of Meta, but guess what? We've almost made back everything right here on just punching longer through 118. So again, you got to identify, you got to have the ability there to identify, you know, what's strong and what's weak. And I think it was a relatively cheap, it could get a lot more expensive if it fails, but a relatively cheap lesson here, hopefully for me anyways, on Meta. So here we go. We're going to take a piece out at 30 or so. If it does go back up to the upside, as I'm just making sure that all my trades are still in. Noticing also, I'm fine. I'm
Baba's
happy
flying.
with what is Baba? Yeah, I'm happy to be long Meta, but let's go over. You mentioned Baba flying. Let's see what Neo's not doing anything. Alibaba up to that 90. Yeah, getting close to that 90 level. So watch out for Alibaba here.
Yeah, that's looking real strong. The 90 is definitely the big one. If PDD was the other one I wanted to watch, so I got to go over to this one as it's not nearly as strong. It's holding Friday's levels, 86.5. As it trails it, if Baba turns first, then PDD off this 86.50 area could be a bit of a short. But then I looked right over at NIO thinking, if we're going up, where's Neo at 11? No, it's nowhere close. It just wicked 10.50 again. So this is going to set up for me. Wick top, short offset high. It's about 10 cents worth of risk here. I understand that, you know, while you're going up with some of the ADRs, look, Neo has its own news here with the delivery number, and then with that wick top, pretty much a trade I'm always going to put on. So I'm going to short these 50s essentially. I'll give it to 60, but I want a separate trade off that 11 area. If it breaks up toward $11, I think that's going to be a different trade. This is just more that setup that I absolutely love, that wick top.
Yeah, I like those. Yeah, and again, you know, that's the one thing. If you know, again, thank you for watching us here today. As I'm only in Meta long right now, hoping that we can get a little bit higher move here. And I'm also watching out for Apple. Hit the like button, and thank you for joining us as we're going back and forth through a couple different names here. I continue to look to see what is moving, what is relatively strong versus what is relatively weak. You can see here Tesla. Again, I said maybe we don't see 115. A lot of you guys hated that comment in the chat earlier, but you could see. I mean, we're not even anywhere close now. Tesla straight up to the upside. And I just said my piece, right? I said I thought maybe we flushed out there in the pre-market down to that 115. There has to be some, like, sort of some bounce back levels there. But at the same time, you could be running into a short again up here at 120. It looks like we just wick topped at 119.50 right here. So I'm still going to be patient. I'm not going to play the Tesla game until we get, now it's starting to fade. So until we get back down into, like I said, near that 115, I still think you want to be somewhat, you know, specific with your prices here. See, there's RIVN down 18.50, 52-week lows for RIVN today.
Wow,
coming in 52-week lows. Baba's ripping, eh? 52-week lows for Lucid today coming in. 52-week lows for Tesla, AMC right down to $4. A 52-week low for AMC today as well. So again, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this market today not really successful. Down 0.7 now for the NASDAQ, as the only trade I'm looking for is Meta. But here comes Apple, Neil, right back to 130, and my long is sitting at 15. So here we go.
So Baba just got to 89.5. So it's so close. I mean, once it broke 89.5, that's where I was looking for the short in front of 90, but it's already starting to pull back. I'm lucky in that I liked Neo and was able to get some in there at 1049. It's right back into 1040, so I'll take a couple legs out. If it gets to the low of the day, I mean, obviously $10 is going to be that big line in the sand. So some bids in front of the quarters, some bids in front of the 20s, and then the 10s as we get to the downside. But wow, what an absolute disaster some of these names have been. Look at NVIDIA here for a second, guys. NVIDIA just straight shot through 150. It broke last week's bottom at 148.8. This just feels like a short the pop situation. I am still trying to get Intel shorts, but as I go back over, it's like Intel hasn't really broken Friday's bottom. That's this 2570 area. So I'm still looking to short the pop on Intel as it lags NVIDIA. So relative strength in Intel for once. I haven't checked AMD, but wow, this is getting pretty ugly. I want to look at Amazon quickly, guys. Amazon as well, rolling over a bit, but not as weak as the overall market. Amazon for now showing some signs of strength. If we catch a bid, Amazon 86 looks pretty appealing for a break. 83 I like for a dip buy, but Amazon somehow a little bit stronger than the overall market this morning.
Okay, Apple's coming in right now. We are going to get the fill. We are coming to get another fill in Meta here, as I feel like we've done pretty good. Like, we haven't really bought. I mean, I guess we bought the top. We didn't get out on Meta, so I guess we did kind of buy the top there. But again, we should have just got some out. I was literally at 29 there, and it ticked out. this is going to sound like a broken record, but I mean, I can show you my order. It was sitting there at 118.29. It's now 28. But as we keep talking, blah, 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 Apple right now just came in pretty good here right now. So we'll see if we can get Apple back into the 40s to take a piece out. But right now, we're long Apple against this 130. I want to, like I mentioned there in the chat, I want to give it back, or on the sticky note, I want to give this name back to 129.50. That was the bottom right there. So maybe it's just flushing to 130 again, but we've been really patient with it. So we're now long at 15, taking a little bit. We're not taking profit, but maybe we should. There it is, back into 30. I'll take a piece out. There it is. We take a piece out at 30 right there for Apple, and it's a small piece, so that's good. A nice little 15-cent win there on Apple. But that's nothing, guys. We're waiting for much more. Just take a piece out there. We took out 5%. Meta right now, trying to go. We did take some 117.80s. I'm literally at 50. It ticked down to 52 right there, so darn it. We missed another big reload there. Not big, but another reload for Meta by once again a penny. So maybe we won't put our orders pending and we'll just get out when it comes up to it. But I do notice what you're talking about with NVIDIA, man, because
it's real weak.
AMD is the same story.
Another name which is kind of to the downside but bouncing, Boeing here. I saw someone in the chat talking about Boeing. Crazy mover with some of the other names in the airline industry. But breaking down on Boeing here, and I want to show you Southwest in a second, but I'll go black charts, don't have to get away from Southwest. Bouncing to Friday's levels, 189, and looking like it's about to put in a lower high trend to the downside. So watching its 89 and 90 level, I'm already in Southwest, and I want to make sure that Boeing doesn't break back out toward the top. But Southwest just bounced clean off 34 even. That seems like an obvious breakdown trade. Now what I want to see is that 34.5 pre-market low. If that holds, I think we can trend into the downside. Probably not much of a need to go over Apple. I took the bounce. He probably got a better price. I got 20s. You got 15s. I did take a leg out to scalp because this market looks weak. But this Neo trade can't seem to get through this bottom here at 1035. For now, looking pretty solid. And then back over to Alibaba. There's the 90 break. It just happened now. I don't see a heck of a lot of weakness. There was no size on the offer to like to short. It's putting in a bit of a wick top here. This is a super strong move. If it holds a bit above 90, this is jailbreak central on Alibaba. I haven't checked JD.com. It was Pinduoduo that I was also watching. It's got to get back below 90 for any kind of a short. But look at the 15-minute. Above here, this is room to 94. It's going to be really hard not to be looking for longs if we can hold 90 here, Cherif.
Guys, Peloton making a move there below the 880 level. A nice little breakdown, actually now breaking below the $half level, almost down 5%. Peloton making a move to the downside despite the positive catalyst, guys.
Yeah, I forgot to get locates on Peloton.
Yeah, I just did the same thing here for AMC. I didn't have locates on AMC either right now, as that's starting to go back to the downside here. AMC watching out for that key level.
$4.
One more time of $4. So it's just bouncing off that there right now. So again, what we mean by that is we have to locate shares. So it's easy to borrow. If it's easy to borrow, we can get them, no problem. But if it's not, then we do have to pay up for that. So yeah, Apple, I don't know if it's going to matter what price we have because we are coming back in right now to 130 flat. So it just bounced off 130 flat. I'm already in this name, so I'm going to sort of just let this grind out a little bit right now, see if we can't capture, again, a move to the upside while we hold out and see what this market wants to do. Just long at some key levels is what I'm thinking, that's all. 130 right now. My next Apple bid is down near 129.50. So, about ready to break is Meta also coming. It's so crazy because we had the short first, and then I was like, it's strong, let's go long. And right there, now, there we go, we get out of the way. So we did make a little bit more of a mess on Meta than we thought we would, bouncing off, or possibly now, bouncing off 117, but I'm going to have to wait now. That's the one thing that I'm going to do, man. We take our shot. We thought it was going to be possibly a long there. We're wrong on that, the candle is pretty nasty. It's a straight downward move here for Meta and for the market, as it just took out 11,000 here on the NASDAQ.
It's getting ugly.
Yeah, it's just got to find some shorts. Tesla right now as well, trying to get ugly there. So Tesla right now back to 115 as well, man. It's getting nasty.
Yeah, I'm slapping the fail on the only long I got. I just got out of my Apple. I got stopped out. But I'm now into Pinduoduo. PDD, as I like to call it, and I should probably continue to call it that instead of Pinduoduo. That's way too long-winded. But it bounced to 88. you did have the break of Alibaba at 90, so it's at least some concern about that with those names going strong. But I like that 88 level for sure. I grabbed some at 50s here. I do want to be able to add to this a couple of times. I do want to show you guys what's happening in BABA. So it's now clean. The dip by 85. It's at 91. Anyway, so it's broken through this 90 area. If it continues to hold above 90, I think it's got so much room to the upside. But with PDD lagging a little bit, this was a resistance level that if it failed one of these two, 90 never failed. If PDD failed one of these two, I wanted to make sure I shorted it. I just got some 87.5. I'll get some out in front of 87 and definitely lower. NIO continues to hold beneath this 1050 wick, but you'll notice. Forget about the 15-minute. Look at NEO here. This is ridiculous. 1050 to 1035. It's giving you 15 pennies and going back and forth here. All this is telling me that I need to watch out, because you have some of these Chinese names going nuts. This is in a 15-20 cent range. If it breaks my way, it goes down to 10 even. If it breaks top, it's going straight to 11. This is in the face of a market which is absolutely puking on itself. So only shorts right now. PDD just got the first leg, so we'll be happy, but I'm not looking at any gift horses in the mouth. This and JD and Alibaba are all relatively strong, so going against the grain, pay yourself out when you have a chance. Remember I just talked about Boeing? Wow. Boeing just caught a heck of a bid down here. There you go, wick bottom, now trying to break back up. Suddenly that 90 level looks like interesting support. It's a great looking daily chart. You guys have probably seen that already. But look at Boeing the last couple of days. If we can hold above 190, room to 196, anything this strong into the market dying, this is something I want to be picking up bids on. But I need to see the market bounce before I get a little too frisky with that one. For now, the shorts are printing, at least the ones I've got. If you're short on Alibaba, that you should be concerned about.
Yeah, even Santa needs to pay his elves. You're right there.
Does he, though?
Yeah, I don't know. What's up, Russell Jackson? Thanks for coming back, man. It's been a long time. All right, so we just took a Tesla long here at 115.50. It did go in the money for us about 75 cents. Here it is right now, so we'll go bang for this one as we have some Tesla long. We talked about trying that 115. I did want a little bit lower than that, so we will miss out on some of that level, but that's okay. I was waiting for a little bit lower, so we do have a piece on. Let's see how far Tesla needs to ride. But here it comes right back in, so we will get that. Again, just noticing, man, all of these moves up are being faded. It happened to me on Meta, and as you go, Meta, like, good thing we did get out and didn't fight it again. That is still making a move lower here as well.
What's AMD doing right now?
That's why I was just going over to it. I was thinking,
okay,
you need to wait for something here on AMD, down to 63 and still going. I mean, that bottom of 60... I mean, what was this over the last 2 days here? 62.30, let's call it 62 flat, 62.30, yeah. So, you're coming in pretty good here on AMD and as well on Apple. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's too much love for any of these longs. We started the day short, which is the crazy thing. We were short here Meta. I wish we still were.
I'm making an early change.
There it is. Yeah, we should have changed it up. But there it is. Apple now got that bottom at 129.50. Looks like it wants to break, and when it does, man, breaking through 129, we're gone. Can only hold this so far.
Where's the Santa Claus rally at, man? This market right now is just headed to the downside. NVIDIA hit 5% down. That 150 break, it was so fast. Look, I wanted to short Intel today, so I didn't get the short I wanted. I'm looking at the wrong stock, and 150 breaks, and it's been pretty ugly. Obviously, you can see here 2 cent downside. I'm frustrated for not getting into this. It's pretty. It is what it is. You're not going to catch every single trade. So I got to work with what I'm actually trading. Looks like 87 is held up here on PDD. I'm just showing you a higher time frame, short in front of 88. But when I go back to the 3, this is also VWAP that's starting to hold, and I might want to get another leg out here in and in front of VWAP and that 87 level just to be sure, because this is still relatively strong. NEO still holding that 1040. Southwest, I mean, this one felt like it was probably going to be relatively easy. It only now just broke that 34 level. So if it continues trend down, I don't have anything except for even 33, even 32. You've already got the pop and the fade in front of 35 even. Now we just got to think about how far this can get into the downside. You just talked Tesla there. I'm still bidding 112. Look, on the daily chart, 110 to 112 is kind of the next level I looked at. It's starting to roll over. That's where I want to pick up a bit of a bid here. Netflix, which I had 2 longs. I had a dip buy in Netflix. I like 291. reverse every single long, and all you do is win. I got it just under $1 and then got stopped out. It's already next level down. So we're already trading down into the low 280s. 280 was a big level of support if you go to last week. I think it's got a shot down there to find said support. But I want to be real patient as we get into some of these lows looking for bounce plays. If you look at the NASDAQ, we're just getting back into this, I guess, higher low that we saw last week. And then you got this 10,860 to the downside. So if we catch a bit of a bid, I want to see these things consolidate before I jump in anything. So far, it's been 0 for 2 on my longs and 3 for 3 on the shorts. That pretty much tells my story.
All right. Again, we just went 50 cents in the money on Tesla. Like, you know, holding these longs is going to be the thing that kills me, I think. Like, we had 30 cents in the money on Meta. We didn't take it. We wound up losing 50 cents or whatever it was on that piece. And now right there, we just had 60 cents, or not 60. It went up to 115. Went up to 115.70, so we were long at 30. So we had 40 cents in the money on Tesla. Now we hold it 40 cents against us. So, I mean, the market tried to go again there and did not go. We could have got out of Apple there, and we didn't. But this market just keeps on pushing lower. I feel like we have some good prices now, man. I mean, I'm long Tesla right here. Worth the risk to me on this name. Again, give it about $1 to see if we can make $1 on this name. I think that's worth it. But, you know, it's catching some of these stocks at lows really not paying off right now, as there goes Apple. My out's going to be a break of 129, which really sucks. It's coming right down to the very bottom again. I thought 130 could hold. Got to give it a little bit of room. Like I said, look, we just went long right there at 129.50. Look where it ran up to. 129.90. Look at my average price, 129.90. So, you know, we could have got out of this for flat. We didn't, and now we're starting to pay the piper on everything now. So I'm just going to wait out, man. We have our levels. I think we like these stocks. I really like that Netflix short. It's down 5% right now, so that should be a good one. Tesla down 6.5, Nvidia down 5. NEO didn't even get anywhere close, I don't think, to that 11.
It's starting to break down.
Did it get to 11? Okay.
No, not really.
Yeah, and I mean, you were talking about that BOBA rip, but yeah, that didn't happen for NEO, so we stay away from that one. Clean away from NIO, but come on, Tesla. Back to 116. Let's go, man. Break yourself to this long, and then we'll get a piece out a little bit higher than 116. Here we go. Let's see if we can get this. I'm at 116.19. Do you know where that just went to? 116.15, and there's the 19. So I told you, man, we're telling the truth around here. There it is, a nice dollar take now on Tesla. But let's go to the upside, man. We had to take it out. We took out a third there for that trade for about $1. Let's see now if we can get a nice little run to the upside. We're well below all these moving averages right here on Tesla, so we still need some move to the upside. But wow, see, again, every time we bitch about missing levels, like right there, it came up to me, filled me, and went down. So, you know, sometimes the market isn't as evil as we think, although, you know, you're looking at your portfolios right now, you might
It's an evil one today.
Pretty evil.
Unless you're a shareholder of ATNF, which everybody that holds that, well, if you held it from...
Yeah, I mean, everyone holds that, obviously.
If you have it from prices on Friday, then you're happy. There's other prices you could have that aren't so great, but it's now starting to bounce. I like the dip buy, but we didn't really get down toward any support. It looks like $2 ends up holding support instead of what I was looking for, which is a lot deeper down into the 170 area. So $2 looks like a good area. If it holds 190, I think I'm on the bid, by the way. Trying to get some 10s here. I'll add it to even. If it holds $190, I like it. On the way to a potential 3 move. I think there's room to 3. That's what we talked about earlier in the pre-market. So I want to have at least some kind of a long going into it. And I prefer not to do a top break. The shorts are continuing to work here. I just got finally, hit enter twice for me there, finally a break of that channel on NIO. So it just got down into 1030. We grabbed that short. This was just, it never got to 11. So this was just that wick high off 1050. Gets to 60, short 50, risk in there. Why was my stop order so aggressive? I crossed all the way to 85. But anyways, it doesn't matter. If it gets to 10 even, I think I'm going to like it. In this falling market, I'm a little surprised that Ford hasn't even gotten to 11 yet. I just checked. I'm still on the bid, trying to get some 05s. I'll probably buy 3s and 2s if this goes any further into the downside. Looks like it's going to get there at some point. And then that Netflix. I wanted to pick up a bid on Netflix as we bounced off that low. We just got to 282. It's now gonzo. Man, if you just reverse anything that you had long. But this is that 282 level. I think this can be an interesting place for consolidation buy on Netflix, just given how rapidly this fell. A lot of times you can see a bit of a support there. And last one, AMC. I feel like we didn't even talk about these because, quite frankly, look at the range on AMC. 20 penny range. There was no move off the top, so I can cancel that, but it did just support $4. So a bit of a double bottom here at 4 even. I'm going to try the long off that 4 level and corresponding over into APE. APE did not hold $2. That's where I like there for support. It broke it in an absolute heartbeat. I'd look at a $2 for a bit of resistance on APE on the way back to the upside. But that 4 is pretty obvious on AMC. If I can grab 5s, risk 5 pennies, I'll take a shot.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the same thing here as well, as we've got Tesla right back to the upside here, and just thinking like, okay, you know, we got to take advantage of some of these bottoms that we have, and it just ticked again right to 116.50 this time. So it did go a little bit higher for us and then faded out now as the NASDAQ doesn't want to hold anything. So as this continues to move down here, we do have to watch out for this name. Man, it just bounced off 116.50. I wonder if that's going to be my out next time. I just put an order at 117.50, thinking that we take the 50 period, then we take VWAP. Sorry, we take the 50 period, then VWAP, then we stay in between here, and that's where the 200 period is, 117.50. So hopefully some more upside moves coming here for our friend Tesla. You know, a friend of mine, Apple, you know, it's been okay, although it's just hanging out. It's just hanging out right now at this 129 base. We do have some good trades hopefully coming through for Apple, but it might take a minute here as you're going to have to let this continue to make a move upside and just to see if the market does hold. I feel like the strong name, as Neil's mentioned a couple times here today, the strong name, the weak name, but one that you might want to fade on any pops would be AMD right now. Made that bottom at 63, now trying to make a move back up into some of these areas one more time. That's going to be Advanced Micro. Tesla's $1 in the money for us, so that's a good one. One name that's right at a level that I've been talking about for a while here, DKNG, down to $11 right now. Just a big move down 5%. It's been really gotten hit over the last little while as well. So looking possibly at a long break through 11 right now for DraftKings as a possible trade idea for you. So that's something that you could look at right now, DraftKings making that move. And again, Tesla just bounced again off 50 there. So came close, went to 34s. I think it's prudent to get one more trade out if we can on Tesla the next time it bumps up, man. Probably taken out at 116.40 or so if we can get it. Because if the market doesn't rally from here, I'm already stuck right now on Apple, which doesn't look like it wants to go up. So I definitely need to take advantage of that Tesla bump next time that happens. So I'm going to put an order right now, 116.40 or so to get another piece out, and I'm going to cancel my high take, and then if it goes up, we'll get that out. We'll try to let it hold the rest of the way up. But really, my day's on Apple right now, as I have more shares there than I do on Tesla.
Okay, Reloaded. I don't have that graphic, but you know what I'm talking about. Reloaded in Pinduoduo, that is it's back to that 88 level. Just showing you on the 15-minute. If it gets through, you know, be even like it's about 10, 15 pennies is where my stop is going to be. Not too far above, because when these get going, they can get crazy. I'm a little bit encouraged, but by what I'm seeing in Alibaba, and I'm only really trading Pinduoduo so far. Hit enter twice there, because look what's happening in Baba's already rejecting that 90 level. So I feel as if I get stopped out on PDD and Baba's still below 90, I might take a reload on PDD if it does a wick top through that 88, which it might do. I've given it a few pennies above that, so let's see if that happens. But Baba now rejecting that 90 level on the 15-minute. I can see that continuing to fall. Neo's working just fine, so I think that one's going to be okay. Slight bounce in LEV that I'm concerned about, but yeah, there goes PDD. That just stopped me as it took out that top. I'll pop over to the 3 minutes. You can see it made the high there. I still like the notion of fading these levels. It's about that 88 on PDD, that 90 still working on Baba. I do think eventually these two will start moving a little bit more together, but Baba was a little bit stronger when PDD was working to the short side. Now you're seeing the reverse. I kind of want these two to converge and make a little bit more sense. As I'm being patient for a re-entry on the short there, I do want to go back over to NVIDIA. Did miss out on this move, but 150 clean to a 145 bottom, and now looking like it wants to retrace to the low. So this is where you might see a chance at that 145 holding for a higher low, and then maybe a VWAP pop. So as it rolls back over into 45, I want to see this catch a little bit of a bid first. The other name, which I have not traded yet, but we talked about Boeing, showing some signs of life, some signs of strength. There's your wick top. Gets to 91, couldn't really hold 90. Can it hold the pre-market lows here and that 189 level? If it can do so, this one will be poised in any kind of a rebound for a clean 191 break, maybe a consolidation at 190, but got to be patient with anything to the long side. I don't just want to jump into anything long. I'm still thinking about where I can fade some of these stronger moves, PDD and BABA included.
So I was just staring Tesla down like this whole time, and it tried to break through 116, and then it did, but then it just kept refreshing, like 116.10, 116.08, all this kind of stuff. So I was like, oh man, this could be a problem, needless to say. So I feel like we need to address this. So, you know, I'm going to take another out at 116. If it comes back up there, we got to get something out. I just feel like we've taken a little bit of a hit here where we didn't really need to. Well, we haven't taken any hits on Tesla, but I've seen it come up here too many times. Like that's 116.30, then now just 116 it stopped. So I don't really feel super comfortable anymore with this long, as the market has just got faded again. Didn't even come close to this 11,000. Tried, but like I just mentioned, not really super close at all to that. And then now you have Apple right here back down to 129. Looks like it wants to take that out. So, you know, paper cuts on these longs, but you know, no shorts, which has been a huge problem for me here today. Still really early, so you know, some of the losses that we've had so far, you know, can make it back. It's 9:58, and as you can see, we're trying to be as patient as we can with a lot of these plays. And the thing is like, if Apple's going to work out to the long, then I can't short AMD right here. Like, I need AMD to rip up, and we just had that opportunity. It just came up to 60. Should have shorted that. But again, that's when, like, the longs started to work a little bit. So I was like, oh, maybe the longs are going to come into play. Ape still up 11% right now. Amazon, yeah, sub a little bit, sub 84 right now. Let's check out on Alibaba. I know that's a name that you were looking at. Just trying to find some names that are...
ATNF still going.
Yeah, oh, ATNF, okay. Another name that's running. Alibaba there does break 90, and right now, see, like this looks like a good long to me. It's just, do we want to get into the long? It's right here at 89.30, bouncing off VWAP right now. So this actually looks like a decent long into 89, but it's got to come down a little bit more because you chase it all the way up here, and then the market turns like we did with Meta, and then you lose a buck. So it's not, you know, if you can come back in here to 89.30 and play off 89, I like that BABA long, but it's got to come in.
So I'm trying to get some of these this ATNF on this train to the upside. Like, it holds to, now it's holding 220. That was a pre-market high. If I think there's room to $3 and I want to get involved in it well before it gets to that price, where I do think it's a short, I want to pay for low case to get threes to the short side. But until that happens, I'm going to try to dip by at 20. Try to get some in that 10 range as well. PDD just took the top again, so might have to get away from those. The other shorts have been absolutely fine, but it's like that in Alibaba, which I never got into, that have been trouble. But this ATNF really is showing tons of strength here, and I got to get in on this long. But we're going, it's 10 o'clock already. Cherif, what's happening now, brother?
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. Chart Prime offers top-notch indicators and automatically finds chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and many more to add to your trading strategy. So check them out. Link on the screen there, guys. Have a look at the markets. The NASDAQ taking it on the chin. Worse than the S&P and the Dow Jones. NASDAQ down now 1.32%, followed by the S&P 500 down 0.63%. But how many times have we seen this in the last little while, guys? The Dow Jones outperforming the S&P and the NASDAQ, down only 0.2%. The Toronto markets today closed on the day, so you won't see any action there. Having a look at what's happening now, Peloton, that one made a move to the bottom, even though it had what we would interpret to be a positive catalyst. Let's have a look at the Peloton stock. It found a little bit of a bottom there at 836, I want to say 830-ish now, looking like it's going to retrace again. So Peloton down 4.6% on the day. This is an interesting move for Peloton. Tesla as well. Let's go just here. Tesla as well, making a move. Shawn shouting out that 115 level. It looks like we're down 6.7% now on the day. Finding a bit of a double bottom here at that 115 level. Let's see if we can make our way back up. Then Love, no love for Love today. Making an interesting move down 5.62%. Definitely the catalyst there having to be canceling 70% of their flights, and their competitors outperforming them, not canceling nearly as much. Delta, AAL, all interesting sympathy plays today, guys.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, Apple just flushed down, so
We're just,
we got out of that Apple for $1 hit. So that was, again, you know, I still think it's worth the risk, but you know, obviously today, as the market just continues to go downside here, risk to the long and the shorts printing once again. Like I actually thought, honestly, man, I mean, we never changed this bear, but I thought the market had a chance to kind of do nothing today because we started up 0.5 and then now we're just getting clocked back down to the downside as we keep on going. So Apple's probably a short through that level, not a long through 129. So, you know, let's see if we can make a little bit back here and try to short Apple now that it's finally broken this 129. But again, we don't want to get too crazy, but we did. That's two longs, man. We had Apple long and we had Meta long. So yeah, maybe I wish it still was Christmas break, but a couple missteps there on the way into some of these levels. But again, I think it's the trading that I want to do. Like I want to call levels, and if they don't hold, they don't hold, and it's a problem. But when they do, you know, that's when pay dirt, right? So part of trading is exactly that, but this is not looking good right here for Apple. Maybe back to 129.30 or so on this short, but it has definitely made a move back in here for Apple right now, like big time. Just no relief at all. We did have a chance to get out for flat. So definitely, you know, understood the risk on this trade. But there it is right now, ticking down to 70 here for Apple as we're short 88 again.
So I'm now out of NIO. It finally got to the low. $10 is an obvious support, potential support levels, down 8%. I'm out of the trade. It was rollover 50s into that level at 10.10. Maybe we bounce at 10. If I see a big bid, typically, I like to get the 0102 long and then jump onto it. I'm back. PDD just keeps on wicking that top, and then I'm back into the short there. But I finally got a piece of ATNF. However, sometimes you got to worry about the way that this comes off and you get the bounce. So it failed another break of the high of the day, then pulled right back into like a bit of a big candle here on volume down into 220. That's where I was sitting, went all the way to 210. I want to reserve some room here to see if I can get like some shares in front of 2 even. But for now, you know, I have these 220s, and I don't want to be adding to it till it gets a little bit closer to that $2 level. And I'm not just going to randomly sit on the bid in front of 2. This does have the risk of halting to the downside. Like it's gone far enough that you can certainly, if I want to adjust some stops in here, is you can certainly see this do a big leg down, move more than 10%, and I don't want to get long into a halt trade. That would be an abject disaster. But like I said, room to $3. I just got, again, that PDD breaking the high of the day. I'm moving over to Alibaba here. Like Baba's chart is maybe cleaner than PDD, Pinduo Duo, I'm saying, PDD, in that you look at the 200, there's another leg they can get to, that 92 level. It's looking like it wants to hold above 90, and we did say if it gets above this channel and can hold consolidation above, this has room to like 94, 92 to 94. That gives you a couple of dollars in here. So instead of fighting over in PDD, I might just join the party in Alibaba above that 90 level, accepting that I can structure along off that one at least a little bit. NVIDIA just bounced off 145. I think that looks like a legitimate support level now. Couple of bottoms here off that 145 level. I'm going to jump on the bid in front of it. I'd still love, I mean, look, if I can get the prices I want in Intel, fair enough to the short side, but I feel like that ship has sailed. Made a big bottom there on NVIDIA. I like this 145 for support.
All right, I mean, I was going to say we're reloaded, but we just have this kind of the position that we wanted here. Oh, it just went down to 93 there. Excuse me. We're waiting at 90 for Apple. Oh, that sucks, man. It just went down to 93. We just got to reload there at 10. My average price now 98. So it's right here for Apple on a short, right? So again, look at Apple down 2.19%. You know, much more aggressive than the market here on the downside. So again, as China fears continue, it's kind of crazy because, you know, we are long Tesla, short Apple there. That's, you know, again, like Tesla's been holding up and Apple not. There goes Apple. Okay, we get our 90 fill there. So that was good after all. So we get it out there at 90 for Apple. We'll see if we can hold this again back down to the downside. Quick out of 129. 129.30. So we take out 129.30, we'll get out of Apple. But we just took down right there 10% at 90 for 10 cents. But that's like, oh man, I can't catch a break on some of these trades today, but it's because we've been the wrong way. Like we were wrong on Apple, we were wrong on Meta. So now let's just see if we can't continue. There it goes, bouncing off 90. Is it really just want to bounce off 90? I'll put 5% back at 90. Ooh, just missed another fill right there. There it is, we'll take it there. Ooh, okay. We are bidding 81s on Apple in case. Oh man, this name is pretty violent here. In case it does flush again, put 5% at 85. And again, we're just kind of like licking the wounds backside a little bit, right? That didn't sound good. Licking the wounds on the back end of this trade as it comes back in. So let's just, hopefully we get another flush on Apple and hopefully we're here for it. But, you know, again, it's been weaker than the market. We have those issues in China we talked about, some cutting back from Tesla on some of their production there. And again, as supply chain fears grow, it does look like Apple is continuing its downside move, more aggressive than the market. So bouncing off a little bit now, though. It looks like we might have missed our 85. Let's take an 88 or so here on Apple, and then watch out for Tesla as it's back to 116.
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of a pullback in Pinduoduo, but a lot of chatter in this one is it's ridiculously strong. I mean, it's the only short that didn't work here for me. It worked initially at least, but the latter short's breaking out. And if you break here, I mean, you can see there's a lot of room to the upside. Just like BABA has room to the upside, you've got room if you can clear above this 88. You're now seeing it start to hold above this channel. The longer it does so, the more emboldened I am to go for a long. I was able to add, maybe not where I wanted, on ATNF, but I was able to just add in a bit of a consolidation there. So I wanted to jump back over to this as, like I said, roomed about $3, couple of higher lows in here, like that $2 level as it's trying to hold, but it just started breaking up higher to the high of the day. I want to make sure I'm covering some in front of 250. This has been slowly stair-stepping to the upside. So as long as it does that, I think I want to at least have a little bit of scalp mode in here because it has not been a huge, you know, just give you these halts to the upside type of mover. I know it's a lower float, but it's slowly stair-stepping up. I want to scalp it to 250, look to see if 250 can hold for a bit of a break. NEO's catching a bid way sooner than I anticipated. I thought we'd see $10. 10.08 on the low of NIO. So I might have gotten out of the short, but I did not get the long in front of 10 because it didn't quite get there.
All right, so I've taken out a little bit more here on Apple. It's still fine. We're in the money. It's fine. But it's because Tesla's starting to go again. I just saw Tesla tick up to, I'm going to wait for 117. So I just feel like, you know, we've done the hold this far. Let's go. Like, we just got a 116.50 fill, which, again, that's $1.30 in the money. So we'll go bang for it because it's $1.30 in the money. But we're not taking it out. Like, I still think Tesla can go higher than this, man. If the market bought, like, Tesla can get to 120 again. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for. We got up there in the pre-market, well, sorry, just as the market opened up to 119.50. I still want to take a piece out at 117, but I just think that if we can start to clear some of these levels, maybe Tesla does have a top side here to go. But yeah, darn it, like I just stared again a dollar winner in the face because it was just at 116.50 and we didn't take it. So that kind of sucks. But, you know, as that's been happening, we're able to get some more Apple out. Again, like, I want to wait for an 80 fill. So hopefully that'll come through. I'm actually waiting for 88 right now. I'm just going to put another fill down here. Let's go to 76. So there's the 88 fill. And again, this is 20 cents. Like, I don't have a problem scalping out Apple as we make back some of what we lost on this name initially. But it's just this trade that's really bugging me. It's Tesla because, once again, off VWAP. You know what, Shawn? Honestly, stop doing this to yourself. I don't know why I'm doing this. Like, I just put myself through all this. Like, now look at Tesla. So just gave up $1.50. Sucks because we had the trade and we didn't get it out. So that part sucks for me. But Tesla right now back down to 115. Looks like it wants to break lower, lower, lower here. My out for Tesla is 114 break. So right back down here to 115. We'll put on another bit of shares here. We'll just punch some in and we'll see. It's back down to 115. This has been the bottom of the day. This is going to look silly because we're not taking the profit when it bounces. And we got to do that now, man. Like 116, we should probably take a piece out off that 114 reload there.
So I just got an initial long on NVIDIA in front of 145 there. We'll see if it can bounce off that. But BABA as well, starting to come back in. You had this channel about 88.60 to 89.60. I just grabbed a little bit of a bid here, trying to get this consolidation. I think there's a lot of room to this move if we can break 90 up to 95. But it's decision point here off of VWAP. It's made a couple of higher lows, at least now off 89.5. Stop is going to be set just beneath 89.30, and then see if we can work it to the upside. NVIDIA is going back over to that name. Look, NVIDIA has been a short all morning long. There's no question about that. But it wick bottom through 145, higher low 145 quarters, so 145.50. Just got some out 146. If this breaks this channel and gives 47, 48, like, I'll take that with open arms at this point because, you know, longs have been sketchy to say the least. I do want to get some shares out of BABA inside of the channel, because if you end up in this range all day long, I don't want to go free falling if you break this and all of a sudden you're back at 88. So I'm going to scalp some out of Alibaba. Finally got away from losing on Pinduoduo and just saying, let's play BABA in this channel, and if it breaks out, we can try to hold on for dear life. ATNF, I got 23s long. It's at 26, kind of looking for a bigger move there. And then Southwest. So it's broken 34, but look what's happening at the 34 level. You break down 20 cents, you go right back up to 34.20. Back down to 33.90, up to 34.10. So it's leveling off here at 34. Trend still to the downside, but I'm looking for it to break this channel, give me 33s. At some point, I might decide to play inside of this trend, but a bit of a bounce in the market, taking advantage here on NVIDIA, a weak stock, but also getting into the trend in Alibaba. And if you've been watching this one, I haven't looked at it, JD.com. JD just as strong as BABA, at least in looking at this setup. JD is on a collision course with $60 up here. If it breaks out from 60, I think there's room to this double top at 61. Pretty clean for a break. I'll have BABA when it happens, so I don't know that I need to add to it, but I saw a few people talking about JD.com. Not to ignore it, but you got to pick your poison when trading these Chinese ADRs.
Yeah, for sure. Man, I don't want to trade XPEV, that's for sure. I know that much. All right, so average into Tesla. One more trade here I want to talk about quickly because we've lost on it early, and we're going to see about Meta breaking 117 again. So, excuse me, if this market continues to blast upside, well, continues to blast upside, it's not blasting upside, but if it does go upside here and take out the 50 period, then I do like this Meta log. I mean, Meta again today, only down 1.26. It's pretty much the best of the worst as far as tech names are concerned. You saw NVIDIA, AMD, all those names to the downside. So as we continue to hold out for our Apple short, we actually got pretty good, man. We got some, I mean, looks like my best fill's 85. I don't know if, here we go. We already taken out if it takes out 30, so we got to watch out for that one. As right now, Apple getting jiggy with it to the north side right now, up to 120 and change. So let's watch out here for Apple possibly making that move up to that one. Again, we've gotten out, so we actually were able to do pretty good. We won't be net loser on this specific trade for Apple, as we're short at 129.10 or 129.09 right now, and we are going to get out if it breaks 30. So we take about a 20-cent hit on this. But as you can see, though, Tesla, you know, as this market's trying to bounce, we still are holding that 115. We did like this level, but I do have an order up here at 115.80 or so to take that 80 cents on this last piece because, hey, if it works, I definitely want to be able to get something out of Tesla on the way up because it has burned me a little bit right now. AMD's made its move back, as has NVIDIA a little bit. So those are some two names. What about, I mean, there's still Peloton we have to talk about a little bit.
Ape is making a move, by the way.
Ape is finally making a move, so maybe AMC's breaking 4?
Well, so AMC's not breaking. Oddly enough, they're both bouncing at the same time. So there's no more that one's going up as the other comes down. I saw AMC bouncing off 4, but you're bouncing back to $2 on Ape here. That was that big level we looked to see if it could hold. It broke that trend where it holds previous day's high and then goes a little bit higher. It ends up not holding the previous day's high, but holding the support from Friday, which is down at $1.60. I think that's where you might want to be buying some Ape if you can get it. For me, at this point, I want to just play. If it rolls off this 2 to 210 channel, I'd short in front of 210. If it takes that out, fair enough. I can live with that loss. I want to be monitoring a little bit of Ape here. NVIDIA just, oh, give me a break. This was just, I was just looking at this cruise into VWAP on my 3-minute, looking like it was about to take 147. Now it's rolling back into the downside. The way this trend is going, the way this trend is going, I just want to make sure I'm getting this one out. Because if you head back to the lows and I just missed a chance to get this off of VWAP on a consolidation, like if it gives you a 145 bounce, stair step it up to VWAP, if it's not going to break out, I just want to get out of Dodge, take the win where we can get it. Still look for a couple of names that I like to the short side. If we can get some intel, I do like some intel. Is that one try to come back up, but nowhere near the levels I like. Might have to be that 26 I start thinking about with intel and then fading that. The longs have not been very successful, so the chance to get a nice little bounce on NVIDIA, ring the register, be happy that we got it, and sort of move on to the next, which I feel like will be for the first time a little bit of Ape action.
Oh, man. Yeah, about that action right now. Tesla just got destroyed to the downside right now again, trying to break through 114 again. Like, it just got I mean, there wasn't even like that much volume in it. It just, I don't know, I was watching it, man. Like as soon as it broke that 115, I mean, it was breaking 115 before, but once it got going, it just like, it took down 70 and then it was like 50, 30, 20, and then it bounced, for some reason bounced off 10, but it's not going to. We are going to get out. I just double checking. A break of 114 here to the downside. It's not even going to be that bad. We're long at 114.90. I mean, to take a dollar hit on this when we've already taken, here it is right here. This was the dollar take. We've been in this. I mean, this is why I'm okay with taking a hit on Tesla, because we've already we stared $1.30 in the face and didn't take it. So, I mean, as a trader, I got to be willing to take some of these lumps, you know, if you're going to be wrong on these calls, right? And so there it is. Now it's trying to bounce a little bit. Again, it's not like I should say, oh, I should have waited. You know what? So I'm going to use sort of my sense here and get out a little bit now, if we can. Oopsies, in the 70s, in the 70s there. Apple, what happened to Apple right there? Oh, Apple went upside. Okay, so that's fine. All right, so we are going to try to get something out here on Tesla in the 70s because, again, you know, we want to pay ourselves off a little bit for taking some of these bottoms because we really haven't been doing that. So once again here, we're going to look at Tesla. There it goes. Good. So one out there. Hopefully it can bounce right now as we initiate a new trade right now, and that is Meta through 117. Let's see how far this one wants to go.
Yeah, now you've got the 191 breakout on Boeing here. I don't want to be chasing it too far, but come to my chart for a second here. Yeah, guys, I'm kind of chasing this move. The break happened in 91. We wanted that consolidation. You can see it going higher. I'll check back on Southwest as it might be catching a bit of a bid here too, but that 191 breakout is on. If I can catch quarters to 30s, that's where I want to be involved. But there's room to the upside on Boeing. Maybe I just have to pay up a little bit to some of these 10s just to be 10s, 50s, just to be in a part of this move. But I do want to catch this consolidation as well. Strong move in Boeing here, and I like that break. Could I have been in it off the low? Fair enough, but I wasn't really watching it for that low. And then that 90 level didn't really give me an entry point. Clean break here on that as Southwest. It's still working. It's still at that 34 level, but it's starting to show signs that it might want to crack to the upside. So I'm going to slap a trail on this as the market is bouncing back here. It has been pretty clean. I thought if 34 failed, you could head to 33. But, you know, if the market wants to bounce from here, I have to respect the fact that this might want to go. Alibaba's still working out. Hasn't been able to get through that top or even break that 91, but we have a decent bid off 89.60 here, and I want to see if I can now hold this for a breakout of the high of the day. I have no idea what just got said in my ear, but I'm pretty sure it is the small cap recap with Cherif.
Certainly is, Neil. Hey guys, small cap recap brought to you by Momo, a one-stop trading app helping remove traditional barriers to investing. Powerful tools such as level 2 data, earnings calendars, and a stock screener. Now until the 31st, open an account and get up to 20 free stocks for US users or $110 cash back for Australian users. Sign up using the link below, guys. So let's get right into it. Peloton, I know this is not your normal small cap that shows up on a scanner, but it's down 4% on the day. I'm just having a look here at the daily levels. It looks like we're getting to a key daily level here around that 850 area. It looks the last time we were around these levels was early November, but definitely that 650 level to the downside. Looking at the minute chart here, we're getting a bit of a bounce off that 836 now, moving about 20 pennies. I wonder if this one's got wind to make it back up all the way, or this is a nice short to pop type trade. Next on the list is ATNF, former runner here, guys. Look at this, all the way up to $6.85 a few days ago. This is the first green day after multiple red days, so play that as you will. Let's have a look at the minute chart on that one. It looks like we were just touching daily highs now, retracing off that 234 level now. Let's see if we can hold that $2 level. ATNF, no real news catalyst on this one, guys. It's being spoken about a lot on social media, but nothing that I can glean. IAUX, yes, this is a gold mining company. Now, having a look at the day chart, looks like we're breaking out into all-time highs here, so that'll get some eyes on this one. We just broke through that $3 level, you know, up 7.1% on the day. Not that great, but I'm liking the setup here, possibly for an intraday hold, guys.
Yeah, so we finally got some bangers on board right now, including that Meta trade that we talked about going long through 117. We just took some out up here, 117.60. So that's going to be a really good trade for us on Meta so far here. And then obviously we have our Tesla trade starting to rip upside as well right now, touching 115.40 now for Tesla. So we got another piece out right there at that 115.40, I guess, 115.28. So some nice buys at the bottom, but again, like it's still not going. You know, so we're gonna have to wait to see if we do finally get stopped out of Tesla. But hey, it's a pretty green stock for me so far, so we're gonna enjoy that as it continues to go. And then let's get out one more piece and hold half right there. So we'll get another piece at 50. So now we'll hold half of this Meta trade, as it's like I just said. We'll wait for higher highs now coming for Meta. I mean, you know, I really have another target. I'm waiting at 80. I thought I was, yeah. So you know, the 50 period is right there. We take that. Look, like Apple, like there's my out, and then we just should have reversed it into a stupid long. I mean, we can't predict these markets to break the way they just did, but that was a nice move to the upside, finally getting above the 50 period, and there goes Apple. So Apple will be a negative stock for sure for me today with Meta, but it looks like we're making, or sorry, with Meta. Yeah, Meta, we got hit early. That's okay. We're negative on Meta, but we're almost flat. That's what sort of screwed me up there. As Meta continues to make a move back, we've almost made back everything on Meta. And look at Tesla, now to 115.60. We still have some on. Like, this is going to be another level. I'm going to take another piece out. We're in the money now, $1. Let's see if we get a 50 print on Tesla and get another piece out as our net is making its way back here a little bit after a pretty disaster couple longs early. So right now, upside for Meta, upside for Tesla, but it may not be too long. So let's make sure we get another piece out. We just missed that Tesla out there at 115 again, 115.50. So let's get one more piece out, and then, hey man, if it moons, at least we're going to be here, but then we don't have to like worry that we didn't take anything out when it did go high side. So one more piece out for Tesla, then that means we'll be holding half of our total position for hopefully a 117.
Did just get a 192 break on Boeing. So the market, look, the market's still down a little bit more, a little bit less than 1%. Boeing now up 1% and actually charging higher. Got a break of 192. It couldn't get past that quarter. Bit of a wick top there, and look for a dip buy along the lines of this 91 area. But I have at least a little bit of caution. The market just put a, you know, like a kind of a false bottom. Friday's low got taken out on the NASDAQ, and then you reclaim that. If the same thing happens here, where you get a wick top, 191.50 on Boeing, that can be a bit of a short setup. But it's a strong stock. I want to be playing the long, so we'll go for the 191 dip buy. If we can catch it, Alibaba continues its bit of a churn. You're getting that break at that 90 level that I wanted to see, sort of gliding off VWAP here and channeling toward a top break. Ideally, I want to buy VWAP on this dip, but it might just set up clean for a high of the day break at 90.70. The other Chinese ADR worth watching here is same channel, PDD is the one I sucked on this morning. JD.com, that's been relatively strong. It still has not broken that 60. I think that's in line for a 60 break. And then the position I just put short, the new one at least, was APE, getting back to that $2 level and rolling over. I don't think the $2 level is necessarily a line in the sand. I like this 210 channel. So I want to leave some room to add in front of 210, look for the rollover back in toward the low of the day. AMC on the flip side has held for even. I think that can be interesting for a support bid. ATNF, I think this small cap, it's still got a chance. It just got to VWAP and held, so it's kind of hard to see with these idiot dark pool wicks down here that kind of skew the chart, but you've got this 190 that held. Then you got $2 for the higher low. If it can manage to hold this level, climb back above VWAP, then I think there's an interesting play back into the high of the day. But if it breaks trend, can't hold too, just want to get out of Dodge on that. And I can't believe I didn't even forgot all about Coinbase, because Coinbase never filled me. Coinbase broke down off 35, because that's what it does. Now kind of getting back up to this 34 level, still trend down. This has been, every single dollar has been key on coin. That's 36, that will support, resistance, 37 before that, 38 was pretty loose, but now this 35 level stands out, and then I'm watching 34. You got Friday's bottom at 34. If we can curl off the 34 level, that could be a good place to look for a short on Coinbase. But I want to see this market show some signs of weakness. Pretty strong pushback up so far.
Yeah, I'm going to take another piece out. We did get a good piece out on Meta right there to the upside of 117. We did get our 80 fill there. So that was a good, or we got 75 or something. But a good fill there for Meta. It's still here, so you could take it if you wanted it on Meta. Obviously, we got our out on Tesla. And let's just look for something else. Maybe there is something that we could short that's maybe back to resistance. You talked about Alibaba up there to 90, so that's there as well. Disney, $87. Let me check Starbucks. Starbucks was a name that I liked here. I was just still watching Tesla because it just broke back down below that 115. Okay, I mean, Starbucks, there's that move to 100, straight back from 98. So a nice little move to the upside there for Starbucks. We do like that name, but you know what? I guess finally, I mean, good idea there, I guess, getting out of some Tesla, as there's the move right up. So, you know, when your outs are above your ins, it's good, but I wish they were way above. Like, I wish we did continue that move up, but wishes doesn't really matter unless it's Christmas time and they come true somehow. But there it is, nicely done up to 116 for Tesla, but then it stopped. Like, it didn't even go to 116. It went to 115.60 there. It completely stopped at the 50 period. So unless this market really wants to break 11,000, then I don't think Tesla goes today. But we're going to hold it out just in case that does happen. We are not trading the futures, so we're going to trade something. There is that 11,000 right there. It stopped on a dime. So
that's not the best.
Not a great sign, as now we trade below it and look to make a move underneath one more time here. So, you know, maybe, as I said, we're still holding on to 40% now of our 45% of our Meta. But I'm just wondering, is Apple maybe a fade against this level? Is AMD maybe a fade? Where is it, 64? Yeah, I mean, AMD just bounced right off its 200 period. So, you know, try to stay patient with these names, but definitely missing some opportunities here as well. 64, yeah, wow. That 64, 20, 25 area was a great level there for AMD. Right back to its day high on a name that we know can be weak when the market turns. That was a missed opportunity there for AMD. Short around 64.20 if it does come back up. Hopefully it does, because that means Tesla and Meta would be ripping for us. Meta right back up there. Yeah, I mean, Caterpillar, Deere, all these names, they're going to continue to work to the high side, man. I mean, LLY, that's a name that I've really liked and been buying. Wow. I mean, I haven't bought this in a long time, but 370 for that name. And then shout out to you guys in the agriculture space there. As China declares no more COVID, or state of emergency gone, whatever it was there, their COVID zero policy, you could see Caterpillar, China always buying more and more agriculture equipment, Caterpillar and Deere leading the way there. So I wouldn't be surprised if DE is kind of the same fate. Nice little upside move.
Yeah, strong days for some of those. And it's relatively strong in Intel. I sort of talked about that short in front of 26. I'll show you guys get wick top exactly at that 26 even area. But hey, puts in a wick and then a consolidation right as the NASDAQ was rejecting 11. So I get a wick top, I see a re-entry, pretty much at that previous pre-market low, got some 96s in here to the short side as we try to relieve that pressure. ATNF, a bit of a bounce, so that's starting to work and get back into that upside, but I want that high of the day. You got APE, which if it can take VWAP, I want to get some out in front of this last channel that it had. If it breaks this 188, I think there's a bigger flush down into that 175 area, and I want to take advantage of that if I can, so I want to hang out for a little bit more of a winner on APE. I got to look back at NVIDIA and say getting out in front of VWAP was maybe too early, but if you're trading the longs this morning, it felt like the right move to pay it out. It got all the way back into 148. That retraces. As it retraces, it's Intel that I'm now going to play short. Don't need to be in both of them. Boeing caught a bit of a bid I was sitting this happens, so we talk about this sort of in real time all the time. Sitting on the dip buy in front of 191, I did not get the fill. That's the thing about bidding passively. It ends up bouncing a few pennies away from my order, now back up toward the high of the day. This, I think, if we can break the high of the day here, the next stop seems like 94.95 on Boeing, but I missed the reload. I have to hold on to what I got. As we go to Cherif, let's see that crypto update.
Yeah, guys, relatively unchanged. Here is Bitcoin down 0.1% on the day, but what isn't unchanged are the headlines coming from the crypto world. We mentioned to you this one earlier, Northern Dimension, now a new name being thrown into the FTX mix here, being accused essentially of taking customers' funds and being set up for the purpose of doing so. In fact, that they had a wonky website which has now been removed that was selling reportedly electronics. Not sure what that has to do with the crypto industry, but yeah, that coming out. And the former CEO as well of FTX testifying there on the weekend. Binance CEO Changpeng Zhao also believes external factors are driving fear among BNB holders, BNB the coin of Binance, essentially saying that the rumors of money laundering, drug conspiracy, and insolvency have resulted in mass withdrawals are being overstated, and essentially accusing the industry of targeting him. So that coming out of Binance, him firing back. Let's have a look at the market here, guys. Like I said, relatively unchanged. Here is BTC Ether, likewise 0.17 to the downside. US tethered 0.15. Not much happening. Doge down actually 1.77%, and Ripple up 3 3/4, guys.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. And that's what I was saying earlier, Cherif. And like, it was just like, you know, what was going on with Bitcoin? I mean, the market down 0.1, Bitcoin down. Well, actually, didn't you say Bitcoin is down 0.1? I mean, the market's down 1. So it's like barely, flat. So barely moving there.
It's safe.
Yeah,
I hate to say that,
it seems like it's safer than everything else, which is very, very strange. But okay, that's cool. That is what that is.
Careful here, guys.
Update.
Guys, if you're trading that ATNF, it just got back to 220 here. Did a wick off this 220, and volume's kind of picking up as it slammed back to 205, and it's got this weird sort of channeling going back and forth. Like, you're essentially going 5-10 cents in this range, but it just had a huge sell. Someone dumping a bunch of shares here to get it back beneath VWAP. This is like put up or shut up. If it can't hold 2 from here, I think it is going to be headed lower. My stop's in place. If it breaks 2, I got to get out of Dodge. That's an ugly move that I just saw, and I don't want to hold on to this forever. It's got a couple of tests of the high, but I've covered absolutely nothing of this long. Intel short just worked for me, but that last push to the downside on the market, that got me into that Alibaba off VWAP. So let's see if it can make another run at the high of the day. If it breaks channel down, there's way too much room to run to get stubborn about it. But I'm going to get some offers on the north side here to take advantage of this last little fill that we're able to get here in Alibaba. Never got Boeing, but Baba and Boeing are my 2 longs that aren't ATNF. Intel gave me one little push down into VWAP. It got halfway there, took some shares out. If it gets to VWAP, I'll take a few more on that bid, but it's now channeling right back up to that high. So if it breaks the top, I'll get out. Do not mind making a top wick. It's funny, like the first trade that I put on has been the easiest, but it's also been probably the most frustrating because Southwest, it just keeps on doing the exact same pattern here. 34.20, 33.80 at the bottom. Still feels like with the market bouncing, it wants to break down. It's relatively weak. At some point, I need that breakdown to actually happen and give me 33s. I've already scalped it. At this point, I'm looking for the bigger move. I think you could see close to a 10% move on Southwest if this channel goes. Could get pretty ugly, but I don't want to ignore the fact it's showing signs of strength. I said I'd express strength in this industry. In Delta, if it got above 34, that never happened. That's why I'm playing in Boeing, which is relatively strong.
All right, we'll take another out there for Meta as, it's relatively strong today. We talked about Meta versus the market. It was stronger against the market. So once we took that 117, we went right back into it, and now we're making back what we lost there. But it's a lot of work just to break even. So that sucks. But, when you're wrong the first time, you kind of stay with some of the names. We don't have a 116 bottom. We waited until we took down VWAP right there at 117, and then we went long. So, not catching the bottom, a triple bottom there. Should have been looked at a little closer, but again, hard to see everything, especially when the market is like this, and we're chasing some falling knives and so on and so forth, and we're a little bit obsessed with Tesla today as that goes back up to the upside. And again, positive on Tesla today for sure. We're long right now, 60 cents in the money, waiting for a bigger move. So that's going to be something. I see a lot of talk about gold, man. We had Peter Schiff on the other day. This is going to be Barrick Gold, GOLD. We can check out GLD if you want to actually trade the physical. But you guys mentioning gold here, that's really, really done quite well, man. We had Peter Schiff on 2 weeks ago, I guess, and it was down here 16.30. Look at this, up to $18. Michael Noss has been talking as well about gold, and there it goes, man. A huge move to the upside, honestly. Gold doesn't move too much like this. Barrick Gold is the company, so you're going to get into a minor right there. Huge move down this year, of course, back into the very bottoms, but a nice retracement back now above VWAP. That's that. And if you wanted the physical, good thing we got out of some meta there as it came back. Sorry, I'm talking about gold because you guys are talking about it, and I think it's important to be somewhat diversified, obviously, in your portfolios.
And your bonds.
Yep, and your bonds. You don't want to have too much corporate bonds. To find out Wu-Tang Financial, I don't know how you can contact them, but you can look for them in the yellow pages if they still exist. Right there. Oh, I got Wu-Tang socks for Christmas, by the way. I'm not wearing them. I should be. Don't know why they must be still under the tree. When do you get rid of your tree, by the way? I mean, I don't know. We have a real tree, so
New Year.
Yeah, tree pickup, I think, is next week.
It's New Year. It's a New Year.
The garbage next week. Yeah, so that would make sense. So New Year's. But there's GLD, man. The physical gold continues to make moves upside as well, up to 175 top here for GLD, Fahad, if we can, just over there. I just want to talk about that top right there. So watch out for 175 back in early summertime as it continues to make a move up. But good for you, you gold buffs there. Good hold on that.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at that same chart for a breakout. If it consolidates up here, this is actually a really good setup, right? I mean, for the longs, I mean, chasing it, I don't necessarily love as a trade for myself at this time of day. I feel like chasing at this time of day can be a little bit dangerous. Some of these moves starting to come right back in here, and I got to go back to Alibaba because it's starting to look like it might break channel down. So I was just trying to get some at 90 and then get somewhere at 90, 40, and then we retraced right back in. This is a 15-minute chart. I want to make sure I keep the 15-minute in mind because that's that previous resistance level at 90. You had a couple of wicks above it. If you break channel down, you could see 88. So there's no reload without covering shares. Last time it gave you that pushback in. This time it's not giving me that same move. NIO, which someone asked in the chat, I think it was directed at us. Do we have any NEO in our long term? I don't own any shares of NEO. Never have. I don't know that I ever would. I've been out of this short since it hit that pre-market low, and it can't seem to get past VWAP. So this looks like it's rolling over on a lower high. The other name, which maybe, I don't know if it's as good a trade or the same trade, probably the same trade. XPeng here fails 10. Now also putting in a lower high off of this 975 level. So you're getting this stair-step action, maybe a little stronger in XPeng, which is why I'm coming back over to NIO here. That feels a little bit weaker. They had the direct news below VWAP. If it breaks a double bottom, 10 definitely going to be in play here. I had mentioned Amazon and then never got back to it. Oh, just got AMC. Sorry, guys. I was going to say Amazon relative strength, but AMC back to that $4 level. So I am now going to be long in front of 4. It held it once. Let's see if it can hold it twice. I am not an intentional hedge, but I am short the ape off of the ape. I am short ape off $2 as it heads back down toward its low of the day. Sometimes these move in opposite directions. They happen to be falling in the same direction here. So if ape works down to 170, decent chance maybe AMC cracks that 4 on me.
We're at some pivotal moments here in the market because the NASDAQ is right back to 11,000 and dancing one more time right now. So, oh man, you're right here right now for the NQs. So I don't know why I'm watching gold. I mean, I was watching meta right there. So, and just debating, we just got a nice meta fill right there at our 50 period. Let's just see if the NASDAQ wants to go as we continue to watch it here. Hopefully it turns green and you get a nice little candle to the upside and that will send meta through this level. I'm waiting here at 118.20 to get another piece out. But again, we've gotten pretty good outs here on META upside. Let's go market. Come on, let's just take this 11,000 right now. 11,000, we're starting to head back down, but nice battle back there, straight from 10.9 right back up to 11,000. So we'll go up 100 points. It's now coming back in a little bit, but we'll watch out for it. Again, if we take down this 55, 54 area, let's take one more piece out because this is the breaking spot, right? So if it breaks, just like we were looking for it to break up, it could easily just break down. So just like I have an order in case we break up to get out, I'm going to have an order to get out on the way down as well. So let's hope for a nice little break long. We may not get it, but what we are going to get is Cherif over at the Big Nest with happening now.
We'll switch it to Sector Watch, Shawn. You got guys standing out here right in front of me, staring at me on the screen is WIN and Las Vegas Sands up in the consumer discretionary sector there. Win up 6.17%, definitely a counter market move, possibly a sympathy play here by Las Vegas Sands up 4 3/4. Those are staring at me. What's also staring at me here is Tesla down 6.4% now as well. Not much light green, as you can see, and not much dark red. Mostly muted market moves. We've got Netflix down, also in the communication services down 2.5%, followed by some other non-notable names. So kind of a muted day right now in terms of the really standout candidates, but the market definitely not giving us that.
Yeah, I mean, you see those casinos. Those casinos going to be up, relatively speaking, to the market. You got Alibaba. Look, the Chinese names with the zero COVID have been heading to the upside. And at some point, you almost had to jump that party. I'm just a little concerned now. You might see a breakdown of these levels. So I got this dip buy here in Baba. Was able to get some at 90. I'll take some out. If you break channel up, room to 94, 95. But at some point, you got to get out of Dodge and then go with the trend. That's what I'm trying to do here in Alibaba. We'll see if it happens. This market's starting to channel upside. Got a little Boeing to the upside, but then hopefully it can work out. But finally, you're getting some support here in the market there, Shawn.
Yeah. I'm going to try to find some more opportunities for you guys here as we go. What stocks you guys want us to look at there? Retail going crazy. Target, MKSS, Walmart is not. Okay, Win up 6%. You guys know that I've really loved Win. Congratulations to anybody that's been buying this dip. Win's been really working out, so that's been a good one for anybody as well on that Win front. RIVN, what else? XOM, PGY. Yeah, we could definitely. Wow, right now Tesla, though, is back breaking levels. So there goes Tesla. Nice move to the upside here. I feel like, how many shares do we have? Damn it. Obviously, we always want to have more on when it's starting to rip up and less on when it's going down. But let's just wait to see. The market is breaking, or trying to break anyways. Tesla could. I mean, do we just take this out right here at 117? I mean, I think we probably do. That's 116.30. If we're lucky enough to get that, I'm going to put an offer. You know what, though? If we break, you know what? I mean, if we break the 200 period here, you know, then that could trigger long. Let's hold. Let's hold on to this one. Again, probably rose-colored glasses because we've been looking long here on Tesla, and it's been an up stock for me today. So very, very choppy. You're 100% right there, Ron Miller. It's been super choppy for Tesla today. I mean, it's very, very tough to take any money out of this stock, as from what I could see, unless, again, you're just sort of really, really got your scalping hat on. I've been holding this now. I mean, my last entry was 30 minutes ago, which is a long time for me. Been trying to hold this one for a better upside move, but once again, we just stopped at 115.70 and turned around completely there. All these stocks don't want to do anything, man. I mean, I thought the market was breaking. I was like, here we go, but no. Again, it takes down 11,000 and stops. So I don't know, man. I'm gonna. I mean, and then I just go, I'm going to take a piece out of Meta, and now it's trying to go right back up, right breaking through the 50 period. All right, you know what? Meta right now out 89, forget it. I'm canceling my 118.20 fill. I'm going to take that fill, go bang like that, and see if it can continue to the upside. It's just too choppy. We just bounced off 11,000 again. We'll take a 90 or whatever that was, 89. So we'll take that out, and we'll see if it can continue to make a move to the upside, man.
I will say, I got to say this. We talk about the winners, talk about the losers, we talk about the missed opportunities. I'll tell you this much. I missed Amazon, and I got to show you guys a chart here. We liked Amazon at 83, and I'm not going to be happy about it. You had Friday's bottom at that 83 level. It got down to 83.26 on that flush. It's coming back to 85. It's got some signs of relative strength as it gets to the upside. This is what it's all about here. We'll show you the winners, we'll show you the losers, the in-between, the missed opportunities, but it's more about the plan of action. Like, what do we see? Why do we like it? You saw the market. Arun basically said exactly where the yes would turn, and some of these turns have been exactly where you would expect them on that support levels and sometimes on resistance. All we ask you is, A, enjoy the show, B, make sure that you enjoy what we're giving to you live. You don't have to take the trades, but you should be trying to get the process in. And then hit the like and the subscribe. I know the midday is going to be absolute fire. We have Pratt back in the house to be sure. And this market is now above 11. So we are getting an upsized move in here. So I might have missed out on Amazon, but hey, at least we got some Boeing into the upside. That's got some strength. We'll see what happens with AMC. But Boeing about to hit enter twice. Boeing breaking high of the day. I think we can see 194 here today. I'm looking for places to add this bad boy.
And you might have heard there, that was a good little trade there. Oh my God, the market finally is moving. And now we have Meta. Look at this take on Meta. Huge upside move. $1.50 now in the money for Meta. As are the bulls back? Here we go. Let's see. We're riding. Let's see if it can go upside. We're $1 in the money on Tesla. We're $1 in the money on Meta right now. So we take advantage of that. There's that pop that we thought we could get, man. Unfortunately, we did take a piece out on 118 again just now. But here's a nice little move upside, sitting right there at 50. Runs us over. We get that fill all well now on Metaville, as it's a huge move to the upside right now. The one thing that's not happening, and again, play the names that are relatively strong. Look at Meta, 0.32, right? Look at Tesla. Can't get going on a huge market break. So market just broke above 11,000. Is it going to hold? I'm not sure. But Tesla definitely saying no to that break. So I don't know if there was just news on this or something, but I feel like it should have gone there. And the fact that it didn't is definitely a worrisome piece for me. I like Amazon short here, 85 to be completely honest with you. But at the same time, it's holding Meta long, holding Tesla long. Do we really want to say enough is enough for Amazon, or do we want to continue to have this market with a nice little upside move? Well, I'm just going to answer my own question. I'm going to short Amazon. So I'm going to go short here. We'll see if we get an 87 fill. We just got it as it runs us over. So we're going to give this to 85.10 or so. It's, what's the high of the day? 80, well, 86, forget about it. Right there, right where we started that day. That's the 85.10 spot I'm talking about. So we'll give it up here, 85.10 or so to get out of Amazon. Hey, if the short doesn't work, we'll take a 20-cent hit, fine. But we are putting on some risk here for Amazon up to this level. I like it here. Let's see if it will work out. Yeah, so like I'm short Intel here, which I guess I usually am, but it's NVIDIA. I got a long on NVIDIA at 45 that worked, but I want to take a second. It's 10:48. Got to start thinking about where this trend is. The market just bounced upside. You know, we're 0.5% down on the NASDAQ. We're 3.5 on NVIDIA. You've failed the 50-period moving average. You've broken down last week's support at 148.75. When I look at this retracement, yeah, sure, the 145 level worked, but we came right back into 148, failed the previous week's support, turning it into resistance. This, to me, just says, it screams, I should be shorting the pop-up here, and as long as we're beneath 148.75, only looking for said shorts. So as much as I've got Intel, that's at the money. I want to be looking for the short on NVIDIA here. And if we fail 1100 on the NASDAQ, then I think you can take a breakdown trade. If we're above 1100, I'm going to look to play it off this channel here at that 148. I still feel good about the Boeing long, but this is the time of day where you got to be cautious of top breaks. We're at that high. If we can clear out 192.50, hold that consolidation above, suddenly you've got a 92 to be able to be adding, and then on the way to that 94. So patience is a virtue here for me on Boeing. It is trending to the upside. It's a breakout trade. If the market continues, I think I got one that can go. Obviously, I'm in AMC. I don't think that's in the same category. I mean, I don't think I have to tell anybody that, but as it gets inside of its channel, I wouldn't be surprised if AMC, $4 to $4.20 all morning long. If we just sit there the entire day, I want to make sure that I'm getting something out inside of said channel. If it breaks 420, I can always hold on to some of this or jump back into more shares. So far, so good, bouncing off that 4 level. It does mean that that 8 short that I have on can be in jeopardy, but that broke VWAP. I already took half of it out. If we get above $2, that's an easy out. All right, I mean, we're just sniffing things out right now. We'll go bang on a couple things here as there goes Amazon to the downside. I told you that we were going to take this. Yes, sir. Wow, 25 cents almost immediately on that Amazon short. So that was a good trade for us there as we are now out of just small piece, 25% of that one. Noticing that Tesla's been pretty weak. Obviously, we just talked about that. If it doesn't want to enjoy that break, then we're going to get another piece out of Tesla. We'll take 50 cents on that one. And then we did the same thing on Meta. We just double tuck and out there as, yeah, okay, I see you, Amazon. I like that one. Let's see if I get this right now. Let's go over to the big desk for Money Talks with Cherif.
Guys, currency's relatively flat. The US dollar index down about a quarter of a percentage point. The euro flat against the dollar, and The British pound down as well, a third. Same with the yen. Mixed board though, because the Canadian dollar was up 3/4 of a percentage point against the U.S. dollar. So I couldn't help but look, is oil up? You know, they always try to connect the two there. And yeah, oil's up lately, guys. So an interesting move today on currencies, but yeah, nothing too crazy to talk about.
Man.
I mean, yeah, the move, forget about the currencies, it's gold today, obviously, that you see making the bigger move. Crypto not doing anything. Gold's been an absolute monster to the upside. So I just got that NVIDIA. I said if we're below 11,000, then I short the breakdown in NVIDIA. So I shorted the breakdown in NVIDIA. We'll see if that one wants to roll over here, as it's been so incredibly weak. Yeah, it's probably going to head back to that 145. There was support down there at 45, so I will respect it in terms of getting some out in front of it. I don't want to ignore NEO here, because NEO, okay, it's right off. Look at it reject VWAP. This is going to be a short for me off of VWAP. If I can get some 30 to 35, I haven't gotten back into this trade, and I'll get into it if it gets to that 10 level. But you know, that was the second trade we got in. We got NEO and Southwest, and I've kind of been ignoring them after they worked so easily. NEO giving you a nice channel for a bit of a breakdown, but NVIDIA is my new trade. Still got Intel to the short side, so I got the chips covered.
All right, I don't know, man. You might have just saw me be like, what's up with that? I mean, we'll throw some of this around now off that Amazon. I mean, that's honestly, it's like wait as much as you possibly can for some of these, or as long as you possibly can, because we got a 57 fill there. I mean, it came right into these levels. So that for me, instantly good trade there. We got short 80. I mean, right now we're short 97, so it's 30 cents in the money. But our first take was 88s, then 90. I think we had an average price of 93 or something like that when we were all said and done. So our first take there, 80s and all the way down. Our biggest order was 66 or something that we were able to cover. So it's right here. And then I just saw it flush, and I just pushed bid enter, and I think we got 57s. We did get 57s. I say we got 55s, but not that lucky. So there's a nice little move down as we really recovering there from that open where we went long Apple first, which hurt, and then we were able to make a little bit back off that bottom short. We went short there at 129.30 or so, which was probably not a good decision. That was a good reload spot. But again, you know, Apple relatively weak against the market. So if the market continued to fall, I do like that. And you could see right now a lot of kind of barcode action happening here on the top for Apple. So, you know, that doesn't bode well for the market per se, but Apple's kind of doing its own thing anyways today, as Apple's 52-week low today, as is many things. So that's one of those names. DraftKings, we said, and again, these are just part of the issues like that I have. I say trades and then don't take them. Like I said, why not take DraftKings breaking 11? You know, you could probably rewind this about an hour. I don't even know when I said, probably less than that. Probably about a half hour ago when we were down here, because it made a bottom and then it took it out. And again, we just missed it. So that was, yeah, probably around 10 o'clock. We talked about DraftKings taking 11 again. It does do that pretty easily. And I like to go names that make bottoms and then take out levels, right? It's why we went really hard here on Meta, because we made that bottom and then it broke higher. And that, to me, signaled this move. Now, we got lucky that the market sort of got upside. But that's, you know, if we get lucky when the market moves up, do we get unlucky when the market moves down? So, you know, you got to be able to sort of play both ways and take the winners with the losers. NVIDIA, man, 146. AMD's, I mean, I prefer AMD to trade it, but still the same kind of thing right here. Still making these highs and then hitting it right back down. So 64, a good little level there for AMD. Again, not sure why we're not on it. We should be there. We shorted Amazon instead.
Sorry, not to interrupt, but the weird thing is 1% AMD,
there goes Tesla.
1% Intel. NVIDIA is 4% to the downside. That's why I'm short this name now, because it's just clearly the dog of the chip names. I haven't seen anything else, and maybe I'm not looking deep enough, but like I said, it rolled over. We took 11,000, got taken out to the south side. Now we're breaking out, taking one leg. If we bounce off 145, I'll respect that. But I feel like we're headed right down into the low of the day. NVIDIA weak. I got as well Intel, but Intel's flat right now for me. Well, NVIDIA, the second you put it on, it goes instantly in the money. My concern with Tesla is here's a flat bottom breakdown. If 114 goes on Tesla, I think that 112 that I've been waiting for could come into play. I've been bidding 112 since the early pre-market, but this market really starting to roll back over. The shorts have been the play since the morning. It's been the easier way to go. but I'm going to start doing this where I just short these highs on Southwest because I've been ignoring this bad boy. Keep thinking it'll go even higher for me to get back into some shares. It's been an easy one, but it's time to get a little more aggressive shorting the pops in some Southwest. The only long that still works, Boeing and AMC. AMC not really caring what the market does.
Yeah, so we're getting, we just, again, it was good. Like, we're actually positive on Tesla today, which has been good, considering we only went long on this name. So positive stock for us today, but I just thought that 114 would hold, and it's not. So we're going to give this one a little bit more room here as it goes. We're long at 114.03. We did get some out when it first broke, but now it's just hitting all the sides, right? Like, what I saw at 114, there has been some defense up here with big shares popping in, but the big shares are on both sides. Like, there's a 30 or 40,000 share order there at flat as well. So, you know, there's 12,000 shares, and that's going to get eaten up like no problem. So there's 40,000, and there it is, right? So did that just get marketed down? Like, who knows? There's continued pressure, in my opinion, on both sides of this trade, which makes it very, very hard to sit in. So breaking 80, we're gone on Tesla, and yeah, you may get that 112 break or 112 long that come through very, very soon. But there it is. See, they just take 114 again. So let's just see if it can hold it. Like I said, we are up on Tesla today. It's a big banger trade here if you can find it, but it's been a short. We're really, I don't want to say lucky because I don't think it's a luck thing because we traded it. It's just, remember when it popped, when Meta popped and the market popped, and I said, but Tesla didn't? Well, there's my last piece out, right? We held one more piece to come back in. It broke 114. We got out. Then I thought there was some buyers, so now we'll go long a little bit down here at the bottom, maybe for Tesla. But still, like, we're in the money an amazing 30 cents there. We need to get a lot more. If Tesla can come back anywhere to 115, then we'll scalp this out. But a little bit of a drop down, and we're going to get out of that one. And meanwhile, Amazon right now, good trade there for me on AMZN, man. As we waited for 85, it came right in. This was about 10 cents worth of risk, and we're now in the money 55 cents. So 5-to-1 risk to reward on this Amazon trade. Pretty good so far. Stick with what's been working, man. I've been crushing Amazon lately.
Yeah, you got to stick to what's working. Unfortunately, for anyone on the bull side, it has been mostly shorts in here today. I just got some bids out there on Nvidia. Sorry, on Intel as Nvidia starts to roll over. A couple of things I'm just sort of keeping track of. I got a couple of chip names to the south side. APE is actually, if you want to come back to it, it's actually rejecting VWAP now, so trending down. I think this is a pretty simplistic trade because above 2, I can get out. I'm short at 97.5 here. If we break to the bottom, I think we can see that 170. So relatively easy form for that trade. If I got to be concerned with something that's still on because the shorts are all in the money, I just got a dip in Boeing. So Boeing was churning. Looked like it was headed clean for a break, but the market rolled over. And the question becomes, can it maintain this breakout off the pre-market highs? So I had been able to get a leg out, so we have been profitable on it. But if it can't hold 191 in VWAP, this is probably joining the party to the downside and going to fall like everything else. It's a hold on to your short kind of day. Those have been relatively easy as long as you were joining that trend. Intel, I did get stopped up, but just jump right back into it in front of 26, and then we'll continue to work this one into the downside. So been able to get some of this falling market in free fall. We'll see what happens. We got about 30 seconds left, and I don't want to say anything, but you know, you're 1% to the downside. It did feel we were actually up when we sat down in the pre-market.
Yep.
A certain somebody who likes free falls is back on the desk, so I'm pretty sure he'll know how to trade the lunchtime session as they always do. But guys, it's been a fantastic opportunity in a lot of these names this morning. Definitely volatility is here for this week, whether it's gold, whether it's some of these EV names, whether it's going to be the chips, which are going absolutely ape, and whether it's ape, AMC and ape themselves. We got them here for you. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. For now, let's go get it to Trader Prad and Luca sporting the Raptors gear.
Nice, I like it.
Ugh.
Christmas.
Yes, sir. We're back. We're back in the house. I missed all of you guys, but let's start with the intro. I'm your host, Trader Prad. It is lunchtime. It is market movers, and obviously, We got the main man Luca with us. I'm actually trying to battle myself into a short over here on Tesla around 114. So if you see me trying to focus a little bit, that's exactly what I'm trying to focus on. And here's the chart up for you. Did get into a decent short earlier on near 115, but here 114 keeps burning me while I'm trying to enter. It looks like it wants to give. You know, that 112 area that you keep hearing Neil even mention is what I'm expecting. If we do get a nice little flush there, I want to be involved into a short over here on Tesla. Come on, let me get that fill. Let me get back into the trade. Maybe this is the one that I missed out by not being a part of it. Got stopped out, but we'll keep on battling Tesla. A couple other positions on board too. We'll get the position board updated for you in a second. In the meantime, Luca is logging in, so let me show you a couple other trades that I am involved in at the moment. It's going to be an Apple short. Apple short around where is it? 129.89. So basically 130 short around on the break of 130 to the downside. I already had a fill around 138.29, which was a successful short for myself on Apple. Now here goes the market right back to the downside after rejecting that 11,000 area for NASDAQ. And Tesla looks like it's not going to... Come on, give me that fill. There we go. We had to chase that fill a little bit. We're going to chase it again one more time. I do want to be part of it because if it does flush to 112, sorry, I want to be in that trade, which was already a pretty good short for me for 115. So part of me is upset that I'm no longer in the stock while it's at $113. And right now I'm getting another order ready for me to get filled on the break of 113.49. So let me just throw that order out there. Bang, bang, bang. We're ready to go. All right. Let's look at the chat where we're going. Is this Prad's brother? No. Prad's brother's still in India. I'm Prad. You know it. I missed you guys. I hope you guys missed me as much as I missed you. I did, come into the show on the back end, was looking at the chat, moving around, was very happy with the way Luca and Cherif took care of you guys. So thank you. A big, big shout out to both of them for holding it down while I wasn't here. And Luca, glad to be back next to you, my friend. I missed you a lot, buddy.
Oh man, I was living vicariously through your posts
pictures.
over there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice weather, good food. I was so jealous, man. I see the chat's like, oh, is Prad married? What happened? It's lots of fun. Lots of fun. It was nice to see. Always a pleasure to see that, and I can't wait to see more things that you show me. More pictures coming through.
I got you, my friend. I got you.
Yeah, hopefully everybody is having a great time, had a great weekend. Merry Christmas to everybody just tuning in. Always a great time to spend time with the ones that love you most. But back to trading, today definitely exciting. I'll share a couple of my trades to start here. Let me just get fired up. Main focus for me this morning was Tesla. I'm sure a lot of people trading Tesla today. Kind of crazy to come in and see this thing down 5-6%, now 8% after everything that happened. I mean, this is kind of crazy. Now we're going to 113 right here. There's probably like 500 to 800 lots there for sure. For sure, we're breaking that level. But yeah, guys, keep in mind, last week to start the week, Tesla was at like 154. Like here's the daily, right? So like we're talking like December 14th, 15th. Like this thing's at $160. Like we're now breaking 113 to the downside. So I mean, I don't know where this goes. I know people talking 112. All I'm going to say is we spoke about this last week, and everyone said 137, 125. Nobody said. Actually, there was one person who said 110. But did we think 110 was going to come into play today? I mean, I didn't think that. My call stands where it stands. $20, $17. That's where this is going. I love this. Now everyone's like 88, 60, 80. You know what? Yeah, like, are we going to come in? We're obviously last week of the year. Things are going to be super exciting, kind of crazy. You got a lot of people positioning. What's going to happen going into next year. So much for the Santa Claus rally, but yeah, maybe Santa had to lay off a couple of his workforce over there. Tough times, inflation, and here we are now. Here we are. Dan's saying 69. Yeah, I dig that. 69, 110 for sure. 100 huge level. 250, 200, 150, 100. Huge levels. Probably going to breach the 100 level at some point next year. Would not be surprised if that happens. But yeah, man, definitely an exciting day. To start the day, anybody watching Tesla off the open, I was thinking long. I was like, okay, maybe long, it's down 5%, probably going to get a lot of shorts covering, but I really want to see it in the tape. And it kind of looks a little sloppy because of these kind of things, but let me just zoom out here. I don't know if anybody noted this, but 117.50, huge reserve buyer, was not breaking 117.50. And so I initially wanted the short, which was basically through VWAP, through 117.50 to the downside. I thought there was selling pressure, but it was not breaking. We kind of went a little bit higher. And what I saw in the tape, and this was confirmation, as a trader, you always want to wait for confirmation for your ideas to come to fruition. And what I saw was sharp up moves that then stopped and then went back down. Sharp up moves that then stopped and went back down. And I was like, okay, we're at 115, right? We were at 160. You gotta imagine shorts are covering. They're covering the flush. You know, like you short 160 a week later, 112. You're taking some off, right? So in my mind, you know, you had a lot of traders that were trying to bid, get out. You know, it just wasn't filling off the open. That's where you want to cover because there's a lot of volume. They're slamming it up, and then there's no follow through. That kind of gave me conviction to scale into this trade. And so I was very light, very light on the way up, very light. Then really hitting it hard on the way down, max size on the way down, flushing through 117.50, break of the icebergs, triggering the stops, big volume spike. And for me, that's it. My expectations for the morning of Tesla was this. I thought there was going to be a lot of chop. I thought we're already down 5-6%. Maybe we go the rest of the day. But you guys know me, I'm a scalper at heart. So for myself, it was kind of in, out. And then the long was a mistake. I was like too aggressive with my punches. And then I was like, okay, let me get out of that one because that's not a part of the plan. Then I tried a little bit of the 115 bounce there, but it just wasn't bouncing, right? We did not get back through VWAP. I think key level for the day, you know, 117 to 117.50. That 117.50, man, that is the level of interest for myself on the day. Do we get back there? I have no idea. You know, pretty muted right now. We're getting that next leg down. We just broke that 113 level. You know, at some point, yeah, maybe we do get the 112 test. I think I'm going to try along at 112 for a little bit of a bounce, you know, but my expectations are slashed just because it's down 8%, right? So I got to remind myself, hey, Luca, don't take these bounce plays with size in the middle of the day because, you know, it is just it is down 8% and it has just showed you that the bounce is just is slow, right? So yeah, what's going on, Zoltan? Scalp Demon over here, just doing the do's, living the life. Life is good. Luca doesn't stop talking. Yeah, man, you know, I can go forever, man. I can go forever. But no, I just wanted to share this trade with everybody, show you got kind of the action there. It was a lot of fun. I'll share a couple more, but I'm sure Prad's looking at something right now.
No, man, that's Luca's got one of those special talents that not a lot of people have. That's why we love having him on the show over here. He's got a lot of knowledge base and is able to talk about it without any issues and, you know, stuttering and so on. And Luca, not many people have that special skill. But like you did say, I am still looking as obviously Tesla. Everyone's got Tesla on their board today. I did jump out of my Tesla short. I added it on the break of 113.50. I added it on the break of 113 also, but what I noticed around 112.80, Tesla stopped going down to at the velocity that it was, and some buying came in. So I just started punching out of my position completely. I did the same thing for Apple also. So not really in any of my positions, everything except LUV, Southwest Airlines, Southwest Jet, Southwest Airlines. You know the catalyst behind it, lots of cancellations coming in, and because of that, hence they're down about 5% today. So kind of the same idea that Neil had off the open, but I got scared with the immediate push up that it had. I wasn't really paying attention to the level 2 and time of sales. You know, I'm a little rusty coming back from my vacation. I'm taking lower size trades, trying to build back my rhythm and my momentum to how I used to trade or you know, taking size and so on. So started off the bat, saw this push come into the position, got scared, and I punched out at probably the worst spot. I basically punched out at the high of the opening move itself, and then I figured, hey, why did I even punch out? I waited for a couple more variables to show up. Clearly the stock wants to stay below VWAP throughout the whole day, and so started punching into positions over here on LUV, scalping them out below 34 slightly, and now as the stock pushes back to 34.30, 34.40s, all the way up to 35. You might be wondering why 35. If you pull it up on the long-term chart over here on LUV, you will notice that this the daily chart. Notice how we have this bottom around 35 for the last week. I think this is Thursday and this is Friday. Obviously, we had the vacation. Hope everyone had a great long weekend coming into today. And if you trade Canadian market specifically, then you still have a nice little long weekend going into tomorrow, where the markets open up back for you. But here I am trying to scale back into the same position on LUV, negative catalyst. The markets are already in the red. NASDAQ down almost 1% and S&P 500 only down 0.16, but still in the red direction. So waiting to see if I can keep on capitalizing on the same trade to the downside as long as the trade shows up for me. But one thing that I do have to mention, that always keeping track of Jets.am if you're using PIPRA or the Jets ETF in general. This is your ETF where all the airlines are basically held under. Kind of like the same idea if you're trading your NVIDIAs, your AMDs, and so on. You might want to watch your SOXX, which is your semiconductor ETF. I know most of you watch SOXL, which is your 3 times leverage ETF for the semiconductors to the long side. You also have SOXX, which is 3 times leverage to the downside. I myself have Jets open and LUV open on the same screen because that happens to be my most sized trade for the day, and one that I'm keeping very close eye on. All the other stocks, for example, these Teslas and your Apples and your AMDs, I'm just scalping them. Once again, just a quick little warning that I'm not trying to get back. Even Luca messaged me today. He goes, "Hey, take it easy, eh? Just because you finish your vacation doesn't mean you come back and you go guns blazing 100% accurate." I'm starting slow. I'm building my momentum back. Even pressing keys a little bit has me off. I'm pressing the wrong keys at the wrong time. So I'm happy that you even sent me that message. Always looking out for me. Thank you, Luca. You're the man.
100%, man. I'll say this every time. You want to go into the week with good habits. Keep it stress-free. Sometimes I stress myself out, but then I just got to step back and remind myself. It's easy for me to, turn to Pratt and be like, "Hey, Pratt, good habits. You want to do this," and I will also follow my own advice. People in the chat were asking Apple 52-week low ? Yeah, Apple broke the 52-week low, which was, I think, just above 129. So it did break that to the downside. I think the low of the day is 128.72 now. It had a little run back towards VWAP, and I'm a little bit upset that I didn't take the short for the break that back down. Apple almost down 2%. I think 128 test is going to come. I'm not really too sure as to when that's going to come to fruition, but I tried a little bit of a bounce play long, and I was actually in the money on the trade. And I just thought that there was a potential that this could actually get back for like $1, like 130, 160. So had the trade, had a really good entry. The low of that wick was maybe 44s, and I think I bid 52. So it was a really good entry in the money. I was like, hey, let me let this one ride as I focus on my Tesla trades. But it just couldn't go, right? I mean, hindsight's 20/20. The market's down, everything's down. But it just didn't go. And that's okay, man. That's okay. Sometimes, your ideas are not really going to have that follow through. I mean, for the downside, there was follow through, but the long just didn't, the long was wrong, right? So tried it once, lost, tried it again in front of the 130, quick little scalp bounce. This was basically playbook scalp, like going for 20 cents. I'll take that 10 out of 10 times. Then we actually broke down, and I was like, let me just let this go. Let's see what happens to Apple today, which, I'm kind of curious on because, now that we actually broke that 52-week low, do we hold this level of 129? Do we get some sort of kind of relief bounce, hold this level, then we'd run back to 130 and then go back to high day 131? I mean, the overall market, we had a nice flush lower, but these are not the lows. These are not the lows. If we remember last week, we obviously had CPI 2 weeks ago, then we had the FOMC, the overall market flushed to the downside, and now holding that 138 level, right? So broke 138, but holding. And look at these little wick actions here. Anytime you see these kind of candles on the daily, there's follow through to the downside. There's a lot of selling, we are probably going lower. But then as soon as you see these, a bounce and then a retest of the lows, and then it's okay, higher low, higher low, higher low, we could potentially get a nice little bounce into next year, right? So I'm really curious as to how this week plays itself up. I think the end of the year, I think it was Neil who was actually making a really good point, saying, a lot of tax loss selling, across the board on all these names, whether it be Apple, whether it be Tesla. But if that selling subsides, for this week, what happens? Do we actually get a bounce? Today we're down. Do we bounce the rest of the week? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I'm going to be here to react to all those trades. It's definitely going to be exciting for myself. Apple didn't work out the first time, had the bounce. I'm up on the name, I think. No, I'm actually flat. I'm flat on the name. So this was a loss, this was a win, but I think I had more size on this one because I liked it more. This was just less size scalp. So yeah, basically down on the name, but a little bit of a paper cut. Definitely can't complain about that one. Also tried a little bit of an Amazon long, I want to say as well. And this one was just same kind of thing. You know, I kind of tried the bounce there, didn't work, and then got out of that. So yeah, Tesla, you know, 112.60 right now. We'll see how this reacts, 112.50. You know, maybe we get closer to 112 there, and then kind of watch, right? We are still holding trend to the downside. It is still following moving average. We easily flush down, but you know what? Now that I think about it, this is definitely one that will flush down and flush back up. So I'm going to have an order there just in front of 112. We'll see if we can get that fill 112 and then bounce back. You know, my expectations, not really sure what to think, but I think, you know, this could get back maybe to 114. Maybe back to 114. So we're going to see what happens. It's definitely going to be exciting if we get the fill there. And yeah, I don't know if anybody's talking or saying.
So real quick about CRM, yeah, I was just getting Cherif to see if he can find anything for CRM for us. He says nothing major that he sees at a quick glance at his icon terminal and other sources that we use to grab information. But CRM with some volume coming into it. I see a lot of people in the chat talking about CRM also. Tesla 112 coming in right now. I know you were waiting for that Tesla 112. That's exactly what I was
looking
for. There it is. You want to talk about the long?
Yeah, sure. So guys, here I am, long Tesla. This was my thoughts. I was like, okay, maybe we can actually flush right into 112. And it's going to be one where you probably have to get run over. And then I don't know what's going to happen next. Do we break 112 to the downside? Obviously, lots of selling pressure. I'm going to hang on to this one for the time being. I think 112 breaks. If we just continue to slam lower and make new lows and the selling pressure continues, then I'm wrong. Then I'm wrong. But we're in an area right now where this is going to dance around and do all types of things, right? So we actually broke 112. But now we're back above 112. The low is 111.85 there. So I'm expecting lots of stop orders, a little bit less liquidity, but I think I'm good here. I think I might be good for the bounce. And so I'm going to hold on to this long. I'm going to see if we bounce back up. That 112.50 is definitely an interesting area. If we can get back above 112.50 and then pop, like that's kind of the low, and then I'll readjust my stop and go from there. At this point, I don't have a stop in. I'm just kind of watching, gauging the tape. I'm saying to myself, like, you know, like this, it's down 8-9%. You know, maybe it triggers SSR today, right? Maybe it triggers SSR, but, you know, I don't like bounce plays when it's kind of slow. I like them when they flush into a level and then go back up. So this one has the potential for myself to go. If we get back above that 113, then yeah, maybe we get to 113.50, 114. You know, it kind of held that 114 area for a little bit. So what I'm thinking is now that was a little bit of support, maybe it turns into a little bit of resistance, right? So here was the leg down. You know, you got the kind of volume, call it whatever, capitulation to the downside. Maybe we bottom out at this 112 area, and there'll be ample opportunity, I think, for myself to get out of this, make this a winning trade here, right? So, yeah, I'm going to potentially have orders scaled, you know, gauging the 50 period. It's sort of respected it the first time. I think we're going to get there eventually. It just matters. It's just a matter of when. So we're going to see if this long wants to work. You know, the trend is your friend. The trend is your friend. So if you're in the shorts, I almost want to say nurse the shorts. For myself, I said, look, if I'm going to trade these bounce plays, it has to be at really good levels where I think things are going to look good. And, you know, now glancing back, 300 lots on the offer here on Tesla, 200 lots on the offer. Not looking good for the long, not going to lie. But if this, I feel like this fills, and then we just go back to the upside. So, yeah, man, guys, hit the like button, 1.9K likes. If you're enjoying the show, hopefully these likes help my long position to the upside and get a little bit of a bounce, get a dollar win out of this, and I'm chilling.
Yeah, so I did notice that 300 lots. I threw my order out earlier on and never got the fill, so now I'm just sitting there waiting at 112.10 to see if I can catch it. But that 300 lots that showed up at 112.83, 112.30 is something to keep an eye out. As Luca did mention, if that size gets taken out, maybe we can work with that long on the break of 112.30, maybe even take the break of 112.50, get a quick little dollar per share scalp to the north side of this market, is able to go back up. Right now, the NASDAQ market does seem to want to stay above 10,950 and not go too much further to the downside. If we do see the market go below 10,950 and this size on 1233s chase the Tesla stock down, then maybe 112 breaks one more time and continues to go to the downside and the shorts continue to stay. The stock is yet to trigger SSR, so that keep in mind that is a possibility as we are down 9% on Tesla. For those of you who are wondering what SSR is, okay, am I going to get the fill? Hey, finally got the fill on the long. Let's see if we can work with this one. Quick 10 cents in the money, but if you know, for Tesla, 10 cents, that's nothing. We want more than that. There we go. Let's see if we can take out that size on, okay, a little bit of the size did get tested. They did take out a little bit, not too much though. I think half or slightly more than half was taken out. Now we're looking at to see if there we go. The size is being taken out. Now I'm quickly glancing at the market to see what the market wants to do. UVXY marching towards the high of day. If UVXY takes out the high of day, then maybe we're still having some questions going on about the longs over here that we're trying to catch the bounce play long. But you know, patience, and I do have a stop also in mind. You know, it's a clear, easy stop. It's a low a day, 111.85. If that breaks, I'm exit stage left. If that doesn't break, then I'm fine with holding on to my size, which is currently 50 cents in the money. Luca put the trade on for you. I jumped in along with him over here, and you know, that's what Trader TV Live is about, man. Educate, entertain, and I think the last one was inform. Hey, I still remember 2 weeks of vacation, thankfully, has not wiped out my memory at all. And yeah, we're working with these longs, and LUV only 5 cents out of the money. It is trying to go back down. It is slightly above VWAP, but I do believe in this trade to the downside. It is it's only rejected the previous resistance where we were trading around 34.30s. So I'm waiting to see if we can get that moved right back to 34. Allow me to scalp some exits at 34, and then even below 34 if that's an opportunity. I also would like to take a quick little glance at Apple, which we were in a good short. I think I exited around 50 cents to 70 cents per share profit on the last short that we had on Apple. But something to keep in mind while we're while we're trading Tesla over here is what is Apple doing? Because Apple, being the #1 component of both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, it's always a good tool to use as a barometer to see or to get an idea of where the market might move to. Since Apple's not really going too far to the downside and it's still holding that 129.04 52-week bottom at the moment. Yeah, the low day is 128.72, so the new 52-week bottom 128.72, but the 52-week low 129.04 on Apple. Currently, we're still above that, and the market does not want to go too far to the downside. So I think that's actually helping us out on Tesla over here, which is 60 cents, 70 cents in the money. So let's go Tesla. Don't stop going. Keep on climbing to the north side. I think I want to take profits around 114 if that's possible, but I am ready, finger on the trigger at any second to punch out, take my profits. If I see anything that's you know, negative for me. For example, if the NASDAQ market breaks 10,950, or if the S&P 500 starts to go back towards 3850, any slight indication that this market wants to continue going to the downside and stay red for the day, at least for S&P 500, which can turn green, but the NASDAQ, which is down 1%, sadly, I don't think we can see the NASDAQ turning green anytime soon. Man, I gotta say though, during my vacation, every time I would come on and stalk the YouTube show and see where the markets were moving, or even stalk Shawn's Twitter, it was sad watching these levels that Shawn would call out on his Twitter, such as Apple 130 and so on. But you know, I've been planning to buy slowly for my long-term account. I've been buying more Apple, more AMD, and hopefully this market can start to turn around for that account at the very least.
Yeah, man. You know, Trader Gordner, I see you there. I see you saying, for the sake of your future kids, please short Nike. And I think I'm late to the party because that 118 double top. So just a heads up for anybody watching that level. 118.02 is the high, and 118 is an interesting level. So yeah, yeah, maybe I'm late to the party. I mean, if it gets back there, is it going to be a triple top, or is it going to sort of consolidate and go higher? But I'm going to try it, man. If we get back to 118, I kind of like that. It looks really good. You know, I don't want to get too close to 118. Maybe I'll scale into the trade. You know, if we get there, great. If not, whatever. But I see you there. That's a great call. And I almost want to believe that you said that at like 11:10 when it was at 118. So sick call there. Yeah, guys. Tesla is, it moved to the upside very nice. Took a little bit out at the first moving average. So that's kind of like flush down, take the fill, back up. I think Prad's got a way better fill than I do. But for myself, I was just, well, I'm just like 10 cents ahead of you. So it's, yeah, it's not bad. It's pretty good. I'm trying to get, yeah, so, you know, just kind of different perspective for myself, gauging that 50 period, right? So this is the 50 period, the dark blue line. You know, I think we get back there, and then I have no idea what happens. I mean, do we go to VWAP? It just rejected VWAP all day. It didn't even go above it, so I don't even think we're going to get back there. If we do, great. We're going to get back there without me. That's okay. I think a little bit of consolidation action. Final pop through 113. You know, make sure you're watching your orders because we could blow through 113, pop very quickly 50 cents, and then back down, right? So the same way how I said to myself, I want to get this filled because I think we flush and then bounce, is the same way that I want to get out of this trade. I want to have my orders there. I think we break 113 right now. I think we quickly run to the upside. There's a lot of size kind of stacked on the offer, and this is the size that wants to get eaten, right? And then after the size kind of trades and takes place, it's like, well, then I don't really know where we're going. So this is kind of the pop that I'm looking for here. And yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take it. I'm taking it right now. I'm taking this off.
Too.
That's it's just the scalper in me's like, take it off, Luca, take it off.
I know.
So there it is. Lock that one in. Hit the money for that one because that was absolutely solid. I don't know where the money is on this one. Here we go. Okay, that doesn't work. Yeah, there we go. Okay, money all around, baby. Taking that off. That was a solid trade. In at 112, out just in front of 113. Call it 60s or 70s, something like that. And the rest at 30s. And now I have no idea where we go. But yeah, just got the fill on Nike. That was actually a very fast fill. I'm okay with, but that's kind of like not concerning. But that's like I didn't really expect that. But yeah, we're gonna see what happens on this one. I'm gonna try to
give me $1 per share on Tesla.
Yeah,
I'm taking it. I'm not gonna work with it more and try to make something that's not there. I took my profit same as Luca. Actually took it earlier than Luca. So Luca managed to pay not paper hand it. Sorry, Luca managed to diamond hand it and hold it for a bigger profit than me. So that just goes to show different traders might have the same idea, but it all comes down to how you execute it. But I'm glad that some of you on the chat were maybe able to execute on this long for Tesla too. Look at the market still holding that 1095 and popping off that bottom successfully. I'm halfway to my shutdown on day one coming back. I'm pretty happy off of that. I did not even expect to put in 89 trades on board today, 89 different executions, and I'm good. I'm now still looking for more opportunities and something that you can use to find you said opportunities. That's right. You know where I'm going to. Trade ideas. So currently at the moment, I believe until January, you can grab trade ideas for 30% off using code TraderTV30 get awesome tools and just basic tools that can help you find trades for yourself, such as over here, Lee Auto. You guys know about how NIO is moving to the downside today, just bleeding off of the catalyst from Tesla, lower productions coming in from Shanghai and so on. So Lee Auto, NIO, XPEV, all of them getting hurt because of that same catalyst. LUV, we talked about that a little bit. Apparently lost 2 races since the starting of the day with the relative volume of 5.15. We've been trading that for a little while. I know a lot of you have been looking at those CRM and other trades too. Let's actually look for a couple positions that are working to the long side. I can think of the perfect one right now, actually. It's going to be Pinduo Duo. I tried to short Pinduo Duo at 88, kind of the same idea where, wow, that short would have actually worked out pretty well. You just had to give it a lot more wiggle room than what Neil and I myself were planning to do. So I first built into a long around 88 for Pinduo Duo. That was a good little winner. I tried to get into a short. The short sadly took away my profits, and I just gave up on that trade overall. But if you were willing to give it about 50 to 60 cents on that trade, you would have been laughing at the moment as Pinduo Duo did manage to pull back and give you that exact same short that we were looking for. So congratulations for anyone who did manage to put this trade on. I was also looking at FXI, which is your Chinese large cap ETF. Anytime you're trading your Babas, your Pinduo Duos, your Baidus, which is also another stock that kept showing up on the trade ideas scanner. Let's go quickly take a look at Baidu here with 1.3 million shares traded today, almost the exact same chart as FXI and Pinduo Duo also. So always a good idea to take a look at FXI when you're trading these positions. One thing that stands out, we're exactly at the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart for the FXI ETF, which means Pinduo Duo and Baidu might be also at key levels. So here's Baidu around 86 at the 100-period EMA and Baidu at... I just typed in BU, not Baidu, sorry. Here we go. Baidu around also the 50 to 100 period EMA, around 114 to 114.50. Let's see if all of these Chinese ETFs, Chinese stocks and the Chinese large cap ETF could move back to the north side, allowing us to maybe perhaps build into a long for ourselves here to take advantage of. Apple still not managing to go too much further from where I last closed my short. I closed it at a good 50 cent per share profit. Here's Apple moving back up north towards that V VWAP towards 130, at which point we can maybe think about scaling back into the short over there. Still very upsetting to see Apple at these prices, but if you're thinking about it in the long-term scale, guys, you know, prices like these, think of it as Black Friday holidays deal coming in for the stock market. You are able to now buy Apple at 125s. Well, not yet, but probably soon. Probably soon. Amazon at low prices, Google at low prices. Instead of going for those Black Friday deals to go buy a brand new laptop or a brand new headphones, how about just taking some of that money and buying some brand new Apple shares, which will, you know, maybe help you out in 5 years or maybe burn you in 5 years. Who knows?
Well, you know, the one thing I just want to say now that you're back, because I was thinking about this last week and I was talking about it. I said Apple $80. And, and like, we got a week left, okay? If Apple hits $80, it's a miracle for myself. You know, it's going to be painful for a lot of Apple shareholders, but I think I'm going to have to pay you that dollar.
Oh, man.
I'm going to have to pay. Remember we shook on it? I said Apple $80. We go below for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, no. So it feels like I'm wrong on that one. You know, I keep glancing over at it and I'm like, yeah, 129. Like it's not happening, right? Maybe we see 125, maybe, right? Maybe 125 comes into play. And I think that 110 level is really, really exciting, though. So, yeah, you know, we're going to see if that comes into play. And, yeah, just still nursing this Nike short on board here. Trader Gorno, I see you saying you're in the other room. And a couple other ideas coming through as well. The win, I was looking at win, too. I'm not really 100% sure with this one, so I'm gonna put this one on ice. I was thinking maybe use 50 period for the move back to VWAP. But, again, up 5%. I don't love it. Guys, if you're tuning in for the first time, we are day traders. So, you know, we have to be flat at the end of the day, right? So when I look at these trades, when I try to find setups for myself, I'm always thinking, like, how can I get 30 cents? How can I get 60 cents? You know, I'm not going for, like, these crazy. We don't swing, right? We don't swing here. I actually had a Ford trade, which I'm pretty embarrassed to show this. But I will show this because, you know, with the good, sometimes you get good, but sometimes it just looks bad afterwards. And yeah, I think it was Neil who mentioned, you know, that 11 area coming into play. And I had that on my radar as well. This is the daily on it for anybody tuning in. You know, 11 holding, you got those nice wick off bottoms. It held the last time, a little bit of a double bottom, then moved to the upside. So, you know, even though this is the daily, you want to be trading at these sort of institutional levels where, you know, it shows you on a larger time frame. These are the great levels to trade off of. You know, 11 held over here, then had the rally up. It held a little bit of a double bottom. You know, is it going to hold again, right? So I'll take my shot when it's warranted. But obviously, as a scalper, you know, you give me a little bit of a win. Trading multiple names in and out, I will take the win. So I took that long 11.15 area. Dipped a little bit more, missed the secondary fill, which I think I was sitting at 11s or 06, one of the two. And then we popped. We popped the 20. I was like, it's nothing crazy, but it's VWAP. You know, maybe we kind of go back down. I get another fill. So I got out of that one. And, man, I kind of regret that because I took 20s. And here we are at 37s back to the upside. Not really sure I'm going to get another opportunity for that 11 level, that dip buy on Ford. We are flat on it on the day. But that 11, it just does look really good. It does feel really good. So yeah, maybe if it does come back into play, I'll try for that. But I mean, you know, if it's good, it's going to give you that one kind of chance, and then it just kind of free floats. You know, maybe we get a VWAP test back to the upside. Not really 100% sure what happens there, but yeah, we're gonna keep a note of that and you know, see if we could get back into that one. Small cap of the day, I'm sure you guys are aware of, ATNF. This is a wild one, man. You know, sometimes they go crazy and then they grind for the rest of the day. Volume will always be the tell with these names, right? Volume will always be the tell. Lots of volume in the morning, move to the upside, back down. Something notable when looking at this is it is holding that range that it's set into play. So just keep that in mind. You know, if we get some type of over on the day over 240, maybe we do some sort of over-under volume spike and then back down. That's something I'm looking for. But for the time being, we're going to pass it over to Mr. Big C over there for European close.
Thanks, Luca. Yeah, European markets largely unchanged today, guys. Have a look here as England's up 0.05%. Germany, almost half a percentage point up. France closes up a little bit less than 1%, 0.08. The Borsa Italia down 0.1% today. Spain up 0.12%. It's a hodgepodge of relatively high, relatively low. Sweden 0.65, and Turkey definitely the biggest laggard on the day, down 1.08%. Not faring much better than us, guys.
Something I just noticed real quick. Sorry, you have something?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. Something I just noticed real quick about LUV was there's about 1,500 lots at 34.18 or 34.20. They kind of flash it and show the size, but then never really tested that level. So we're not sure if that's accurate, if it's a real size, or if they're spoofing it. So I'm watching the stock. I'm keeping a close eye on it. I do have another order to take some more size at 34.35. If it does come into play, I'm going to try being short on this position all the way up to 34.50, which is this teal line that you're looking at, kind of like the same color that I have on today. So that Tiffany blue line, the teal line, I'll try to stay short all the way up to there. We'll watch it. But yeah, look at the buying coming in. Ever since that size flashed, we've been watching the stock slowly stair step all the way back to the north side. So part of me part of me is worried for my shorts over here. Don't want to give back money on the position that I'm profitable on, but might just end up being that way. So we'll see how LUV goes. Only one negative stock on the day for me, which is Pinduoduo. Every other stock, Tesla, Apple, LUV, and AMD have been profitable for me. Here's the market though. NASDAQ at the moment trying to move back towards the same lows of this range. So we'll wait to see if 10,950 ends up breaking, or do we still continue to stay above 10,950 but below 11,000 on the NASDAQ, which has been getting beat up for the most part. Apple currently under 130, also at 129.58. Glancing at the oh, nice. Look, nice little drop coming in from 34.50 on LUV, which is good. I'm happy off that, but I'm still waiting to see if that size shows up and if it's legitimate size or if it's spoof or not, which I will call out when the size shows up. But looking at the chat, a lot of you are looking at ARKK apparently, but real quick, I see a lot of you are apparently really puzzled about this ring. Hey, if you scroll back to the show before I went to India, before the wedding, this ring was still there. So this ring has nothing to do about me getting married. That never happened.
I'm like glancing at the chat and I just see like, yeah, he's married.
He's married.
He's
got
I
a
just
ring.
start laughing. You guys are cracking me up, man. Hopefully, yeah, guys, if you're enjoying the show, 2K likes, hit that like button. We got 5,400 people watching. Somebody was saying, yeah, Luca, MA, Shawn called it this morning. I don't know if, I'm not really, I don't know if this is accurate to say. I don't know if you're talking about MasterCard, but
MA?
yeah, I don't trade these kind of $345 stocks, 500,000 shares half a million shares traded, nothing too crazy. And the Nike short right now, it's moving a little bit slow, but it's, I think it's just in this channel. I'm trying to cover like 60s because that's the bottom of the channel. I think we flush. I think, there's probably stop orders below 50s that want to trigger, and that's going to be my out. So, yeah, right now pretty slow, 12 cents. It's a snail, but again, up 1.3%. They did have that earnings move, right? This is the daily. They had the earnings move. It kind of broke the 118 level, flying to the upside, back to the downside, now below 118. So yeah, it does really feel like 118 is that overhead. So I really do like the short there, playing off the 118 level. Looks like I got a good fill on the chart here. If we fly back down, I mean, I'll just take my 30 cents. Give me my 20, 30 cents. I'll do that over and over and over again. Scalp demon, you know the deal. And people were also asking, Luca, didn't you have Tesla long 112? I did. And I got out. This was a nice bottom pick. It's just to kind of reiterate the, what tends to happen here is as we break lows, you got to imagine there's stop orders. Tesla on the daily, it was at 160 last week. Now we're back at 110. So all things considered, I mean, I don't know, man. We break the lows and we just flush and it's volume spike. So when we were above, I said to myself, I don't know if we're going to go down and quickly go back up and then bounce. Right? Hindsight's always 20/20, but at this point in time, I'm like, we could easily flush to 112, get back to 113, and then pop to 114. So I sort of had that expectation in mind, and so I was sitting there, and I just chose, the price I chose was based on nothing, really. I was like, okay, where do I think it's going to flush to? I don't want to pick, when I'm picking Tesla, I don't want to pick like 01s, like 112.06, because if it's going to 06, it's probably going to 111.80. That's kind of my thesis. So I want to really sit like way ahead, and I'm willing to like expose myself a little bit more just because it is Tesla. And so yeah, taking the long there, and I said to myself, look, if I can average out for $1 win, which is essentially what I got, great. Like I'm not intraday swinging. At the time, I'm like, the 50 period would be the greatest out that I can get. But if you give me a quick move up and I can catch $1, great, I'll take the $1, right? So in my mind, it's like, yeah, I risk like maybe 50 cents to $1, so 2 to 1. Nothing crazy. Now we're above the 50 period. Do we drift back to the upside? Just keep in mind that even on intraday, right? when support, now potentially resistance. So as we get closer to 114.50, that was sort of that support area. Maybe there's a little bit of overhead resistance, plus you got VWAP ahead of here, plus you had kind of lots of selling down in the day, you know, almost down 7% now. So all these factors are telling me the trend is your friend, Luca. Take the short. The short is probably better. So, you know, when I'm in the long, I'm cautious. I want to play the bounce play. It's a quick trade for myself. It's a scalp trade. But probably, you know, the short is probably better, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. Somebody asking Luca, why not sell 70, 80% of the position and then hold a small piece? So, yeah, if you watched the show last week or the last 2 weeks when it was me and Cherif, every time I hold the last piece, I lose. I just lose on the last piece. So I'm like, Luca, wait a second. You hold the last piece and you lose every time, but you always win on the scalp trades. I go, why not just lean into my strengths and just let the weaknesses go, right? So a little bit about myself, that's kind of like, it works for me, right? It works for me. So I'm done with holding pieces. I'm just in and out. That's going to be kind of my process over and over again. Just a heads up, guys, Intel is now 26.05. I think it was Neil who mentioned, you know, that 26.50 area on the daily was support, now turned to potentially resistance. So for myself, yeah, if I can actually if we can get a high a day like move, you know, 26.20, 26.30 area, I love the short over there. I kind of want to take it here, but I'm also telling myself, like, where's the edge, right? Because if we're like in this channel, right, and if we're going to go back to the bottom, yeah, I could short here for 10 cents maybe, but I really like it above. I don't want to kind of change my, you know, get into the short too early and then we go higher and then I'm just kind of like not really thinking. So sticking to the plan on that one. If we can get, you know, 20 cents higher here, I like the short on that one, so I'm going to have my order out. And yeah, still hanging out for that Nike trade, man. But the longer that I mean, I thought maybe I could have gotten the flush here, but yeah, no flush there. So yeah, waiting for Intel short, you know, waiting for Nike to come to fruition. Ford, I don't think is going back down. People were also asking, oh, Amazon, like, what do you think here? Kind of feels like potential VWAP magnet. I'm not really sure what the market wants to do here. You know, it's kind of at VWAP going sideways. You had the morning dip. You had the rip back up. Nice little V-shaped recovery intraday. Now we sort of barcode for the rest of the day. So what I tell myself is if we are going to barcode, where can I get in and out of positions? Maybe I have to take 20 cents, 10 cents as opposed to 30. So, you know, it will be less size for myself, but that's no problem, man. It's I love trading. I love the opportunity to be here. And it's kind of funny because I think it was Greg in the chat before saying, you know, shout out to the grinders that are in the office today doing the most because it's you know, it's kind of like a holiday week. But yeah, this job, it's like, you know, you love it. I don't look forward to the weekends, man. I don't look forward to holidays. I want to trade every single day. I'd rather be trading. So yeah, man, we'll see if Amazon wants to dip here down to that 84. Going to try a little bit of a bounce play, not bounce, but a little bit of a long in front of that 84, you know, for a potential range play. I think my levels that I see here right now are very simple. You know, it kind of feels like it just wants to magnet at VWAP right now. If we break outside of that, then I'll just quickly get out and then reevaluate, see if we can get closer to the bottom or closer to the top and then play the range there.
Right on, yeah. Just looking at Tesla, I saw it in the chat that Neil is actually getting out of his long from 112. So congratulations on that, almost $2 per share trade for Neil. I'm thinking about where can I get back in, but for the short side, and I think where I previously was short at 115.50, I'm gonna have an order sitting there. If it does give me that opportunity to get back in, that'll be amazing around those areas, slightly above VWAP, but below the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, and the size on LUV at 34.18 is it's still there. We've yet to go test that size to see if it's legitimate, but that order of 1,500 lots is still there. So part of me for my short is worried. I'm about 13 pennies out of the money on this short, waiting patiently to see what the market will do. If the market currently moving back up to 11,000 where VWAP is on the NASDAQ and S&P 500 almost at 38.70 where the 100 period EMA is, 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, slightly getting rejected by the 50 period EMA for the S&P 500 and the UVXY, which is your volatility ETF. Probably can't see it because of the bottom of the chart there, so I'll just make it a little bit bigger for you. At the 100 period EMA, above $7 though, currently at $7.09, trying to see if we can hold up at the 100 period EMA, which we did previously off the open also. That way the markets can maybe stay red and allow me to hold on to my LUV shorts, which is the only scary position that I have, the only position really I have on board. MRNA popping up on the scanners. Let's go take a look at quickly MRNA, which is around $187, but down 5% on the day. Let's see what the relative volume is. 0.96. Anytime relative volume over 1, which would put the stock in play. But over here, we're slightly below 1. It's in play, not in play. Would love to know what the catalyst is for this position to give back a little bit of the move from last week, coming all the way back to the lows of the ranges that we were trading in around last week over here, close to 190, 187, 186's areas so far. Low of day today, obviously 186.50, 186.40. Quickly looking at other positions too. If you're ever in doubt as to what stocks should I be trading today, why should I be trading any positions, what's the catalyst behind it? We got an amazing watch list curated for you. Obviously, Brendo's on his vacation. He'll be back very soon. But curated for you every single day in the morning, sent out before the show even starts around 8:30. In there, clearly, we got the Tesla catalyst, the NIO catalyst, but even AMC. I did hear at one point that APE was up a pretty decent chunk on the day. Let's go take a look at it. Yeah, APE up 7.5%, but has been trending down ever since pre-market. APE's counterpart, AMC, let's go take a look at how that stock's doing today. Sadly, still down almost 7% over here. Apparently triggered SSR, might have been down more than 10% at one point, but right now only down about 7%. So this stock is now technically harder to short. You gotta wait for the position to go higher, or at least the stock to go higher, in order to get filled on the short side. You can not take out the liquidity on the bids. Gotta wait on the ask. So 410. If you sit on 410, if it does print 410, you'll be able to get filled on the shorts over here. I'm not really getting anything from the call that you're trying, but maybe we're set. No, okay, we're not. Okay, so time to quickly go to some super chats over here. We have some super chats from the morning. DC Han coming in with a $10 super chat. Visa, long or short, holding or preparing to break the 200 moving average on the daily question mark. We can go take a look at Visa over here. Visa currently 0.5% to the north side with a little light on the volume. I think 940,000 shares, not low maybe for Visa. So let me quickly go see what the relative volume is. 0.57, so half of relative volume overall. Not really doing anything for myself. I would like a lot more volume and a lot more, maybe even a catalyst for me to start looking for an entry over here. We're also stuck in all of last week's range. I think a breakout of the last week's range to the downside or to the north side would give a better trade for myself to be a part of. So patiently waiting for those type of levels to show up. One of the stocks that did show that level to come into play today was the Apple position. Apple 52-week low coming into play. Yeah, we broke the 52-week low slightly, but you could have built into a nice long off of that 52-week low and still been part of that long, giving you about $1 per share exit as Apple re-enters 130 territory, slightly above VWAP. Now we're waiting to see how Apple behaves around these areas and how the NASDAQ market behaves with 1100. If market continues to reject 1100, shorting Apple near 130 all the way up to 130.25, 130.30 might be something to have on our radar.
Yeah, I told myself I want that short over, so I want to see how 130 plays itself out. But guys, keep in mind when these key levels come into play, so whether it's even dollar level, whether it's around VWAP, whether it's a level that you kind of map on the daily. Apple on the daily, 130 was holding, right? 130 was holding, 129, 52-week low. We are now back at 130, so I imagine that, there is going to be some sort of selling at 130 here. So for myself, I'm trying to figure out a plan, and what I think is if we go over 130, this is what we did last time. We sort of chopped around, then we had the leg down. And so for myself, if I anticipate a little bit of chop action, I would love for this to actually push to 130.20 and then kind of take the short and then cover VWAP. So it's going to be kind of recycle a lot, 30 cents over and over again, and go from there. But yeah, we're going to go now to Big C at the big desk. I like this. For
yeah, we're actually going to talk really quick about HTGM, guys. Up 55%, the small capper. It's a continuation from last week, and just made a high a day here at 505, but now rejecting off that 5 level. This one on the top of my scanner, guys, and a nice play from last week. What do you think?
Sorry.
HTGM.
Yeah, HTGM on NASDAQ. You said it was up 52% and nearing high day, continuation from last week. I do see that message in our work chat over here. Let's quickly pull it up. It does say that it is on SSR day 2, continuation SSR. So shorting the stock might be a little bit harder. Also, I'm guessing that you have to pay for shorts on this position, something that I'm not going to do at this time of the day. You know, closing into lunchtime, lower volume expected, volume to be depreciated from the market. Also, another reason why I don't think longs will coming in. Obviously, the markets are already red, and if there is no volume expected to be coming into the market for another few hours, I'm not looking for a breakout of 1100 on NASDAQ over here. So that's short on Apple, something to keep an eye out for. And also AMD's, looking at AMD close to 64.20 to see if we can get back into a nice little short scalp. I previously had a quick little short scalp of 40 cents or 30 to 40 cents per share profit on that position, trying to see if I can get back into that one. NIO apparently going even more to the downside right now, popping up on scanners, showing us that it has a flush coming into it as we are headed right back to the lower day of $9.98, already down 8% on the day. If this stock does trigger that down 10% marker, it will also be SSR, which means you cannot short the stock today. Well, you cannot take out the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait on the ask today and tomorrow. And a lot of these positions at the moment, the EV sector getting absolutely demolished. Let's go take a look at Lucid since we are talking about EV to see how Tesla has managed to put some, negative news on Lucid over here, also down 4% today, slightly above VWAP at the moment. I can't believe the stock is around $6, man. Holy moly. You go away for 2 weeks and you start to realize how expensive your vacation really was. Your vacation costs now went from $2,000 for the airplane tickets and for the food or whatever you spent to probably 10 grand because of everything that's going on in the market.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I was even laughing because I think it was last week we're talking, and then I see you in the chat saying, Amazon's at 85? What's going on over here? But yeah, no, it's crazy, man. Crazy time here. Just a heads up. So I did some damage control on Nike, kind of short, added to the short with the kind of discretionary, right? I'm telling myself, I don't love this kind of top ad over here. I'm playing off the 118 levels, so I'm sort of adding and then kind of taking it off. Still short though, kind of fixing the average. So claiming the loss and now looking for the win. Now, if we actually flush back down, great. I'm gonna take the win. I'm still gonna come out ahead on that one, so it's not cause for concern. Apple, I don't even know if I'm gonna get these fills. I really hope that I do. I'm trying to get like 10s, 20s, just kind of playing off this top end range over here. I really think the likelihood that we come back down to VWAP is high, especially on a day like today. And somebody was like, hey, Luca, too much pessimism in a low volume market is not good for bears. Just saying, yeah, guys, keep in mind, this is, we're day traders and I'm a scalper, right? So scalping over and over again, it doesn't really matter. Like long and short it doesn't mean anything. It's just kind of taking advantage of the moves that it's showing you. I'm going to be in and out. It doesn't matter. If we go up, I'm going to get the fills. If we go higher, I'm going to take the loss. If we go lower, I'm going to take the win. It's just going to be over and over again. This is my style. This is basically, I'm showing you kind of my process here. Going back to Tesla, it's the dip buy, it's the cover, the trade is done. And look where we are now, right? We're just kind of, I don't know if we're going to go down or up right now, but I like the 112. I like the dollar win, and now we kind of chop. I don't really know. I'm going to try to look for another trade on it, but I'm not really too sure what's going to happen next there. It's just easier for myself to get these reads, right? So just keep that in mind. Scalp demon style just over and over again. Somebody's saying Neo, so I'm going to pull this up quickly because I know I wanted Neo at 11. Here we are at 10. So I think that 11 level is super clean. And Shawn was making me laugh this morning when he was mentioning, I don't know, China, maybe they're running some type of algorithms that do something. And I literally thought this too. I look at Neo every day and I go, do I want to battle these Chinese robots right now? I don't know if I'm right to say that, but it's just kind of me like thinking out loud. It's it's like, a lot of you guys probably think that as well. I'm just like, because you know what? As a scalper, when you watch the tape more and more, you start to recognize certain things. And when you watch the tape of Neo or Baba, it has like a different feel to it. I'm like, this Terminator is a little bit different than the ones in New York. This one kind of feels like, it does some things, right? So, but anyways, going back to, this is why you trade at levels, right? Like you trade at levels, we do a really good job at showing you kind of the full spectrum of everything here, right? It's, we have wins, we have losses, but man, trading at levels is so much easier. That 11 level, it kind of was holding, we finally break down, if it's going to give me the opportunity on a morning pop. Because how many times have we seen NEO right off the morning go all the way up and all the way down? And I want to bring up this, I want to just bring up this very quickly. Hopefully it loads here. Here we go. Just to kind of show you guys the alternative perspective. It's like, how many times have we seen NEO go all the way up, you know, do a bunch of things, and then come all the way back down, right? All the way back down. So, I mean, it's unfortunate today that we just kind of went down and now we're at 10. I mean, maybe you could justify a long at 10, but there's not much size there. It's really slow now. Volume's dead. I'm going to see how 10 reacts for the next 5 minutes. Maybe I might take a small long there just to see how it plays. But I really wanted the short, and I wanted the short at 11. And the reason I wanted it is because the daily, it was a level, it showed support. It went back down. If I was going to be lucky enough to get that short at 11, maybe 11.20, the fade back down could have gave you a nice dollar win. That's amazing. NEO is definitely a name that you could scale up on and get those fills very, very easily. So I was sitting there. It didn't come to fruition. It's unfortunate. So you let the trade go, man. You let the trade go. You move on, and you look for the next trade. That's what day trading is all about. That's kind of what we do here. That's what I do. And you want to build good habits and kind of reinforce it in your own mind, and then you scale up, right? So yeah, just keep that in mind. Here's Tesla. It's kind of rejecting that 114, now going back down to 112. I think we probably get another 112 test. I mean, I already said I think 115 is going to hold. Now we're at 112. I'm going to say 112 is going to hold. We're going to probably be at 110. I think, that SSR bounce idea, it worked last time. It was great. So wherever that SSR level is, if you guys do the math in the chat, let me know. Let me know the exact SSR level. I'm going to maybe calculate it now. It's I want to say the close was like 122.72. So take times that by 90%, and that's SSR level. That'll probably be my bounce play.
I think I can do it right here for you. It should be from yesterday's close.
Yeah, maybe it was like 122.72.
Should be. I don't know what I'm doing over here, but I'll just put it aside. Yeah, I'll let my geniuses in the chat to help us out over there. Thank you for anyone who is willing to do the math over there. As you were talking about Intel earlier on, Luca, surprisingly enough, right now, mobile eye, however you say it, Cherif's usually here next to me to fix my mistakes on that side. But mobile eye at the moment, near high day up 4%, coming in with a little bit of a volume behind it too, as we are about to enter lunchtime in about 5 minutes or so. The official lunchtime, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, obviously, for those of you who are wondering what the official lunchtime is for the market. Getting ready to see if volume will be in the market, maybe depreciates, maybe some random catalyst comes out of nowhere that allows the markets to move around with some volume too. So just getting ready to punch my keys wherever there need to be. And LUV, that size still there at 34.18. So not sure what the stock wants to do. It's not going above the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, but it's also not really pushing far to the downside. And Apple, keeps on kind of baiting me with the carrot on a stick over here to get back into the shorts. I would much rather be short around 130.20s or even 130.15s, as right now, the market is taking Apple to the north side, thankfully. But that 11,000 area for NASDAQ is the key level for me. If the market is able to reclaim 11,000, then maybe I don't want to be shorting Apple anymore, especially for someone who just recently bought some shares around this 130 area for the long-term account. So part of me wants to, help out Apple by any way I can to stay above 130 just for the long-term account mind bias. But you got to keep in mind,
that was a sexy short.
Is different accounts, different. You got to compartmentalize your trading accounts. So this one over here is my day trading account. That's my long-term account. One should not, clash with each other, especially the mentality and the mindset. Going back to India, I actually got an opportunity to reconnect with my grandpa, and my grandpa and I sat down for a while, and he asked me a question. He said, "What is the most key thing in trading?" And I was like, "Managing your risk." And my grandpa goes, "No, managing your emotions and your emotional capital and so on." And I obviously could not disagree with that statement at all. So you got to be able to do the same thing in different ways too. Just because your long-term account's burning, you're not coming into the day trading aspect over here and just thinking about getting long. You got to follow the trend. Got to see where the buyers are, where the sellers are, who's who's more powerful on that day and kind of just bandwagon behind them, join in on their trade. Wherever the bigger whales are, you can be the barnacles, I guess, not the barnacles, with the little crowfish under them and try to scrape some profits. As Luca keeps saying, scalp demon. I don't know if that was a term that given to you in the last 2 weeks that I wasn't here, I do.
I want to say, I think, well, yeah, I gave, so yeah, I was, well, so wait a second. Wait a second. Here, Greg, listen to this one too, okay?
Way, I like the name Scalp
That was
Demon.
you who said it first.
Oh, that was me? Okay,
like back in the day, I was like, yo, Pratt, look at these fills that I took, and you're like, Scalp Demon. And I was like, oh yeah, Scalp Demon. And then last week I was like, yeah, guys, I'm a Scalp Demon. And someone in the chat's like, Scalp Demon style. I was like, I like this, you know? And then one day I was like, I was just kind of like trading. I already had like 200 fills maybe in the first kind of hour. And I was like, I'm a Scalp Demon. I walk by Branko's and Greg's desk and I go, hey guys, I'm a Scalp Demon. And then Greg's like, whoa, relax, bro. You need you need to up those fills. Those are rookie numbers. He's like, you can't call yourself this, a self-proclaimed Scalp Demon. So I'm working on it. I'm working on what I do best. You know, just to quickly cover here, I'm short Apple, I'm short Nike still. Nike's slow. I'm not going to, I mean, I want to punch out here, but I'm going to let my stop either take me out or we're going back down to the lows. 65 is where I'm probably going to try to cover that. I think we easily could, man. You know, this was maybe a move through 118. How many times do we see the key level? It holds, it finally breaks, it breaks back through, then goes to the bottom of the range. So yeah, I'm going to hold that piece for 65. I think I'll be up on the trade if I do that, even though I took the L over here. So that's the plan. Apple, I wanted fills all the way up to 30, so I was scaled just in random amounts, so 3 cents away, 4 cents away. You know, I try to confuse those algos, so like I just kind of change my stuff, different gateways every time. And yeah, man, scale into the short, cover, holding a little bit more. Maybe we get down to like 75s is kind of where my last cover will be on the trade. Yeah, I mean, I'll take 75 if you want to give it to me. I said to myself, short above VWAP. Cover into VWAP, cover VWAP, cover below VWAP. That's the trade. I'm not going for 129. If it goes to 129, it goes to 129. 25 cents in the money on this one. Thank you, Trade Game, for saying Tesla SSR at 110.44. Absolutely solid there. So yeah, 110.44. If we get there on Tesla, we're obviously, you know, $1.50 away. You know, that's going to be my bounce play. I'm not going to have the order out now, but if we get closer there, that's going to be my general idea. So thank you for the shout out on that one. And we are going to go to Big C at the big desk for Happening Now.
Thanks, Luca. A lot of the same names you guys were talking about. You heard Pratt shout out RIVN this morning. It is at 52-week lows. It just made that, bouncing off a little bit now. Tesla continues to slide. We'll have a look at that chart in a minute. And NIO near day's low. This is what I mean when we're off the day's lows here on RIVN. It looks like we made a bottom at that 1770 area. Tried to reclaim 18, but still looks like a bearish pattern. Tesla, look at this, all the way down to 111.80s, and we're testing that again now, making a move back down into that low 112 area. So Tesla down lower on the day, 8 3/4 percentage points. NIO, this is what I mean when I mean low of day. Look, that 10 level can barely hold on NIO, so it's down about 8 3/4%. It's been the day of EVs to the south side, guys.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing for sure. The Saudi investors of RIVN, I think it was RIVN, right? That was Lucid. Oh, either way, that was Lucid. You're right, Lucid. That was the Saudi investors who said we're never selling, and they're crying. And right now, Amazon is for sure not happy with the way RIVN's daily chart looks. Thank you for actually Shawn mentioning to pull up the RIVN daily chart and have a quick little laugh at it. How many days red has it been? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-ish or days of constant red on RIVN, bringing it to almost $18 and yeah, basically $18 right now. A new all-time low, man. Insane move. I know on the IPO day itself, a lot of people were buying RIVN and you know, they were getting happy for the RIVN position. I was a little worried, obviously, for the stock, as EV stocks even back then were getting beat down. But I'll tell you this right now, I could not have expected 18 bucks for the stock. Big move on the daily chart. If you look at it, all the way from 100s, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 180s is pretty much where I remember trading it off of the IPO days, and now $18 for RIVN. The same story goes for, I guess, Lucid, NIO, and all other EV stocks. I'm not sure how the sector is going on from here on, or how they could recover from here, and if there is even a possibility for some of these EV stocks to recover. Only time will tell, I guess, to see how this Canadian weathers and American weathers handle the batteries on these cars. I think cold, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think cold does play a toll on the battery levels and how strong the batteries can stay and so on. I guess hot plays a little bit of a factor on that too. When I was in India, I was actually very happy noticing a big surge in EV cars. A lot of cars over there are planning to move into EV. Obviously, a weather and environment that the state that I was living in India, I think it would work out, and I could see it working out over there. But over here with the snow and cold, a little bit of a question mark still playing out. Still got a lot of questions for Meta platforms, though. Luca, your mic apparently. Oh, it's not on. Yeah. Still got a lot of questions, though, for Meta platforms, how Meta is going to go about its metaverse and the new headset, their new plans. I'm still waiting for the UFC deal that they announced. Never really saw it go anywhere from just a conversation piece. So still waiting for that to play out. Lots of reasons for me to be. Obviously, you guys know I'm very excited for the metaverse aspect of life whenever that plays out 5 years from now, 10 years from now. But, Meta platforms today, flat on the day. I think Shawn had a long on Meta today. Still have a long on Meta, so I'm pretty sure he's happy with that long that he got on board as the market. Just trading sideways, very sideways action, giving you opportunities to go long and short and scalp the crap out of the range if you're interested in any of these positions, such as Apple. Not sure what Tesla is doing at the moment. I have flipped away from Tesla for a while, but Tesla looks like it wants to not break the 112 area where Neil mentioned his original long from. And look at the bottom. When Tesla did break 112, all the way up to 111.85, you never really saw that on the level 2. It was so quick. It broke that, went to 111.85, and then immediately came back above 112. That's when Luca went long. So if I do get an opportunity to go long again, closer to 112, maybe 112.10, maybe 112.15, I would like to try that long one more time and give it till the lower day risk, which is 111.85. If 111.85 breaks, I'll take that loss and move away from it. Tesla, my #1 stock on the day. I think I could give it that try one more time at this double bottom opportunity.
Yeah, guys, just I quickly saw this. I'm not sure, Pratt, if you noticed that, but 1,000 lots hit the offer on Tesla. I did not. And that's why I quickly punched into the short. I'm not getting the price that I want, so I punch in, but I'm ready to take a little bit more size if we can get there. But what happened is 1,000 lots hit the offer. We ricocheted away. I punched into the short. I'm kind of waiting. The 1,000 lots is now not on the offer anymore. I think somebody is trying to sell. I think somebody is trying to sell this. I think it's a real order. I don't think they can get this fill easily, right? So, yeah, we're going to see what happens here. Guys, we should not break above 113 if the short is going to be good. So that if that seller is here, if they're iceberging their order, I don't know where it is. I'm glancing at the tape, trying to figure out, where are they sitting, or are they now scaling their order? Is that order going to be broken up? Is it going to hit the bid and then kind of stop? I think, I have a good position here. I have a good short. I don't see the size anymore. I'm not going to punch in now, but I think we get that flush to 112. So this is an easy scalp trade in my books. I still like the, because the 112 area is sort of like, that's kind of like the long area. I'm going to see what happens here. I mean, this could go. This could now go if that seller is real. So there's a difference between, the short is good. I like the level. I'm gonna kind of take this trade. And then there's a different trade where it's like, I have actually identified there is an active seller here trying to sell this. So that's the flush. This is now the flush down. I just hope that we don't quickly reverse and go back up. It's I'm gonna try to get out in front of 112 just because that is the prior level of the long. But this is one that I kind of want to hold. I want to hold for a breakdown of 112 into maybe 111.50. So, there's a time to hold a piece. There's a time to scalp. It's kind of, again, look at this. You're seeing this in real time. I've identified the seller. I like the short. It's down 8%. I have the 112 level marked as the long. I'm in the short. I'm in the money. I see the 40-cent move. 30-cent move on Apple could be like 70-cent move on Tesla, just kind of the nature of the beast. And then, just give me the small win if I could take that. And then for this one, yeah, I'm going to try to hold the piece. So, I mean, it's stalling here, so I'm just going to take it. I'm going to take it here and then hold the last piece for the dream of 110, man, for the dream. So, yeah, somebody mentioned in the chat 110.44 is SSR. So, if I could hold this short for 110.45, then, like, I mean, that's going to be impressive, man. But, yeah, I'm not going to lie. Stop is going to be 113, above 113. Just because, you know, I said it should not go above 113 if the short's going to be good. It should now fail. It should now go to the lows, and it should break the lows and go to SSR, right? It should trigger SSR. It did it last time. I think it could do it again today. So yeah, I'm short. I'm going to take the win. I mean, it looks good, right? I'm looking at this right now. It's like, guys, if you're ever wondering, like, did I take a good trade? Like, just zoom out and be like, where are my arrows? Like, does it look good? Did I capture what feels like could be a nice little move? I mean, that's what? That's like 70s. I covered like maybe 30. So yeah, man, give me that 40 cents. I'll take that. Hold the last piece for the dream, move down. And yeah, still in Nike working for me. Apple, this is the thing, man. I knew this move was happening. I say I'm going to hold. And this might happen with Tesla too, which I'm okay with because I think Tesla, there's a little more upside to the downside. But yeah, man, Apple was good, holding flat on it right now. I didn't add because I like it the first time, not really so much the second time. I'm still going to chill at this position. If we break like 60s, like 61, I'm out of the rest of the Apple trade. I'm pretty light on the position. I kind of made the money on it, so I can let it go there. And I just don't think we're going to go there, and then maybe I'll punch out before that. But yeah, I really think that we just get back down. So instead of getting 75s, I'm going to just try to get VWAP instead. You know, it just kind of makes sense. If I could get VWAP, great. I'll take the win on that one. So yeah, Nike is slow to move. It's at the 50 period. You know what? This Nike should have moved already. I'm just going to get out of the Nike. I'm going to take the win on that. So I am down on Nike, but basically closer to flat on it. It's okay. I'm okay with that. And yeah, Tesla, now we're just nursing this one. We're going to see what happens there. So Chill Vibe saying, this is Luca call highlight. This is Luca call highlight. I'm not too sure what that means by that, but thank you so much.
This Luca call is a highlight.
Oh, it's a highlight. Yeah, exactly. I got to remember this and post more stuff on my Instagram and find. You know what it is? It gets lost in like the 3 hours that we're on, and then I'm like, oh man, I had like a banger. Like, where is it? And then I'm like, I'm not gonna go through like this 3 hours to find this to post. So yeah, it's whatever, just kind of whatever. Shawn saying Tesla filled 226, still short 113.50. Man, that's a nice short. I'll say hold on to that one. You know, if 113 doesn't break to the upside, this thing maybe goes to SSR, man. Maybe goes to SSR. We'll see what happens there. Yeah, Tesla 68, maybe in time, man. Maybe not today, but in good time. Oh, and somebody before was also asking, they were like, is Tesla halting? So the one thing I want to say is like, look, Tesla will probably never halt intraday just because it has to have like a 10% move in one direction, which is huge. That would be what, 10%, $100, call it $10, $15, $12. It's just not going to do that unless you get a flash crash. And even then, it's like it's very rare that you'll see a volatility halt, you know, on a large cap. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Tesla's really going to halt. If it halts, you'll hear a lot of wows over here. You'll hear people going nuts because Tesla won't be the only thing that's halting, I'll tell you that much. And somebody also was asking, Luca, thoughts on TQQQ, which is the, is that the inverse or? Oh, it's the right one. Okay, yeah. So anytime people ask about, you know, TQQQ or SQQQ and then levels, do I think TQQQ is going to hold? The thing is this is obviously based on the Qs, right? So I don't like to look at like 17 and be like, oh, you know, is 17 going to hold? I like to just go right to the source, which is essentially the Qs, which is essentially NASDAQ futures, you know. So I want to say prioritize futures, then look at the ETFs. It's all based on the index anyways. I'm going to pull up the Qs for this thing. It all looks the same, right? Whether you pull up the Qs, whether you pull up Amazon, which is essentially, you know, these things combined make the Qs, right? It has the same look. Look at Amazon. Ready for this? Look at Amazon. Look at the Qs. It's very, very similar. And so when I was looking at Amazon, I was like, I really want to bid at like 84s. I want to try to get long like 84s and then get out top over there. So pulling that back up and just rolling with the thesis of this kind of looks the same. They're going to move in tandem today. You know, lots of volume off the open, maybe kind of slows down a little bit. That's the feel in the afternoon right here. And yeah, just very quickly, Apple is moving to the north side. So instead of 60s, I'm going to punch out of that one right now. And going back to the Qs here, yeah, it does feel like that kind of 264.60 area just below VWAP. It feels like this is going to hold. I mean, like we had the move down, we had the move up. Now we're sort of barcoding, right? So it's like, you know, you get the short, you're in the short, you cover, nail and bail. Now it's just kind of VWAP magnet. So for myself, I'm just like, okay, I'll short above, I'll pick my names. I'll long below. I have my names for that kind of setup. And Yeah, so to line that up now with TQQQ for your question over there, I feel like maybe 17 is like lining up with that kind of 60. So, I mean, it could come back down, but it just does feel like a day that, are we really going to go down, break 17, go all the way to 1760, break, and then sell off? Like, it's not giving me the vibe. It's just giving me the vibe that, like, yeah, we're probably going to just, like, hang out. This is the daily, and that seems like a daily level for the time being. Just this kind of bounce off this level over here. So, I mean, you know, look, if the risk makes sense for you, it kind of feels like that's the level. Trading, there's no certainties in trading. Everybody knows that. You kind of take your shot. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Just make sure that the risk is in check. You know, sometimes I get myself into these trades where I'm like, this looks really good, but like, for example, Tesla, you shouldn't be going for a 20-cent scalp on Tesla. It's not the same as Apple. So if you do that, you know, understand that you're playing with fire. Understand that the probabilities are probably not in your favor. You know, unless you have a kind of a track record doing that. So with this in mind, you know, you look at 17, you say to yourself, it kind of looks good, whatever, I'm going to take my shot, but, you know, you could lose, right? You could lose. Just make sure it makes sense to you. Make sure you're trading your own playbook based on the technicals. From what I see, you know, it's very clear this is kind of like that bottoming area, and I kind of line it up. You know, Q is the same idea. That 260 area sort of is showing that it is this kind of bottom for the short term, right? But again, keep in mind, anything's possible. This market this year and last year has shown us time and time again that who knows what happens next, right? So for myself as a day trader, it's just so much easier to react to these moves. I'm not in the business of predicting. I am in the business of reacting. And I'm going to pull up this SPY chart. You know, I showed this last week, but I'll show it again. This black line is 2008. And this blue line is now. Or sorry, the blue line is 2008, and the black line is 2022. So the correlation right now in the SPY to 2008 is very, very high. And, you know, our algo's on top of this. Our algo's trading with this kind of correlation because they foresee this based on all the economic variables that are coming to fruition. And so if you keep all this in mind, you know, we're going to go into next year. If we actually do this, if we get this big move down, you best believe that the Qs and the SPY do move together. And so going back to the Qs for the time being on a day trade, yeah, okay, whatever happens, happens. But on a daily level, you know, if we break the lows, it's going to move in tandem, right? So that's definitely a possibility. We're at a key support level on a lot of these things. And, you know, we'll see what all these large caps want to do here. Yeah, Tesla's now working. It's breaking that 112, moving to the downside. Let's go, Tesla. Ring the money on that one. That's this is a rarity, folks. This is a rarity. I'm holding the last piece, and it's working for me. So spin all the emojis that are possible here because I'm in a good mood. Things are good, and yeah, it should not break 113. So I'm going to hold the rest of this. My cover target is going to be below 111. I think 111 will clear to the downside, and then I'll start thinking, okay, where am I going to try to get out at? Keep in mind 110.44. That is the SSR level. That is probably me thinking, you know, I'm going to maybe do a bounce here. A bounce play, and then I'll cut it quick if it doesn't work. That's SSR level. You know, you cannot hit the bids as a short, so maybe shorts kind of you know, take a step back, and that is my that's my logic over there. So we'll see what happens. Somebody in the chat saying, Luca, where would the SP be if it did react like 2008? That's a great question actually. It's showing me here, and I can't really see, you know, where that bottom is, but it feels like it's gonna test. You know, where are the COVID bottoms? Because maybe that's the kind of level. I'm going to pull it up here, and I'm going to load this. I don't know if Pratt has anything going on right now, and then
I'm just waiting
load
for
this
you to
and,
finish whatever you have.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm currently in the Apple short. So obviously 11,000 on NASDAQ, not trying to break that to the north side. It's struggling every time we see this market move up. So getting into the short around Apple where I said I want to be short, which is around 130.20s to 130.50. So slowly adding to my position all the way up to 130.50, and in a decent trade at the moment, about 10 pennies in the money. But more importantly, LUV has been a little bit of a pain for myself as it squeezed into the north side, taking some size out. Oh, let me just cancel some of these orders over here. Quickly take some more size that I want to take, and now I have the exact amount of size that I want to be in on LUV. Hopefully it does flush right back to VWAP, and even below VWAP, below 34, allowing me to get into a nice little winner all of it, I think, depends on this market really breaking these ranges that we were stuck in. So here's an S&P 500 to the right side of my screen. Would love for S&P 500 to get below VWAP and for NASDAQ to finally break that 10,950 area, allowing me to even take good profits on Apple shorts. Tesla, you guys saw how Tesla is breaking that 112, 111 area. Now a new bottom, new low a day coming in, and only pennies away from that low over here for TSLA. About to trigger that SSR market that you guys are all waiting for. I believe even Luca has been patiently waiting for. You said you're going to hold that short, so I see you're still in there. Congratulations, Luca, for that amazing trade on TSLA. And I'm trying to do something similar for myself on Apple. So Apple flushing down, giving us some profits. Same with LUV. Thankfully, LUV, after squeezing some of my profits away from me, it did had to give some money back on LUV and allow it to turn negative on the day, but I also got back into that trade. Now my average way better than my previous average. So if this does flush all the way back to VWAP and even more than VWAP, I think I can make that money back. Obviously a little bit of a revenge trade over there, but I stuck to my setup, I stuck to my system. As long as the pre-market lows did not give up and start trading above the pre-market lows, I was going to keep on getting into the shorts. And if it did start trade above the pre-market lows, at that point I would have just completely walked away from that trade, because the characteristics of this trade have seemed to be changed ever since we did hit that low a day around $33.81. Never really managing to break too much further than $33.81. And obviously we have that size at $34.18, 1,500 lots. 1,500 lots equals to about 5 million shares, sorry, $5 million notional position on LUV at that $34.18. So something that I will have to keep on watching and have an eye out for, just to see if that level manages to hold again on the way down, or does it break, allowing me to build into my shorts and take some profits. Here's Apple now giving us 15 cents per share profit, as it is getting ready to go back to test that 130 area. Our average price is 130.31 on Apple. A lot of you already know what's coming up over here, which is the YouTube talk. So for those of you who have not already, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. There's no better time to do than right now, as the volume in the market has been getting ready to go slowly lower, maybe come back in at a different time of day when lunchtime comes to an end. So hit that like if you haven't already. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. We appreciate all of you who have already done that for us. Hit that subscribe button too. I do notice 369,000 subscribers now, so let's go so close to 370, and then the next milestone 500K, and then 1 million. Love to see the community keep on growing. A lot of people in the chat might have green names, and if you're wondering how to get the green name yourself, you can click on this join button. You get a nice little pop-up box with Brandon explaining to you exactly what it entails being a Trader TV Live member, and lots of people who do support us in that way. So thank you for all the members in the chat. Waiting to see if there's a shop here still. It looks like I don't see the shop, but maybe if I do merch in the chat, will the shop show up? Let me see. The link should show up over here. Let me click on merch. The link is, there's the link. Let's see if it does show up. Store. No, the store does not show up right now. Not sure what's wrong with it, but we'll get that fix going on in the future. Maybe Justin did revamp the store, and I'm not sure if the link has been changed for that one. Now, let's get back to the market. Apple is moving down to 130, now giving us about 30 cents per share profit. Let's go. And LUV about to be only 5 cents out of the money. Previously, we were about 10-15 cents out of the money, so we had to take some losses on that position, but very happy to build back into that trade. Now also looking at the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market to see what's going on. SPYs getting below VWAP over here, so maybe the downside move coming back into the market for us to take advantage of. I want to talk about NVIDIA before I give it back to Luca over here, because I was thinking about taking that 145 break short over here, but something about it just said no. So I did not get into that trade. Boo-hoo, sad story, because I missed out on a nice little $1 per share profit. But at the same way, or the same reason why I did not get into that 145 break short on NVIDIA, I also did not get into an AMD short at 64, which is also moving to the south side. So both of these trades that I wanted to be in, I just stayed away from it, and now I'm missing some profits. We'll look for more opportunities though. Lots of time left for the rest of the day over here. I see tickers moving around. Nvidia, Tesla's showing up on the trade idea scanners. We also got BAM, Brookfield showing up on those scanners. Mobileye, CVE. So stay tuned. Lots of time left between Luca and myself over here, and we're gonna cover the stocks that are moving around.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull up the SPY here, and I don't have I don't pay for TradingView or anything, so it's unfortunate that it's oh man, now it's gonna say okay, join for free here. I don't know why it's doing this, but anyways, I just checked. So SPY, because somebody was asking the bottom, so I'll just delete that, no problem. Where is the thing? So that bottom area on the SPY, I was just checking COVID bottoms, is 260. So it's 260. So like if we get a flush that kind of matches what happened in 2008, yeah, maybe we get back to, you know, the 260 area on SPY, so that'll be 2,600, I think, give or take, on the ES, which is currently at 38.65. So, I mean, that would be a huge move to the downside, obviously. But again, keep in mind, this is a huge flush to the downside. Everything would flush to the downside. That would entail that Tesla is below 100. It would entail that Amazon's below 80. It would entail that Apple is around either 110 or below. Obviously, all these things moving together. So, yeah, that's a good look over there. Just wanted to quickly cover it for everybody, guys. Tesla, I'm dying a little bit on the inside because, you know, it's like, yeah, let me hold. If it goes above 113, I'm out of the trade. I'm holding for below 111, and I'm just like, I should have covered here. Then it went lower. Now we're going higher. Don't know what to think. But I'm okay to lose on the last piece. 113 is my stop there. If we go above 113, I mean, we're just in chop zone. Maybe we go back to the upside. I mean, it's working for me, so I'm going to hold it. We'll see what happens. And yeah, maybe it was premature on the cover on Apple, but it's no big deal. I'm not really too. That was the last piece there as well. So all good, man. And somebody was also talking ANTF. Sorry, ATNF. And this one, just be cognizant of the fact that, you know, the main level is the high. So 235. If we break above 42 million shares traded, it is SSR. If we break above the high, that's probably where a lot of stops are. Do we do an over-under? Do we break the high, you know, do a lot of volume, flush back down, and then get back to the lows? I mean, it is holding this kind of area. It's in a very, very tight range. So for myself, I look at this thing and I say, like, I don't really know where I want to get in. It's in too tight of a range for myself to be in this kind of momentum scalp mindset. It's not really moving a lot right now. You know, if we break the highs, feel free to shout it out, and I'll consider a trade on that one. You know, if maybe we get back to the lows and there's a dip buy, I'm not too sure, but yeah, I'm just gonna keep that one on ice. Oh, thanks so much for the super chat, Dave. Trader Prad, this one for you. How was the wedding?
Man, the wedding was insane. It was so lavish. Like, the amount of money poured into that wedding was just insane. And I told my mom and dad, I was like, hey, you can forget it if you think I'm willing to spend any of that coin that was spent for that wedding. No, but it was insane. I mean, obviously you follow me on Instagram, so
yep.
and most of you guys follow me too. You guys got to see all the food, and I mean, you can see the food right here in my cheeks right now, probably. You know, just gaining all that weight back that I lost. But more importantly, I'm happy to be back in this expensive cold country again. And getting ready to do my sauna cycles and my cold shower cycles. Start hitting the gym again, so I could compete with my friend Cherif over there. You know, it's gonna take a long time to compete with him, obviously, but you know, competitive mindset, always ready to compete, always ready to have fun, and hence we are a trader for that. You know, we love competing, we love going to war with these markets, dancing with the algos, as Luca knows what I'm talking about over there. And the market's currently going down, which is helping us out on our Apple shorts. I did cover some at a 30% per share profit right now. Only a little bit of profit taking on Apple. Would love for a bigger flush to come into play so we could take some profits at 129.50 or even 129. Here goes Apple below 130 at the moment. So come on, baby, bring in the money, ring in the cash register. Would love to be able to hit my first emoji back from my vacation. Hopefully a lot of you took some well-needed rest and a break also away from the market. And are able to, you know, come back re-energized, recharged. That's what I was telling Greg and also our producer, that, hey, thank you for you know, allowing me to go on that vacation. I feel so much better. I mean, look at it. I woke up at 5:30 today. Part of that could be because of the jet lag, obviously. You know, I'm still jet lagged. I'm gonna start feeling a little bit sleepy going into 2 o'clock or so.
Yeah.
But I'm re-energized, man. I'm re-energized. I'm recharged and ready to be a better host, be a better trader, and grow in front of all of you guys. So stay tuned. Keep hitting that like button. Cherif's doing a great job today for Brando, and will continue to do so. Smash that like, smash that subscribe. A lot of you people in the chat, Prad, Bobby, NASDAQ or kitne? Prad Bhai. Oh, I thought you said Bobby. NASDAQ or kitna girega, Shadi Mubarak Bhai from India. It's not my Shadi, but I do appreciate it. How much more will NASDAQ go down is what you're asking me. Right now, NASDAQ is down 1% already. We seem to have held up somewhat at 10,900. Let's see if that 10,900 holds again. If 10,900 breaks, then obviously we're in trouble. But something to keep in mind right now is UVXY. Notice how UVXY actually turned negative on the day and is very close to $7. You want to see UVXY turn green and go to the north side, which would indicate a possible move to the downside on the market. But right now, where UVXY is and where markets are, I'm a little confused as to what to do with my positions itself. Thankfully, we are 40 cents in the money on the Apple shorts, and LUV absolutely flat as it is exactly near our average price. So any cent move down from here on LUV with the negative catalyst that it already has, we will be able to start taking profits, make some of that money that we gave back on that position, and then hopefully ride the shorts right back to the downside. I gotta say, yeah, Neil, you're 100% right. Free fall is something that I coined, and I do love seeing free falls coming in, especially for day trades. But I think I missed out on a lot of the main free fall action during my vacation.
Yeah, just a little bit, man. Yo,
Just
Tesla,
a little bit.
Just a little bit. Tesla.
I wish. So I gave a lot of our coworkers over here and my close friends some fidget toys. You know, being traders, fidget toys come in a lot of help.
Yeah.
And
save you a lot of money.
I wish this fidget top over here, the spinner, never stopped turning. That way I could come back to the right shorting environment.
Yeah, that's funny, man. And just to say, like, you think you missed out on the free fall there. Yeah, Tesla went SSR, so I think that's enough there.
That was something. I know you had a lot of fun shorting. I saw the
fun,
stream
man.
moments. But real quick, we're gonna send it over to, as Luca coined him, Big C at the big desk for social sentiment.
Name too much, Bradley. Yeah, guys. Big Tesla over here, taking up a big spot. A lot of EVs on this. You got Tesla, you got Mullen, you got NIO, and you got Lucid up here. So Tesla, EVs well represented in the negative side for these social sentiment boards. We're seeing some interesting ones here. ATNF, you heard Luca talk about that one earlier. Small cap capper moving this morning. Some Chinese EV names here. Baba on here. Seeing DWAC, but not much happening with these guys. Yeah, it looks like more of an EV day today, guys.
Thank you so much for that. Big C, loving the name there. I'm still nursing this Tesla short, looking good for myself. Going to hold on to that one. Wanted to share this, and I read this morning, guys. Rolex watches, I don't know if you can see this, Rolex watches have outperformed gold, real estate, stocks over the past 10 years, and sellers believe that future value will continue to deliver. So if you don't own your Rolex watches now, you best get them in stock, because these things continue to perform. Look at the numbers. I mean, I'm a huge watch guy. I don't have a Rolex, but I'm definitely gonna, I imagine I'm gonna own quite a few by the end of my lifetime.
Yeah,
yeah, man. I love, Submariner two-tone with the blue face. Love that one. The date, I think it's all gold. That one is like, after I'm like, over 50, 60 years old, then I could potentially rock that. Definitely like more of a wedding watch, I would say, for myself. But yeah, man, Rolex is super clean. And, they do a really, really good job at, I don't know if I should be saying this, they do a really, really good job at price fixing by, keeping the supply, very low. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. You can't get Rolex for retail. It's you got to wait on the list unless you got connections. And I almost want to say, if you can't get them, you're talking to the wrong people. So expand your network, people. That's what I'll say there. And I want to share as well the chart.
I'll just get
here.
Shawn to put his name on the list for me, because he's got those connections. So Shawn, if I ever need to buy a Rolex, I need to go through you. I'll give you a cut, 10% cut. Take the deposit first, he says.
Deposit, just a heads up, guys. Tesla's pushing back to the upside. My stop is 113, so if I get out of this trade, I take the L on the last piece, which is not a big deal because I did cover for the win anyways. Just wanted to give that quick heads up. But yeah, so here it is. Price appreciation since 2011. We got Rolex in blue, Dow Jones in orange. Real estate is green, I think that's green, and gold is obviously gold, right? So, I mean, this is since 2011, and Rolex is just right neck and neck with the Dow Jones, but outpacing it up 200%. And yeah, man, you know, real estate is a great investment, but, you know, Rolex is a better investment from what it seems, right? But guys, keep in mind, past performance is no indication of future returns. You know, that is the finance line that everybody tells you. I have no vested interest in up or down anyways. Again, I don't have a Rolex. But yeah, man, gold doing a really good job at keeping you flat. But Rolexes, man, that is something else there. That is something else. I love watches, man. That's why I just wanted to bring that up for everybody to see. Saw it this morning, and I was like, that's pretty cool.
I've been actually thinking about buying a golden Casio recently,
that's
and
classy.
I've been eyeing it. You know, might just have to pull the trigger.
Yeah, you know, I think I almost want to say you want to attach the purchase of a watch because and just quickly, false Luca, gold without suppression would be 8,000. I know, yeah, but that's a whole different story. But I almost want to say that, you know, you want to attach these significant purchases to something, right? So for example, for myself, was studying CFA for a little bit, and I was like, okay, if I can manage to muster through this and graduate, get my CFA, like, I'm doing it. I'm buying the watch. So
yeah,
didn't do it. Don't have the watch. That's the reason there. But yeah, no. And guys, heads up again, Tesla 500 lots on the offer combined with 300 lots at the even dollar level. At this point, it's probably going to fill. Keep in mind that I mentioned the 1,000 lots that was on the offer before that actually caused the down move. Okay, so here we go. I'm stopped out of this one. This is a really good example, right? I noted the 1,000 lots that hit the offer over here. That's why I punched into the trade. Then I covered for the win. And this was a nice win. Like, this was my scalp win, you know, great trade. Tried to hold the last piece for the 110, the below 111 break. Unfortunately, it didn't get there. We moved back to the upside. I'm not going to let this trade go against me. 500 lots pops up on the offer at the same general area as where it initially popped up, but now it's half the size. So this move is the person selling, but the person who's selling 1,000 lots is not panicking. They're like, this is going to come back to my price, at which point I will sell the rest of my of the shares that I have to move. And so we get there, they get out of the trade. That's why we're now getting the pop. Because everybody like myself who was like, I will scalp this, and then if we get back above that, I'm just going to get out of it. Like, now that seller is gone, like, the trade is done. So the trade is done. So make sure that you understand this for future reference when you guys are kind of trading your own playbook. If you identify a seller, it doesn't mean, I mean, after the shares fill, it's a whole different trade, right? So again, I didn't go long here. In hindsight, I mean, yeah, the long would have been a banger. I guess, you know, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. Still holding true, man. Still holding true. Damn it, I should have went long there. But no, it's all good, man. Now I'm out of this trade, so I took the win. Lost like 10 cents, 20 cents on the last piece. No big deal. I see people in the chat talking watches. I love it, man.
Yeah, real quick, staying in that watch conversation, someone in the chat said Casio is a great watch. Even watch enthusiasts agree. I'm actually pretty surprised at the amount of people, you know, at the wedding. There was a lot of A-rated, A-level film stars and so on, and they all had like Hublots and Rolexes and like really fancy watches. And every single one of them look at mine and they compliment me and they're like, "Ooh, you're classy. You still got the Casio."
Watch, man. That's a classy watch.
Even when Shawn, you know, Shawn's got some real nice watches. He's got a Rolex, he's got a Breitling, and I'll keep quiet just so, you know, no one has like a target on his back. But you know, even he one day came up to me, he's like, "Ooh, nice Casio." So I'm always shocked and puzzled when people, you know, look at this watch and they get puzzled. They're like, "Ooh, okay, Casio." But I'm happy for all those compliments. I see a lot of people in the chat complimenting too about Casio, but without doubt, my go-to will always be Patek Philippe, man. Patek Philippe, something about those just makes me happy just looking at the design of that watch and how they feel and so on too. I've had the luxury to hold a couple Patek Philippe's before, but hey, the only way we'll be able to buy a Patek Philippe or a Hublot or any of those watches is by being able to smash some of these shorts. Sadly, these shorts are currently trying to go back up north. We were in a good 40-cent winner on Apple, but Apple does not want to go below 130, does not want to stay below 130, as it did hold 130 on the bids downgrades, and now right back above VWAP. The NASDAQ market also not trying to break that range, 10,950 still holding and not really going below that. So until the market really breaks those lows, or sorry, at least the range bottom, I won't be able to make those profits in order to buy those Hublots or those rollies. So come on, market, wake up a little bit. I know you're still in the official lunch o'clock, lunchtime, but I would like for you, some volume to come in order for us to take advantage of these positions. Even LUV doing absolutely nothing at my average price. We're exactly at my average price, well, a couple pennies away from it, but pretty much exactly at our average price, and waiting for this stock to start its descent one more time in order for us to take profits. Whoa, that freaked me out for a second. I did not expect to hear your voice coming out of my headphones at all. But we do have Liz. Okay, maybe we're not going there. Okay, but we do have Liz on the board switching at the moment. Hi, Liz. It's been a while since I saw you. Hopefully you like the gift that I left at your desk over there. And yeah. My gift for the viewers is me just being back. Let's go.
And I'm seeing much love in the chat, man. Everyone's like, Prad, happy to see you back. Look well rested. Yeah, man, I couldn't agree more there. Always a pleasure, man. Nice to have you back. Living life, the dream team back in action. And somebody saying Tag Heuer is the best. Tags are nice. Tags are nice.
You have a tag, don't you?
I got a tag, yeah. Tags are nice. It's a nice watch. It's a great diver watch. You could wear it with a white T-shirt.
Quick question to the chat.
With a suit.
I've been thinking about, I keep seeing these advertisements on Instagram about Watch Gang. Apparently, if you want to join the Watch Gang, it's 50% off right now, and you pay like a really low amount for a new watch every month or something. So if anyone in the chat is in the Watch Gang or whatever, you think it's worth it, let me know. I've been thinking about joining it. Maybe Luca will do his research and help me out on that too.
Yeah, I think it's just, I like the slogan from Patek Philippe. They say, you buy the Patek Philippe to give to the next generation.
Yeah.
So you keep it in the family, you buy it, you keep it, very nice. When you're buying a nice watch, I'm just going to say to my friends who aren't watching this right now, but don't go pour concrete with your Rolex on. It just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, my friends, they buy Rolexes. They go, yo, check out this watch. It's super nice. And they just do everything with it. They're pouring concrete with it. And I'm like, yo, that makes no sense. You're going to get concrete all on the Rolex. You're going to scuff it up. You're going to ruin it. And they go, I do not let things dictate my life. I dictate my actions.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm like, you're crazy. And it's kind of funny because who's that Monopoly artist who gets paint on his watch?
Monopoly?
Alec Monopoly. He's got the Rolexes. He gets paint on the Rolex. It's like a thing. And my friend's like, yeah, that's like me. I get concrete on the Rolex. I'm pouring slabs.
One of our viewers
I'm
actually
like,
has an Alec Monopoly painting in front of his trading setup.
Oh,
and
some
I'm
of them
very jealous.
Yeah, oh man.
I am very jealous. Whoever this viewer is, I'm very jealous of you.
Yeah, and I want to quickly, before we just get back to trading here, guys, I am flat. I'm chilling. I'm watching some of these levels. We're just kind of around VWAP right now, so great time to share very quickly. If you want to go to my screen right now, before we pass it on, it's, if you guys haven't had this already, it's absolutely amazing. Panettone, Pandoro,
That's French toast.
Plain panettone. You want to make French toast panettone.
That's French toast.
Yeah, but it's made from panettone.
What is panettone?
Panettone is, it's basically like a sweet cake. You missed it. I gave panettones to a few guys here. It's like a sweet bread. For anybody that doesn't know, it's, I don't even really know how to explain it. Panettone. And let me just bring it up. It's basically a sweet bread. You can have it with chocolate. You can have it with raisins. The Pandoro is the very simple one where there's panettone if you go Pandoro. And, it's very, very simple, this one right here. And so, like, nothing in there, just very, very clean. So for myself, guys, yeah, sweet cake in a box, essentially. I don't even know what to explain. I'm like, panettone. What do you mean you don't know what panettone is? Come on. But, yeah, guys, it's absolutely amazing. And, every Christmas, I make this. French toast panettone, cut it, nice little star. Oh, it's amazing, 10 out of 10. This right here is probably like 1,000 calories, easy. But yeah, that's just reason to get into the gym over there. So yeah, I just wanted to share that there. It's really good. I know people in the chat, if you had it before, you know what I'm talking about. That's the stuff right there. But yeah, I think we are now going to pass it over to Big C himself for a quick update on something.
Looks delicious, Luca. What panettone? I gotta have a little bit of that, guys. The Kremlin coming in here on Wall Street Journal saying that they will ban the sale of Russian oils to countries that impose a price cap. So there's a group of 7 countries that are actually part of that group at the moment. England and France putting some other restrictions. Oil taking a bit of a move off that 81.75 high. I guess not much of a move, down back to 80.50.
That could be a little bit of a catalyst for the oils to obviously move around. It's related to the oil sector, so we could always go to XLE, which is your energy ETF, and see how the energy ETF is moving around. I currently don't know the crude futures contract that we might be on. Maybe the chat could help me out. Obviously, just coming back from vacation, I had to find out what NASDAQ contract we're on and on the S&P 500. And for those of you who are wondering what contract we're on the H23 contract. So maybe you can help me out in the chat to see what the current contract for crude oil is, and I could pull it up. But currently, looking at XLE did drop off that catalyst, but we're moving back up north. And obviously, Cherif's looking at Chelsea and whatever team BOU is. I've never seen what? Bourbon? Okay, yeah, Bourbon. I've never heard of that team. Obviously, don't watch soccer. But yeah, let's hopefully Chelsea wins. That's a team I do know. Coming back to the energy ETF and the oil stocks, though, let's quickly go to Oxy to see if Oxy moved off of that catalyst. Oxy at the moment is dropping, and market's going along with it. As I did say to Luca, there's a chance that the market moves to the downside off of that catalyst, and we might just be able to take more profits over here on our Apple shorts and maybe Luca's Tesla. Oh, Luca, you're not in the Tesla short anymore?
No, I put my stop 113. It's
Right.
fine. I'm just kind of relaxing. Somebody, Trader Gordon, junk is tanking. It's happening. It's happening. The yield spreads. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Yeah, guys, for anybody that doesn't know, JNK on ARCA is basically Bloomberg High Yield Bond ETF. So, the first to go will obviously be, junk bonds. Junk bonds will collapse, and then kind of, not to get too bearish right now because we are, generally holding up. But again, guys, if we sell off, and somebody said, yeah, maybe the ES goes to 3,200, not 2,500. I mean, I think 2,600, man, 26, 27. It's reasonable. I think we get there. That's my dip buy opportunity of the century, or maybe the decade, because things move very, very quick nowadays. And yeah, going extra long if we get down there. That's my play. Yeah,
market's
gold.
going
I
down,
like the gold
boys.
move there. Yeah, market's going down here. Tesla's still kind of floating around. I'm still waiting for INTC. It's just not getting back up there, so I think I'm just going to cancel this order. It's we probably don't get there. I mean, I still do like the short up there, but I mean, look at this. This is very muted. If we do get there, it's for like a news catalyst for sure. So yeah, not too sure. Let's go. I'm on that call with you. Yeah, man, we'll see what happens there. Life is good. Just chilling, flat and chilling for the time being. Man, I would love to find another trade going here. I'm looking across the board, trying to find something. Guys, feel free to shout out anything that is moving. I will have a look for you guys. Great time for questions if you have them. ATNF is sort of slow, just kind of hanging around VWAP, so I'm just kind of chilling with that one. Neil said Sava is tanking, so we can have a look there. Sava is tanking. This one is, less than 1 million shares traded, though. I'm not gonna dabble for myself. Somebody's saying Meta, question mark. Great question. We can pull up Meta here. I love there was a level that I really liked, and I didn't look at Meta today, so let this just load here very quickly. Was it the 118? I know 124 on the daily, like that is solid. Like 124 on the daily is solid. It's Meta in range, right? In range. I really like the 113.5, and I like the 124 up top. It kind of feels like it's just the range is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. At some point, we either go up or down. I know somebody in the chat this morning was saying, oh yeah, man, Meta is undervalued, blah, blah, blah. And then somebody else was like, oh man, the metaverse is dead. It's absolutely dead. So with Meta, not too sure. I mean, if we get that 116 bottom area was pretty nice. A little bit of a triple bottom action, moving back to the top of the range. Definitely a range day, man. Definitely a range day. When it's a range day, do not diddle in the middle. Wait for the ranges, wait for the extensions, then take your trade. That is the best thing that you can do. Make money in the morning, nail and bail if that's your strategy. If you're a trader that kind of sits there and continues to trade like us, be patient, right? Be patient. I'm having a time over here, living life. Life is good. I'm enjoying myself. I'm not rushing into anything. I'm just kind of watching my scanners, like what is moving, where am I going to get into positions. Yeah, Meta woke is broke. That's I like that saying is kind of funny, eh? Like woke is the new broke, yeah.
Yeah, you could look at Disney for that example. Obviously, Disney's been getting absolutely beat down, man. But I'll leave that type of political conversations off the chat. Keep in mind, we don't want to see any of those political conversations going on in over here. Currently, the market is breaking down, which means Apple, ooh-wee, about to pay us some more profits, 53 cents in the money. Talking about ooh-wee, I just remembered, Netflix got me, man. Netflix got me. So I kind of scammed Netflix for the Rick and Morty download. I went to India. They had Rick and Morty. I downloaded it to my phone. I come back and it was still working. I made the wrong decision to tweet about it. And seconds later, that download is now apparently banned in Canada. So, they saw the tweet. I'm pretty sure, obviously, 10-act conversation. They saw the tweet and they blocked that Rick and Morty download. So, Netflix, I'm coming for you. But right now, Apple, man, 50, 60 cents in the money. Market going down, 10,950, finally breaking. And now we're seeing if the market can push a lot more to the downside. I did not find any new positions to enter for the short side. So, what did I do? I jumped in on the long on UVXY. So UVXY at $7.04 pretty much. I think it should round up to 704. Yeah, 704 is where I'm long. And the market, if the market's going down, technically UVXY should start going up. So we're already in the money on UVXY. So we're happy on that side. The only trade that has been painful is Love, sadly. But thankfully, Love is still around my average price, so I can still hold on to this trade a little bit longer. If market continues to go to the downside, maybe Love manages to go back to VWAP and then even lower than VWAP, at which point I could take my profits. A lot of my attention is just exactly at where Love's VWAP is right now, because that's where that 1,500 lots were at $34.18. Let's quickly go to some stocks from the Trade Ideas scanner. Once again, reminder for all of you in the chat that if you want to get Trade Ideas, 30% off right now. Usually you only get 15% off if you're using code TraderTV, but thanks to Christmas and New Year's and the holidays and everything around that, we have a new promotion code to get 30% off by using code TraderTV30. Use the link right there in the chat that Nightbot has shared with you just now. By clicking on that, get Trade Ideas. You can get awesome tools such as this chart that's crashed at the moment. I'll fix that. I did not realize it was crashed. And even these scanners that you've seen me talk about, the race view scanners. You can even build your own scanners over there. Quick glance at the scanner. Tesla popping up as the #1 volume leader today. 129 million shares on Tesla. After that, you have TQQs at 85 million share, and then APE at 65 million shares on the day. So APE still continuing to go to the downside since the open. Not really. We haven't seen a push on it ever since the first little initial pop over here, right back to the $2 area, but rejecting 2 and slowly going right back to the downside. Let's see how it behaves at this $1.80 area, and then maybe even at $1.70 if that comes into play. We could perhaps look for a long over there, but I'm very happy right now for our Apple trade, ladies and gentlemen. Apple 130.40 is where we are short, and we've been loving it. 60 cents, 70 cents in the money. I do have an order to take profit at $1 per share. Let's see if it comes into play. But I'll be ready to take some profits out at 129.50 if I do see some stalling coming in, because look at that, the market trying to go back up once again. UVXY touching the 100 period EMA and looking like it wants to pull back down. Only 2-3 pennies in the money on UVXY, so nothing really to beat my chest about and start pressing money, but we're in the money. We would love to see more profits coming in for ourselves.
Yeah, man, would love to see more profits. Somebody's saying Apple just does not want to sell off below VWAP, and yeah, I'm not really too sure what the general levels. I mean, we broke the range of the ES going to the downside, 38.57, maybe 38. I'm going to use 38.55 to 38.50 as my gauge, and I would love to see a little dip into this area, 38.50 hold, and then maybe a move back to VWAP there. So for myself, yeah, I'm going to be watching some of these names. I'm going to be watching Apple. I'm going to see if I can get a dip buy, kind of playing off that 129.40 area, dip buy back into VWAP, and just recycle over and over and over again. One of the kind of questions that came through on the chat is, Prad, where are you from in India. And to be honest, I should know this.
Yeah, I just answered that in chat. It's
Okay.
Hyderabad, so previously known as Andhra Pradesh. Ever since they had the little partition, so now it's Telangana. So I'm not sure if I should be saying Telangana or Andhra Pradesh, so I just say Hyderabad. I know technically it's supposed to be Telangana now.
True. That's pretty cool stuff there. I'm going to revisit Nike. Nike actually now flushing back down. So Trader Gordon, if you're still here and listening, congratulations. I know you're holding. I know you're still holding. You probably got a nice wide stop on that one. I was like, I'm not. This is why you got to follow your own book, because I look at that and I go, damn, that 118 level is good. I would not have traded this if it was just me. But then I go, maybe there's something there. I'm like, okay, let me try. But yeah, no, I just kind of I guess I should have just been a little bit more patient with that one, you could say. But yeah, not a problem. Someone's saying Neo break of 997. Yeah, let's go back to Neo. I know I said 10.
That's
10
a
is
long,
holding.
bro.
You know what? No, I'm going long this.
That's
I'm going
a long,
long, Neo.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm going long. It's funny. We pull it up at the same time. Tell me you punch into the long too.
Yeah, as soon as I pull it up, I'm like, that's a long,
We literally
bro.
we have the long at the same
That's a
time at the
long.
same price, and it's funny because we didn't even think, like, I didn't go like, should we go
No.
long? I pull it up. I go, oh, that's a long.
Yeah.
You're like, that's a long. So yeah, here I am long. I'm gonna give it a little bit of a wider range. It's sort of like showing that like 10 is holding. You know, maybe it's like you could say like, oh, there's a potential flat bottom break here. You could obviously take the flip side scenario, but it is down 8%. I think, 10, a lot of the selling already came through. If it was going to be at 950, like I would have assumed that it'd be there already. So yeah, I talked myself into the long. It looks good. If we can get like 10, 20 cents out of that, that'll be awesome there. So yeah, we'll see what happens on Neo. If this thing wants to move to the upside, great. We're both long and strong. I'm not, yeah, we'll see. Market kind of pushing back now, bouncing off that 38.55. I feel like if we really move to the upside, we go. So I don't, maybe I missed that on, let's see if Amazon's down below. Price is important, guys. As a day trader, price is definitely very important. Okay, Amazon's actually back down here, which you could argue, maybe breaking down, but I do kind of like the long. I'm going to start a small position on Amazon and, see if this one wants to kind of balance out. I'm going to give it a little bit of time. Maybe it wants to balance out, go lower. Okay, great, add to it. If we go straight up from here, then I'm going to just stick with what I got. But yeah, I like the Amazon long for right now. Maybe it holds. Apple is obviously stronger, so maybe I should like this one better. But I just wanted it below VWAP. I want something below VWAP for a move back to VWAP. That's kind of the my logic on that one. Someone's saying I'm short Amazon trying to cover. Perfect, man. Buy that offer. Pump that stock for me because I am now long. Get that thing up. Yeah, no, it's, I mean, no, we're joking. Like large caps here. These things doing 40 million shares here, Luca, the Nike short is great. Yeah, at 1790. Hats off to you, man. Congratulations for holding that one. Yeah, sometimes it's for me. I mean, you know myself. I'm just in and out. You guys are the best team here. We are doing the most, trying to, having a time here, living the life. And yeah, guys, it's a holiday week, but hats off to everybody trading. That's how you love the dream, man. The dream is great. And there was another one. He's like, I'm from my. Oh no, that's not. I don't know if that's for me there.
Yeah, so I like what you said about looking for possible longs. I'm currently trying to build into a long on NVIDIA and give it to the lower day risk, which is 142.92. We're currently at 143. I'm haggling for my price, so obviously not going to get the fill if I'm haggling for it, but I'm not going to chase the entry over here. I also took some size out on Apple. We were waiting for a bigger flush on Apple, but Apple wasn't really showing us that, so taking some more size out and holding my last few shares for that dream that Luca always mentions, holding the last few shares for the dream, but we're not going to get burnt on that dream. If the dream ends up being a bubble that pops, then, whatever, it happens. I'm going to have my stop at pretty much break even, and we'll see what happens as we are still 50 cents in the money on that bad boy. And you saw that long that we punched into NIO. I gave it a big enough of a stop also. So if it does trigger that stop, we'll take that loss and we'll move on. If it doesn't, then no real issue. What did I just exit? Oh my goodness! I guess I had an exit on NIO for some of my size at a 1 cent profit that I didn't even see. So some of my size is getting taken out, but at least we have some size over here. So we're gonna hold that one. I guess I could re-enter over here instead of complaining because we're still at the same prices. We'll see how this one goes as the market is trying to go back up. 10,950 coming back into play for the NASDAQ market. The current contract is H23. It's going to take a couple of days for me to get used to that. So here we go. Bang. H23, 10,950. Let's see if we can get back above that price point and then start trading once again sideways. Or do we reject that 10,950 and then go see if there's any buyers at 10,900, or do we also break 10,900 and go even more to the downside? The UVXY is something that you have to have on your board at all times, because this will indicate to you if the market has more wiggle room to the downside or to the upside, or does the market just look dead and go sideways. And currently, with how UVXY is trading, flirting with being positive, flirting with being negative, I don't really see much of a move in the market at the current moment. Maybe it comes in at the end of lunchtime, which we're 3 minutes away from, or maybe it comes in at 2 o'clock when Shawn, Neo, and Big C go back on live for you, or maybe it comes in at the power hour 3 o'clock. So lots of questions, no real reason for us to force a trade from the market. Be patient, let the market whisper the secret answers that you're looking for instead of forcing those answers out of the market. A quick little example for that is how my sister-in-law treats my niece compared to sometimes me. If my niece does anything bad, I go to the Indian method, which is, hey, no, like yelling at her. Instead, where my sister-in-law, kind of makes her understand what she needs to do and kind of talks to her in a nicer way. So let the market talk to you in a nice way. Don't just scream at the market in order to listen, or hope that the market listens to you. So let the market understand it properly. Let it tell you what it really wants to do.
Yeah, 100% here, and I'm just revisiting. Thanks for the love. Fired up bias. Love the Luca commentary. Yeah, man, I'll keep it coming, no problem. John saying I like dump trucks. I don't mind dump trucks. They're pretty good. I mean, you gotta clean up the trash from time to time. Hats off to the scalp demon teaching us how to scalp properly. Yeah, man. As a scalper, I want to say, I learned from traders around me, and watching Shawn scalp, I'm just like, I just need to do this more, because this is like you're in, you're out, you're out. Okay, great, right? So kind of channeling my inner just scalp. Look for the 30-cent moves, the 40-cent moves. Don't be greedy. Take the win, and that's it. What were the odds that I was going to hold the short from up here? I could have held this short all day, and I wouldn't have went out of the money. But the thing is that's not my playbook. That's not my plan. I just want to scalp. I want to lean into my strengths. So that's what I'm doing. And then profits kind of just start to roll in, right? So flatter forward, man. Today I'm having a great day. Hit daily. I mean, how many people work for 5 minutes and then make a decent amount of money, and then they're like that's it. I got the rest of the day to do what I want. So for myself, I mean, I stick around. I love trading. I love being in the environment, surrounded by good people. So yeah, I mean, I could be at the gym, but yeah, I'll just go later, right? But thing is lean into your strengths as a trader. As a scalper, you want to look to capture 10-20% of what you think that move could be. So for myself, top call 119, bottom call 115, that's $4. If I can get, I think my average at the time was like 118.80, if I remember, 118.88, and then my covers were basically like below 117. And so what is that? That's like $1.80. And the whole move was like $4. That was like 115 to 119, so $4 or $5. So I think I did a good job in the morning at capturing like 20% of this move. That's even more than 20% of the move. And so that's all you need to do. Capture 20% of the move, 15, 25%, do it over and over and over again. And yeah, maybe hold a piece for the move if you're really convicted in it. I was not. I thought 115 would hold and we'd go back to the upside. So for myself, I thought, look, this is great. That's why I was even trying the long over there. But long was a little better at 112. Now 112 seems to be holding. So, if we do get back to that 112 area, I will try it for a long, but I just almost feel that, 112 would be a short. We should probably dip maybe like 112.30s. Maybe that long is good, for like $1 move, scalp move there. I'll revisit it. We'll see what happens. I'm still in the Amazon long, which is now moving to the upside. I'm going to try to get out of 84s because I think, 84s prints. And then at that point, your guess is as good as mine as to where we're going. Neo is slow, but Neo is expected, right? Neo, I'm expecting this to be slow. Not sure if Pratt, yeah, Pratt's still in the same trade there. I don't want. I kind of want to be like, I don't want to tell you where my out is on this one.
Yeah.
It's mysterious. We'll see what happens. It's going to be discretionary. I mean, it's very obvious. You guys are looking at the same levels. It's kind of like, you draw a very simple line here. It's sort of holding here, but I'm not going to try to get out 03s. I would love to get like a little bit of a pop. I mean, 10 is kind of that level. If I'm willing to risk 5 to 10 cents, I should at least go for 5 to 10 cents. So even though I'm going to be discretionary and it's kind of like a scalp idea trade, I still have the odds in mind. I'm still saying, well, look, if I am risking 5 to 10 cents, I need to at least get 5 to 10 cents, because if I take this trade 10 out of 10 times, like how many times am I going to win? Am I going to be ahead on it? So yeah, that's kind of the logic with that one. So maybe that helps you a little bit. Neil now saying ANTF is breaking 2 to the downside. ATNF is breaking 2 to the downside. It's SSR, pay for shorts. I'm not short. This thing looks dead. I have no idea what to expect here. If you're short from the top, great. I did look at this actually quickly in the morning, and I thought this move right here, and I want to point it out, this move right here was the exit. So, I say all the time, algos are involved. They kind of get in, they get out, they try to clear up both sides. I don't know what the float is on the top of my head off of this one. I don't really know the catalyst, nor do I care. I'm just kind of looking at this saying like, okay, how does the tape look in the morning when it's doing all this volume? And then how does the tape look after? There's got to be some type of kind of moment where it's like, okay, this was the moment, now it's done. And I feel like that moment happened at 10:29 when I looked at it. It was just a very sharp move up, a little bit of a volume spike, and then after that moment, it's just been dead, doing nothing. So, I mean, before 10:30, it had a look. After 10:30, it had a different look, and now it's just kind of dead. So, if you are a small cap trader, if you are scalping these things, understand that there's a lot of algorithms that are going to be involved in these names. They're going to be doing a lot of things, and then sometimes if it's, hedge fund manipulative algo trying to clear out both sides of the tape, they have an end goal in mind. They want to be out of the name by the end of the day. They don't want to carry these overnights for the most part. And so, clear out both sides. Then they exit. Once they exit, kind of dies off, right? So, if you stare at the tape long enough, you will convince yourself of anything. Maybe I'm just losing my mind just a little bit saying that. It's kind of funny I say that to myself, but it's just alternative perspective, right? Understand there's multiple ways to look at things. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. We will never know. I think I'm out of that Amazon trade. Let me just quickly bring it up. Yeah, that was perfect. So I got out, I think, 99s or 98s. Didn't put my order on 04s. I just kind of go with the flow there within my mind, saying, yeah, 84s is going to print. It's the 50 period. And then after that, we probably go sideways and down. So, yeah, guys, keep in mind, this is scalping. You take the long. If it goes down, okay, great. I was willing to add. That was a part of the plan. It's not adding to a loser. It's a part of the plan. So I'm going to add. We didn't. I was like, okay, I'm rolling with the size that I got. We run to 84s. I say, take me out at 84s. That's a win. That's 20 cents. I'm happy with it. I'll find it again and again and again, right? So remind yourself, as a day trader, you're just taking multiple fills. You're just filling the other side of other people's order. People need liquidity. I provide liquidity to other people. That is my job. Nice to meet you. My name's Luca. And yeah, man, life is good. Enjoying myself, leaning into my strengths. Hopefully you guys are doing well. And a lot of people ask, oh, how do you guys do this? Like, I would be charged so much commission if I were to trade over and over and over again. I mean, today I'm pretty light. I only have like 60 fills, which is pretty surprising. Usually I'm at like 400 at this point. But yeah, it's kind of light, just kind of the nature of the week that we're in going into the end of the week. At Day Trade the World, we have market making capabilities. We can route to multiple different gateways. Sometimes you add liquidity and you get rebates for it. Sometimes you can actually hit the other side and get a rebate for that, inverse. So yeah, it's actually good. Commissions are very light on my side. If it was like the standard $10 a piece for a trade,
Forget about it.
Forget about it. It'd be impossible, right? So you don't want to be with a broker that's kind of rinsing you on commission, because they're just basically taking all your hard-earned money there. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And there was also another good question. Somebody was saying, is this the last day for tax loss harvesting? So keep in mind that to my understanding, and I don't know, Shawn, if you want to correct me on this, it's T+2 now, settlement. I don't know if you know T+. So it was T+3. I think they changed it for equities to T+2. Maybe they're even moving to T+1. But essentially what that means is trade day and then settlement 2 days afterwards. And so if you are claiming a loss or whatever, you have to keep in mind settlement, when the funds are going to settle. You know, don't quote me on this. Obviously, ask your own advisor or whoever you kind of deal with on the money side of things. But that could be the reason. So, you know, when you look at things that, oh, when is X dividend? I want to buy this stock for the dividend. You want to buy it like 2 days before, then it goes X dividend. The reason for that is because settlement, right? They're settling everything on the back end, all the clearing houses that deal with the brokerages and stuff. So, yeah, that could apply to tax loss selling. And if that's the case, it might be T+2 or 3 or something like that. So if today is, you know, trade date plus today, then you got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That would be a T+3. So it might be today, tomorrow, one of those things. But yeah, don't ask me, man. Do the research yourself, or ask whoever you deal with the money side. Like, I mean, I'm just kind of loosely saying this. But yeah, again, just keep in mind, I don't know the exact amount, but that's basically the general idea, right? There's settlement, a lot of things happening in the back end. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question on that one. Somebody's saying tomorrow is the last day. Yeah, so tomorrow would be T+2, so that makes sense. Short Smeller, oh, I like that name. Is payment for order flow banned in Canada? That's a good question. Yeah. Is it banned? Yeah, Shawn's saying it is banned in Canada. I think, payment for order flow, a lot of you guys probably already know this, but payment for order flow is like, it's terrible. Like, it does close the spread, but realistically, it's like, no, it doesn't close the spread. It just allows market makers who have like really good algos that can cut the spread in half and say like, yeah, you know, now the spread is a fraction of a cent. Can you even participate in that? I don't know, right? And then they kind of, yeah, exactly, Robinhood's business model. So, I mean, look, show me the average Robinhood trader who's making tons of money, you know, across the board. I guarantee all of them are losing money, and that's payment for order flow. So, you know, here at, you know, Day Trade the World, it's, you know, let's look at our numbers, let's look at Robinhood, let's compare. I don't know the numbers of each, to be honest, but I almost want to say that our traders are doing a little better, and it's a little different, right? So payment for order flow, boo, that's what I have to say, boo. I hope they do something about that. Obviously, that was the whole situation with the GME situation, then Citadel got brought in, Melvin Capital, you know, talking upon the topic. And what did they decide? They decided to change nothing. So, you know, I'm not a regulator, I'm not a specialist. I'm just going to sit back and kind of call it like I see it. There's a lot of money flowing around there, and, you know, money talks. So that's all I'm going to say there. Let's look at Meta. I know Shawn's saying, come on, Meta. Not sure if you're looking short or long.
I'm short Meta, long Apple, so I'm like very...
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's always funny when we get in these situations where you're like, you're short Meta, you're long Apple. They might move together, but you're like, come on, I need both to win. There's a tiny window where I could actually take this and win. Yeah, no, you just got to continue to, you know, trade what looks good to you. NEO is now 5 cents in the money, which this is pretty good. So you know what? I'm going to take off some here. And I mean, I said I was going to risk 5 cents. So if I'm in the money 5 cents, it makes sense. But I also want to hold for like a little bit of a better target on that one as well. So that's a nice win. Again, guys, within expectation. It sounds silly to be like, yeah, I'm going for 5 cents on NEO. But the thing is you could just punch like 5,000, 10,000 shares and like wait that, right? So yeah, I don't have that kind of size, but keep in mind it's all scalable. It's all based on probabilities. If you're risking 5 cents, you want to go for 5 to 10 cents, 2 to 1, 1 to 1. Somebody's like, yeah, Pratt has like 17 positions. It's
not 17.
I've seen you with way more, man. I've seen you with way more, man. Yeah, yeah. I'm like I'll stick to like 1 or 3. Then I start to panic, and then I look at you and I go, man, like that's hats off to you because you're doing the most, man.
No, so one of them happens to be obviously NVIDIA over here. Nice little 40-cent pop on NVIDIA. I took basically the 143.50 breakout long, got some out near close to 144. Currently 30 cents in the money as it is pulling back a little bit. And Apple seems to have finally given me my entry short on 130.30. So let's see if Apple shorts, which have been one of my most profitable trades on the board today. Tesla, the #1 stock. Apple, the #2 stock, just off by pennies over here, by a couple dollars and some pennies, not much. So if this trade can end up being profitable for me one more time, let's see if Apple can take over the #1 seed on my board, which is Tesla. Talking about Tesla, let's go see what Tesla is doing at the moment. Looks like Tesla is rejecting that 113 and getting ready to move back down as the S&P 500 exactly near VWAP, and NASDAQ below VWAP quite a bit, about 40 points away from 40 points, about 40 points away from VWAP, and looks like it could go back to VWAP if it wanted to, as UVXY is continuing to go to the downside. I'm actually going to close my UVXY long because that setup is not working the way we wanted to, so no trade on that one. And NIO, let's go. Time to take some profits on NIO over here, as we are 5 to 6 cents in the money. Let's see if I have more size on that trade. I do have some more size. We'll leave that size to see if we can go a little bit more to the dream side on NIO. But NVIDIA, baby, is where we're looking for. NVIDIA, we do have some size left, 80 cents in the money. Let's see if NVIDIA can start moving back above 144, maybe even go to 144.50, 145 for us to take profits over here at the previous range consolidation lows, which was the way it kept bouncing above 145. So I'm expecting the market allows NVIDIA to pull up to that level and allows me to take some profits at that area. If it doesn't, then I'm just going to have a stop at break even, which is basically on the back through. Let me actually send that stop right now as we're talking about it, as if it goes back below 143, I don't want to be, 143.50, I don't want to be holding any size left. So I'm just going to throw a stop out there, bang. Now we don't have to worry about this position for the rest of the day, but something that we've been worrying about for a good chunk of our day over here and still continue to worry about, it's going to be LUV, man. LUV has been stair-stepping to the north side for quite a while now, ever since it double bottomed over here on the 5-minute chart and has been above VWAP for almost an hour or more. So part of me is worried, you know, anytime a stock is trading above VWAP, there's technically some buying coming in, and if it's trading below VWAP, there's technically some selling in that position. We've already lost, we already turned LUV, which was one of our positive positions, into a negative, and I don't want to give back more of my money on this position. So just debating in my own head if I should add some more size over here so I can get a better average and then wash that average down at these ranges over here. You could also draw somewhat of a trend line maybe to see if that trend line breaks, and then we could take a more size on the break of that trend line. So you know, lots of questions, lots of variables for me to lean on. I'll keep you guys up to date as this trade keeps on evolving, and as we go into the end of the morning show and the midday show. We only got about 40 minutes or so. So make sure you're hitting that like, make sure you're hitting the subscribe button and all those things that help us with the YouTube algorithm. Keep in mind, we also have a free Discord server where a lot of conversations do take place. You know, people are sharing their levels they're looking at. Our Discord moderator, Blind Jedi, a big shout out to you, my friend, for holding down the Discord server for 2 weeks that I wasn't here, which is actually, you know, a lot of help. I know we got raided by bots on that side, so you had to ban multiple people. So big shout out to you on that side. Thank you for taking care of the server while I was on my vacation. So couldn't have done that without you. Go join the server, share your ideas and your trades with other people on there. Would love to see that side of our umbrella grow too. Quickly going back to the scanners over here to see what positions pop up or what stocks are popping up for us to take advantage of. It actually seems to be computer-based stock. So we got STX, which is Seagate. This is your hard drive memory space stock. We also got HPQ popping up on the scanners at the moment. So 2 computer positions, which not too long ago got beat down because of the lack of demand. Ever since COVID, restrictions have been easing up and offices have been opening up. You were also noticing this in China a little bit. China talking about, you know, easing up on their COVID restrictions and so on. Hence, Pinduoduo and other Chinese stocks absolutely taking off today. HPQ over here up also 1.49% and looking like it wants to, you know, have some relief rally, a little bit of a Santa Claus rally as obviously Christmas, maybe because of the New Year coming up. A lot of people might be buying some electronics, some laptops, some Apple products maybe, and we'll see those numbers coming in on the earnings season, which will be sometime next year.
Yeah, I just want to say very quickly, when you were talking about the Discord and the bots, I'm like, we just can't avoid them, man. We cannot get away from the robots. Robots, if you are watching this, all love, man. All love. Even though I know you probably don't feel that. Shout out to Dave Trader. Luca saying from before when I was like, oh, I'm going for like 5 cents on this. He's like, Luca making sense. And I have it here. I don't know if you guys can see it. Luca making sense. Hopefully, I mean, you know, I'm making sense, but I'm making dollars, but I'm making sense. Absolute banger there. I like that. I'm going to work with that quote and try to roll with it. Tyler C. also saying Pride is a position demon with everything that you had on board there. Did you just cover that, Neil? Come on, man.
Yeah, I covered it.
Neil's in a great spot, too.
I don't want to hold it anymore. I was tired.
I said I was going to go for 9s, but, like, what's the difference? Get me out at 8s, too. I'll take that win. Take me out of this one. That's solid. Look at that. Nice little win there. In at 01s, out at, what, 6s? And, oh, yeah, sure.
We're going to regret it now.
Now it's going to fly to the moon. Yeah, guys, if you're in that trade, hopefully you're doing a little better than me. But I'll take that money and recycle over and over and over again.
Talking about taking money, we're going to send it to Big C. Almost called him Big B. To Big C.
Let's go.
For money talks.
Well, we won't do currencies, guys, but definitely today gold has been the mover in the commodity, crypto, whatever you want to call it space. Have a look at that. This is a daily chart on gold here. It's up 1% on the day, not all that much now, but it was definitely a lot higher. But having a look at the daily chart, looks like we bounced nicely off that 151, 150-ish area. And since then, we've been trending up. Let's have a look at the intraday range now. We were up a lot earlier on, and since we've given back much of those goods, look at that. We topped out at that 170 and a half, but now trading back down in that 168, guys. Gold has been an interesting play lately, guys.
Thank you so much for that one there. And I want to share another meme that I saw that was actually pretty funny. And I like this. You know, I like going trading, memes, back and forth. Nice little chemistry we got going here. Guys, there's alien, and then there's Italian. What do you mean? Yeah, no, I thought that was pretty funny. Hopefully you guys get a little bit of a kick out of that one. You know, it was pretty funny for myself there. Somebody's saying, is this the right time to invest in ETFs? I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I think, you know, you have to plan for your future, and you have to kind of just make a plan, follow the plan, and, you know, that's all you can do, right? That's all you can do. Talk to your financial advisors for that one. I'm obviously here to call the technicals. I don't know. There's so many different ETFs. There's so many different methods of investing. Are you going to be tactical? Are you going to be passive? You know, are you going to look at mutual funds? Are you going to look at ETFs? You know, these are a lot of questions that you got to ask yourself, right? So, yeah, just make sure you kind of make a plan, follow a plan, and go from there. Hey, Luca, how long you been Italian for, 100% Italian for? I'm Italian, man. I've been Italian my whole life, all the time. What do you mean? That's you asked that question last time, too, and I was like, I didn't answer it, but I was like, how do I even answer this? What kind of question is this? Invest for the, yeah, I'm only here for Luca. And hopefully you're enjoying the show, man. All I ask for is hit that like button. We want to get this to the top of YouTube if possible. 2,300 likes right now, 4,000 people watching, 370,000 subscribers. That's kind of crazy, man. I think I started on the show when it was at like 300, and now it's like 70,000 more, and it's been like, what, like 4 months? So that's kind of crazy. So let's get that to a milli, and yeah, man, see where it goes. That's what I like to say. Let's see where it goes. Luca, don't leave us. No, man, I'm chilling. Yeah, settle down. What's going on? And yeah, no, I'm loving these comments that are coming through. Guys, feel free, you know, to ask multiple different questions, you know, about myself, about trading. When times get slow, you know, coming on the show 11, there's always lots of trades. You guys saw, like, just kind of the Apple scalps that I had, the Tesla shorts that I had. Those were bangers. A couple other ones as well. When things slow down, perfect time for questions because I can actually, you know, take a step back, look at the chat, see what you guys are asking. So just keep that in mind. You know, maybe at like 11:13, I might miss a couple things. You know, we might miss a couple things, but yeah, no, 120, having a good time, life is good.
What color Ferrari says chat?
Yeah, what color? Well, red, of course.
Red?
Yeah, red, of course. It
will look real nice at the bottom of the ocean.
I know you're not. I mean, hey, look.
I was originally going to give you this little keychain because it has a horse,
wow.
You know, Italian horse, Italian Ferrari, and whatnot. But then I figured a fidget toy would probably help you more.
The fidget, yeah. You know what? I'm having a great day, and go figure. So Prad gave me this one that we were showing. It's kind of like the Inception thing.
Yep.
And it was on my desk in the morning, and it was just sitting in front of my keyboard. And I come in and I'm like, I see this on my desk, and right away I go, what's going on over here?
Inception.
I go, is this? am I dreaming? I go, but it's down. It's not spinning right now. So, okay, we're good. We're good. I'm not dreaming. Okay.
The day you come into the office, this is spinning.
I'm gonna be like,
that's the day you walk right out.
What is going on right now? Okay.
Talking about what's going on, though, hey, the market is pulling back, and we are in a couple of shorts to take advantage of this pullback that the market's offering us. It's going to be Apple. Apple shorts are 30 cents in the money. We did get the short around 130.30, so obviously as Apple pulls back to 130 and gets ready to get back under 130, hopefully, there's a little bit of a size that we're noticing, not too much size, but a little bit. There we go, 130 taken out, and now we're about to be 40 cents in the money on Apple very soon. Would love to take some profits out in this area, so since I'm talking about it, let's just take some size out there and hold the rest of our size for that dream move if it does show up. And LUV once again back to being absolutely flat on that position, not in the money, not out of the money. Would love for this position to please flush, for the love of God, flush for me, and maybe not for the for my sake at least, flush so I can take some profits. Keep in mind though, Jets ETF at VWAP and not really breaking VWAP. So part of the reason why LUV is holding up the way it is could be because of the ETF itself. All of their airlines might not be breaking down as hard as Jets did today, and they're in return helping it out. Wasn't LUV the one that was going to get bought out by Frontier, or was that a different one?
That's a good question. LUV, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe
Chad can confirm this for us. I think LUV was the one that was Prad's hair looking super daisy. Yeah, man, I need a haircut. My hair grew back up from the vetting and whatnot. So obviously, I'm gonna go see our boy Halim and get a nice little haircut very soon. Don't worry, it'll be very Canadian back soon. But maybe the chat can help me out over here. What was the Spirit Airlines? Thank you. It was JetBlue and Frontier that were fighting over Spirit. It wasn't Southwest. I did get that too confused a little bit. So LUV never really was in the buyout basket. So we can drop that idea completely. I'm gonna now head back into the scanners, the trade idea scanners, to see for stocks that are moving around. XOM is popping up on that scanner. Not too long ago, we had the big C, the big main man himself, jump on and talk about how Kremlin wants to mess with the oil pipelines and cause disruption in general. So XOM over here launching right above 110, creating a new high a day, up 1.28% now, and looks like it wants to continue going up as we take out last week's high. Last week's high around 108. Looks like we never really pulled down to 108 truly, but we came down below 109, slightly below 109. Looks like exactly around last week's high. So we pulled down to last week's high around 108.80, bounced off of that, and with the extra catalyst coming in from Kremlin and from Russia, here goes XOM right back to the high side, creating a new high a day. We can also take a look at XLE. Always a good idea to look at XLE when you're trading your XOMs or your Oxys and so on. Ooh, talking about Oxy, I think I did pull up Oxy at one point today, but this stock was very active. I think 2-3 months ago when Buffett was the catalyst for it, Buffett being an investor in Oxy and so on, taking this position to the moon, and as you see, obviously it came back quite a bit from those levels, from those $70 areas, now near 60s, forming a nice little base over here. Oxy also up 1 full % on the day off of that Kremlin catalyst. Looks like an energy sector moving to the north side. And thankfully, tech sector still red. We are 30 cents in the money off of that Apple trade. Waiting to see if Apple can stay below 130. It's holding above 130 right now, and it's holding above VWAP. But if Apple can break down over here, pay us some profits on the short side. Our number one stock, it's still Tesla, but now only by pennies. Previously, it was by $3 and some pennies, but now Apple could very easily take over that spot if we do flush to 129.
Yeah, and I'm just seeing some comments coming through on the chat from before. VWAP Trader saying, Luca, what part of Italy? So one side is just outside of Naples, and then the other side is around Bari. It's I want to say the two best cuisines in Italy. Like when you guys eat Italian food and you're like, oh, that was great, where's that from? It's either Napoli or it's either Bari. I want to say that much. Obviously, every place has its thing, but those are the two greatest, man. And I eat hard, train hard. Somebody's saying Luca drinks olive oil. Yeah, that's pretty funny, man. Come on, who doesn't? Olive oil is the best. Extra virgin olive oil, super, super healthy, unless you fry it, of course. And yeah, Luke, great question. What Italian dishes do you like, or food in general? All of them equally. Nunna's cooking. I think we said this last time.
Nando's pizza?
When it was me and Cherif, and I was like trying to figure this out, and he's like, and then somebody in the chat was like, Nunna's food, of course. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the answer there. Nunna's food is the best food. You know, always a great time, always eating well, and yeah, no, it's great there. Hopefully you guys get a chance to visit Italy if you haven't, because it's definitely a beautiful place there. Yeah, guys, I'm flat, I'm chilling. I think Neil went back. I love this, man. Look at this. It's like I take the long, it goes up, I get out, it goes higher. I go, man, I shouldn't have got out of that. What am I doing? And then it goes back down. I go, you see, I knew it. I knew it. Okay, now we're in business over here. Yeah, man, no, I'm kind of flat. I'm looking for my next trade, trying to figure out what happens here. I keep glancing back at Apple for that dip, and kind of sad that I didn't go with this one. I could have had the Apple long. I didn't. I decided to go with the Amazon long. I got out at the perfect area, because now we're kind of riding that 50 period back down. So, you know, if you are a day trader, put the 50 period on your charts. It will revolutionize your trading, because when it's not there, I'm like, why is it stopping here? And then when it's there, I'm like, that's why it's stopping, because the 50 period's there. It's very robotic, you know, middle of the day, like it's kind of the algo games that are taking place. Oh, and I remember a question from before. Hopefully you're still watching. You were asking, hey, Luca, what chart time frames do you use as a scalper, as a day trader? So I'm at the point in my career where I see the chart, and it's just showing me the same information. Like the 1 minute, the 5 minute, you know, like look, this is the 1 minute, and then it's gonna load, this is the 5 minute. Like it's all the same information. It's just showing you, just understand what you're looking at. So, you know, I'm at the point where I don't see 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 20 minutes. I don't see that. I just kind of see the same thing. And it's just either like, you know, like consolidated into like a 5 minute candle, or it's like, you know, five
Luca's
1
in the
minute
Matrix,
candles.
guys.
It's I'm living in the Matrix, guys.
Luca's
Ladies
in
and
the
gentlemen,
Matrix.
welcome to the Matrix. Happy to serve you red pills or blue pills or green pills, whatever you want. A lot of green going around over here, so life is good. But yeah, man, you know, just understand what you're looking at. Understand the information that it's showing you, right? Understand how to understand it, and then you will overstand it and print that money, baby. So yeah, for myself, doesn't really matter. So now that's the context that I wanted to give. I use the 1 minute just because as a day trader, it's just like, it's clean to me. It's just showing me like what I want to see. But I think a really good rule of thumb, because I was talking to one of the algo guys in the back, and they were saying like, okay, like use the 1 minute, use the 3 minute to get into your positions, if that makes sense. And then when you're like, okay, where should I take profits? Pull up the 15. Because then you really zoom out and you say to yourself, okay, if I'm shorting 85 on Amazon, and then you pull up the 15, you're like, well, look, it had to move down to 82.50. You know, maybe it could actually go, and then it bottomed at 83, and then it bounced. Maybe it could get to 83. And go figure, today, where did it get to? It got to 83. And so keep in mind, when you zoom out, those levels are way more important. And so when you zoom out and you look at the 50 period on the 15, it's going to be way more important than the 50 period on the 1 minute, right? So I'm going to pull up Tesla very quickly, because maybe this is a little bit of a better example. It's like this thing is respecting the 50 period every single day. And I want to like really expand to show this, like where the sell-off started. Like this was at 155 earlier last week. This was on the 16th of December. And it started to sell off, and it really respected that 50 period. So realistically, if you're taking a long, you're like, where could this thing reasonably go today? Well, it could go to 120, because that's where the 50 period is. That's where the bottom was from last week. That was a little bit of a support, call it 120 psychological level. Now you have the 50 period overhead resistance. So if you take a long and you really love the long, and you're like, where is this really going to go? Well, it's probably only going to go to 120. Like it's not going to go to 140 that day. That would be like an insane move. And so it's like you look at the 1 minute, right? So going back to this kind of ideology that I'm preaching here, which, you know, I should follow, but I don't. I just kind of scalp. If you're taking the long because you like the bounce play at 112, and you're like, well, where's the best target for the day? I think VWAP. I think that. But if you're like, oh, where can I really juice this thing? Where can it really go? Where would the max gain be possible? It's always rejected the 50 period. So again, you know, you get into a long, you're like, where can this thing go? You pull up the larger time frame, you use the 1 minute to get in, you pull up the 15 minute to understand where can profits be taken, and it just shows you a more clean look, right? It cleans it up a little bit. So again, I don't use these visuals. I'm living in the matrix, so I am like in the zone, doing my thing, but like, you know, maybe this visualization for newer traders, it could potentially help you
I have a question.
with your trades, yeah.
So expand that chart again? How come you traded Tesla every single day except for the one day it looked like the best day to trade it?
This is the SSR day. I think I might have been. I was shut down one of these days.
Oh, okay.
I might have been shut down on this day, so that's why I didn't trade it.
Yeah,
but
that
no,
looks like
I
you
wasn't.
touched it every single day almost. I
No,
love
I
that.
wasn't. I don't know if I was shut down. I was shut down one of these days. I think it might have been this day. But also, when there's like outsized moves, I tend not to participate. Like I like scalp when it's like in these areas. I'll like scalp. Then it like moves out of range, and I'm just like, hey, hands off. So it could either be that, or it might be that I was like shut down on that day.
The 22nd was the AMC ape day, the crazy day in the morning.
It was the AMC ape day. Was I? I was shut down one of the days. Yeah, that was the ape day.
Everybody was watching this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was AMC and ape. And those were going crazy, but yeah, maybe I know. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it's kind of funny. Either way,
I mean, yeah, guys,
you know, it's,
just a quick
not
glance.
every day is gonna be a perfect day.
Exactly.
You know, things happen. Sometimes things get away. Somebody's like, that's the day, Anthony. Oh, you were watching. Yeah, that's the day Luca was on tilt. Man, I was like so tilted one of those days.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm like playing I was like playing bounce plays and nothing was bouncing.
Oh,
and I was
hate
like,
those.
the next level,
I hate
the
those.
next level, the next level. Yeah, guys, you know, it's again, this is real day trading. Like we do it at Trader TV, we do a great job at showing you what it actually means to day trade. Like I'm not sitting here printing every day, like, you know, driving around in like 10 Ferraris and everything. No, like this is a grind. I just started my career. Hopefully it's a long career. I'm super excited. I like trading, but it's a grind, man. And I'm not going to be shy. You know, I'm going to share my winners. I'm going to be excited. I'm going to share my losers, and I'm going to be like, this is where I learned, you know, don't do this. You know, but always a good time, man. But yeah, that's kind of, it's funny that you asked that.
No, we appreciate the transparency.
The transparency
Luca.
is key, man. Transparency is key.
Look, if that's not worth hitting the like for Trader TV Live, then I don't know what is. We're showing you where we're winning, we're showing you where we're losing, and we're educating you what we learned through each one of those experiences. I'm gonna get back to some of my stocks over here that I'm looking at right after we come back from Cherif. So let's go to Big C.
Coming in right on the wire now, Southwest canceling thousands more flights as weather woes continue. So let's see how the love stock reacting. Not really seeing much motion right now, but maybe that volume starts picking up at the 2 o'clock hour, guys.
Okay, well, that should be a news catalyst that I've been waiting for. Come on, LUV. I've been sitting in this short for so long. My average price is exactly where we're at. That's not LUV. Here we go. My average price is exactly where we are at. I also have my orders layered to the downside to take profits in case the flush does come into play. I guess all I'm waiting for is either for CNBS or some catalyst like what Cherif just mentioned to pop up in order for me to see some selling coming in so I could please take some profits on this one. Apple, I did jump out of my Apple trade completely as I did not like what it was doing in front of 130. You know, it was just glued to VWAP. VWAP was not breaking to the downside, but the market's going back down here. That might be a wrong decision for me to jump out of my Apple, but I'm not going to complain about that too much. Apple is now my #1 stock on the board. Earlier on when Luca was talking, Neil mentioned a stock. It's actually happened to be Square. He said, look at the channel that Square is in. Yeah, Square has been heading to the downside ever since it touched 61, still down 2.2% on the day. I'm expecting 59 to come into play very soon on Square. We'll also go take a quick look at NVIDIA as it makes a new low a day on NVIDIA. 142.71 now coming into play. We managed to break 143, but we're still pretty close to 143 over here. If this market somehow has a move to VWAP for a NASDAQ market, maybe a long on NVIDIA over here that we previously tried could be something to think about, but you know, the sector has been very weak. Clearly, NVIDIA is getting beat up. Intel, I believe, is also red on the day. Let me quickly head over to INTC. Yeah, here's Intel down about 0.4%, and AMD, we know AMD is red on the day. I missed my second short attempt at 64, which sucks because now AMD continue to go even more to the downside. So lots of reasons for me to stay away from NVIDIA. Long attempt. I think now I'm just waiting for the LUV drop to come into play for myself. That's my only position left. And as I did update to you guys, I'll say it one more time. Apple is now my #1 stock on board with Tesla #2. I'm going to continue looking for more opportunities. As you see, Shawn is updating our position, his positions in the chat. We'll give them a quick little glance over here. Apple long 130.12. He says Apple. Win is a new name, he says. So we'll go to Win. Win is a brand new position that he jumped into. Win long at $84.62. You might be wondering, why is he long Win? What is the catalyst behind it? I'm guessing the catalyst is possibly the whole Chinese reopening catalyst, with China reopening, with them having lesser restrictions on their COVID zero policy, should be in return benefiting LVS, Win, even PENN, you know, not 100% PENN as much as WYNN, LVS, and even MGM, but PENN could leech off of that move a little bit and help itself to the north side. Sadly, DKNG, man, I want to go see if DKNG is positive. Forget about it, Brad. It's going to keep burning your long-term account. I do remember talking about long-term account. I saw a question in the chat earlier on, which is what time frame is long for you? For me, man, long is honestly 10 years out. I'm a brand new long-term investor. I never really had a portfolio until the last few years, you know, talking to Shawn, talking to Greg, Neil, Brendo. They've been helping me curate my long-term account. So for me, long-term is like 10 years account, 15 years out. So I'm not really looking at the months or 3 months, 6 month span as you were asking me in the chat earlier on. As we only have about 30 minutes, 25 minutes left, I want to thank the last few super chats over here that I didn't get a chance to. Ricardo Fern, thank you guys for all you do. Any thoughts on Costco? Triple bottom on the daily question mark. There was a time of day where I was looking at Costco, Walmart, and Target just to see where these stocks are. You know, usually when the markets are coming off, these stocks are still relatively at their all-time high ranges. You know, Costco is still at 500s, 400s over here, 459 to be exact. Walmart still in those not true to all-time high. I think all-time high is what, 170 or so on Walmart, 160. Sorry, we're currently at 143 on WMT. But your question was triple bottom on the dailies for Costco. So let's pull up the Costco over here. If you're including this bottom over here, yeah, I mean, kind of triple bottom, kind of a double bottom over here too. Let's see how Costco behaves at this 450. Nice to significant even dollar price. Probably a lot of people have their eyes set at 450 and alerts set to 450. If that level breaks the downside, we could see a good short trade initiated off of that trigger. And if 450 continues to hold, we could possibly look for some bounce action, some plays from some long side trades for ourselves on Costco. So I'm going to wait for 450 to come into play. We're still quite a bit of a ways away from it. I think exactly $9-ish away from it. I don't see that happening anytime soon today, maybe sometime this week. But with the holiday week, a lot of people probably still on vacation. Not sure if we'll be able to see those numbers. Santa Claus rally, I think officially should be starting sometime this week and going into, or maybe it did last week actually, right? So it should be starting this week or maybe sometime last week going into the new year too. A lot of people are waiting to see how that will end up playing out. So some patience on that side. You know, Santa hopefully is real for the markets at least. Coming in from another super chat over here, CD Davis, $1 super chat. I guess no message for that super chat, just $1. So thank you for your support, CD Davis. We appreciate all the viewers who've hit the likes and subscribe buttons today, and all the super chats, all the renewals of memberships. I'm glad to be back, and let's go, baby. Let's see this market move around.
Let's go. Congratulations, Lone. Just saying, I played this market like a fiddle, baby. I'm done for the day, heading to the gym. That's it, buddy. Stay healthy. Life is good, man. Just punched into Apple long here. 130.05 average on this one.
Or is this a fiddle? That's a fiddle. No. That's a fiddle? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I got that wrong too. Yeah, guys. Long Apple, long Amazon here. Pretty light on the position. I'm just kind of going for that move back. Same kind of logic on the Amazon. It kind of dip back to the average, dip here. Same thing, man. I'll kind of reconvene. It's at the 50 area. Maybe we break down, come back up. So willing to average into that one as well. And Apple, I think I'm going to probably just stick with the position I have. Move to the upside. Yeah, if we can get like closer to 20s, that'd be great. A little scalp trade on that one. We'll see. That 130 level is interesting, man. I mean, look, as the day goes on, the longer that it shows you that it just wants to hold this, it's like, okay, asymmetrical risk. I don't think we're going to go down. We're either going to stay flat or we're going to go up. So yeah, I like the long there. Somebody was asking like, oh, Shawn, why are you like short, you know, all these other tech names but long Apple? And I feel like I can easily answer that question. You know, you look at all these names, you look at them in a basket, and you say, okay, which ones are weak, which ones are strong? And so looking at Apple, it's like it's above VWAP, it's holding. This is my thesis for the long at least. And then Amazon is like, okay, it's down a little bit more, it's maybe a little bit weaker. So, you know, looking at these two things, if I had to pick, you know, gun to my head, I want to be long Apple, not Amazon. But I'm like, I'll take my pick with both of them. I think I could probably turn both into a winner. So yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. And yeah, you know, hopefully both are winners, man. And looking back here, let's just quickly go back to Tesla to revisit this one. Very, very sideways action, right? Very sideways. So nice little long, nice little short, kind of barcoding right now. I mean, yeah, we're probably going to fade at some point for the rest of the day. Like, we cannot go up, right? Even when the market gives that little pop, like Tesla is just kind of like, it's just done. It's just not doing anything. So, I mean, I thought we would have been at 110.50 area already, but maybe it comes into play a little bit later. We're going to have to see. Yeah, we got about 20 minutes to go here. And man, time flies when you're having fun. I gotta say that much.
Oh, always, man, always. The 2 weeks that I was in India just flew by. Like, I didn't even see it happen. So yeah, obviously time flies when you're having fun. Even these 3 hours, was it even 3 hours that we were live? I feel like I just went live, you know?
Yeah, literally.
So
I was gonna ask you, how do you feel now? Well, you got the keyboard. You know, maybe you're getting a little more comfortable.
I gotta say though, this keyboard's not the same keyboard I left with. So this is a better keyboard than I have, 100%. But no one's talking to you about keyboards, please.
Yeah, guys. So look at this.
Don't talk to Luca about keyboards.
Prad's like,
this heads up.
I sit down. I go, yo, Prad, just to give you a heads up, that's not the keyboard that you were using in case you want to switch it back. And he goes, oh no, I'm gonna roll with this one. But wait, did you want this one because you were using it? I go, absolutely not. That one is terrible. And he goes, you know, this is a great keyboard. This is like $150 or something. And I'm like, no. Give me the keyboard that's like $5. Like, this is my keyboard, old but gold. You know, like in the world of gaming, how they make the joke of like, oh, I have this amazing setup, good screen, like the best thing ever. And the person just dies. And then it's like the legends who are snipers. They're sitting on like a little like backyard chair with like an old mouse and keyboard. That's me, man. Give me this keyboard 10 out of 10 times. And go figure. You know, I was shut down last week. I was using that keyboard. I'm using this keyboard. I'm having a great day.
I don't think it's the keyboard's fault.
It's the keyboard. It's a little bit the keyboard. You know, the tools go into the results sometimes, right?
Trade,
so, yeah, man, no, just making some fun there. I just want to pull this up very quickly on my screen. Last kind of picture I want to share with you guys from my weekend. Guinness, you know, what a time to be alive. Any opportunity I have to have a nice cold Guinness at the bar with the boys, life is good. You know, it's kind of sharing memories, sharing stories, always a great time. You know, hopefully you guys had a great weekend as well. You know, that's kind of all I'll say on that front. Somebody saying, man, Meta is slower than a slug. Yeah, man, sometimes things move like snails. I think it was Trader Gorno who was like, man, this Nike position is moving like a snail. But here you are now in the money. So great trade, man, great trade. I did not hold it. Maybe I should have. It is what it is. What is this?
I don't know, just some extra souvenirs that I have laying around.
You're just going to start handing out more things,
You can just have that, you know. The reason why I don't want to give this one to anyone is I don't know why it has Toyota written on it. Like, it's from the same spot that I got this cricket bat and other souvenirs. I got some bracelets, some fidget toys and whatnot. I don't know why it says Toyota on it, so that's why I don't want to give this to anybody. But obviously, you know, we could make good use of this.
Oh man, so, I'll make really good use of this. You can never have enough
bottle openers around.
Yeah.
Piton though, people in chat talking about Piton moving right back to low a day. You're not wrong. Piton is at the $8.30 mark once again. Possible bounce from $8.30, but I don't really, I don't like that trade. I'll be honest with you. Let's see it on the daily. Like, this is the daily over here at the bottom. Let's see if you can see it properly. No, so I'll just make it bigger. Bang, 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 boom. So yeah, look at the ranges over here. I'd much rather just wait for that $6.05 for Piton to go long, and you guys know how I feel about Peloton anyways, so it's pretty hard for me to go long on this position. I'm going to stay away from it right now. Peloton down 6% on the day. The trend is to the downside, and it's better if you just follow the trend for the most part. If you're going against the trend, that's where some of the losses might start coming into your account. Thankfully, most of the money that we gave back earlier on, we made it back with the help of Apple and Tesla, so we're back to the original profit and loss state that we were at before giving back some of that money. And if LUV can start nosediving to the south side, we can take more profits on the day over here and keep on adding to our profits. Couple stocks moving around according to the scanners over here are going to be HLN. HLN on, I'm guessing, New York, 3-letter ticker. Yep, HLN on New York. This is Helion. Looks like another ADR, a British ADR over here with only 0.41 relative volume, but apparently moving around quite a bit. It just recently lost the race. Oh, look at that. It dropped all of a sudden from $8 to $7.92. A little bit of a rise in volume also for the stock. I guess, you know, as we did come to the end of lunchtime 45 minutes ago, this position has brought in some volume. We're waiting to see if it continues to nosedive over here after failing to hold that $8 area. We did hold 8 for pretty much all day from 9:30 till now, but all of a sudden some catalyst might have kicked in to push the stock way to the downside. Maybe not enough buyers and enough sellers piling in. Eventually the buyers getting wiped out, and now the downside move. Part of the stock also looks like a buyout almost, so not sure if this is a buyout stock with the negative deal, with the deal falling out, catalyst of some sort coming in. We've seen a buyout stock not too long ago actually finish its deal, which is Twitter, right? Twitter's deal closing, Elon Musk successfully buying out that company, hence it's no longer being traded actively on the stock market over here. But Activision is something that a lot of us on the floor are waiting for. Activision very flat on the day, continuously seems to be rejecting 76, so part of me wants to actually try to short at 56 at 76 over here near the triple top, quadruple top almost. 1, 2, 3, 4 tops at 76. We'll try a quick little short. If 76 gives, we'll take that 2-cent loss and move away from it. But if 76 does not break, we could take a quick little 20-cent scalp to the downside as the markets continue to go back down. I'm going to go regret on Apple most likely. No, Apple's still at 129.90, so no regret yet. But I think I will be soon regretting getting out of my Apple position as markets look like they want to go test low a day over here. And LUV, whoo, baby. We've been stressing out about this position for so long. Here comes that 34.20. Can I get my exit at 34.20? Please give me my shares. Please give me my fill on 34.20, adding to my P&L, and maybe even all the way down to 34 to take some profits on this position.
Yeah, man, absolute bangers over here. Added to the Apple long here. I'm kind of looking at the market, and I'm at a point now where I'm just like, I don't know. Like, are we going down? Are we going up? Like, it looked good at the long. Then we come back down. I said I was going to average into the position, so I'm into this one, into Amazon, added to that one as well. Somebody was in the chat mentioning
Yeah, hold up, Luca, real quick. That 34.18 level that I was talking about on LUV that had 1,500 lots, he's still there, or they are still there, and they did take half of their size, so they're not spoofing. They are a legitimate size, and they got wiped out. This is what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for that level to get wiped out. A reason for me to hold this trade has now been shown. If that level didn't get wiped out and they somehow managed to hold the stock up with only $5 million of buying power, obviously I would have got out of this trade completely. But now I get to hold my size and get a bigger flush down. 20 cents in the money on LUV. This is the move that I've been waiting for all day.
Yeah, Big C over there saying, let's go, buddy. That's light work, man. That's lightweight right there. Nice job. You know, I don't know if don't leave him hanging.
Oh, sorry, brother.
Yeah,
I wasn't
buddy.
looking. I wasn't looking.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, let's see where these positions go. Apple kind of dipping. I kind of want to add again, but I'm too close to where I just originally added. It's 130 is the level, man. 130 is the level, looking good. Somebody was saying Tesla is heading towards 111. These are the games, man. It's like, oh, it's gonna go to 111 here, and then it just does that little dip below 112 and pop. Don't discredit it though. You know, the trend is down. The trend is your friend. You know, we'll see what happens there. Vacay week, money, biggies in the Bahamas. Oh man, I would love to be in the Bahamas right now on the beach. Toes in the sand, ice cold beer in my hand, cigar in the other hand.
Oh, this guy's a rhymer.
Oh man, oh man.
I like that. Was that you or was that Biggie's rhyme?
No, that was just me.
Okay.
That's why everyone thinks I could rap, because they hear me kind of like I give the 1-2, and then they're like, this guy can rap, let's hear it. I'm like, no, guys, I can't.
That's the wrong
I'm
number.
not gonna embarrass myself. You know, I'm not gonna say. You guys just enjoy them while I'm genuine, and yeah, that's about it. Yeah, somebody's like girl in the lap. Oh, I should have said that too. Damn it.
All right. That was a good trade, Prad. Well done. Thank you, John. It took a little bit of a stress, obviously. I think the first stress was right here when I started off my day. Something that I didn't look at was the long-term chart. So obviously when I heard Neil punching in when I was punching out of my first entry on LUV, I was like, wait, Neil's getting in where I'm getting out. What might be the reason? So I pulled up the long-term chart on LUV. I saw that LUV's last week's bottom was exactly around $35. So his resistance was 35, I'm guessing, and he was leaning off of that resistance. Hence, it allowed him to stay in that trade a little bit more. Look, when in doubt, zoom out. That's something that I forgot to do. Still a little bit rusty getting back into my full training mode, right? So still a little bit rusty, but I'm getting back into it slowly. 37 cents now in the money on LUV. Finally able to take some profits on this trade, make that money back that I originally gave back on this position and add to my P&L. I know a lot of you are probably tired listening to the same four stocks, Apple, LUV, Tesla, and so on. So let me take this moment to look at the chat to see what you guys are trading. I see Dan in the chat. Dan, it's been a while since I got to see you, or at least, you know, obviously it's my fault because I was on a vacation. So good to see that you're still hanging out over here. You're looking at ZN, ZB, UB, all of them having new lows. So let's pull up some of these positions. ZN on NASDAQ, on Amex, on New York. Okay, I can't find ZN, but we'll pull up the other ones, which are ZB. Are these like no? These have got to be some of the contracts or futures positions that you're throwing out at me. So I'm gonna have to find a way to pull them up in a different way, maybe. So they're bonds. Yeah, there you go. I figured you're asking us to pull up bonds. I can't really pull up over here, but TLT. Sorry. Yeah, I can't pull up bonds on our platform except for TLT, so sorry about that, Dan, but it makes sense that you're looking at bond futures over there. A couple other positions that people want us to take a look at. Mohammed wants me to take a look at STEM. Let's go to STEM on New York. Yep, on New York. There we go. STEM on New York, 1.5 million shares traded on the day so far for this position. Let the chart load up. Here's the daily chart. Daily chart shows a little bit of a sad move so far. Let me just do that. Bang, bang. Come on. Bang, bang, bang. Awesome. So this one looks a little bit bad. Obviously, we got the stock, which not too long ago popped up to $17 in July. And all of September, we kind of consolidated sideways between $14 and $12. And now, sadly, pulling back into the same ranges all the way back in June and July between $8, $9, and $6. Most likely, we do go back all the way to this range low. Not obviously, if you're invested in it, that's not something you wanna hear. But keep in mind, everything I'm saying is not financial advice. If you are making any financial decisions off of my technical analysis, you might wanna do your own due diligence on it. There might be a catalyst on this position that I don't know about. There might be extra news or stuff that might be specifically for this stock that has interested you to go long or to go short. So obviously, do your own due diligence. The show is to show you different styles of trading. You know, Luca, the scalp demon. You have me. I try to scalp demon a little bit, but I also paper hand a lot of my trades, so that's what causes me to scalp it. And I try to hold some for the dream. You got Neil and Shawn who have their own different styles. You have Brandon who has his own style. You guys also have Cherif who has his own style. So the idea is to show you different styles of trading, how there's different ways to make money in this market, and maybe one that you can adopt and more for your own way to help you bring in those profits and bring in that capital, so you could go out there and buy some Goyard backpacks and some Gucci backpacks and whatnot.
Or just a couple extra Spros, because, man, they're getting expensive nowadays with this inflation here. Yeah, $310 for a double Spro here in Toronto. And, yeah, kind of crazy, man, kind of crazy. I could drink like 2-3 of those at least. So, I gotta up my trading, make a little bit more money here. Apple long, so I scalped a little bit out of that Amazon on the pop. Because I'm like, if we're going to downtrend, I might as well just like buy, sell, sell, buy, sell, sell. So, yeah, still holding, kind of looking for that move to the 50 period. If it doesn't happen, whatever, I'm just going to continue to scalp around over here. Same thing with Apple, buy, sell, trying to hold for like the pop into the 20 areas. Not sure if we're going to get it or not, but no big deal. Before somebody was saying, can you have a look at coin? I brought it up briefly. It is down, like this thing is almost down, triggering SSR here. Not SSR right now, but I think something to note is the daily, right? Is the daily. I was looking at the daily from way before saying like, well, 40 looks like it's holding. I guess it's a level that you could, maybe have a long at. I'm kind of telling this to myself. But now we broke, right? So I guess the nice thing with defined levels is like you have the level, you see it, you take a stab, you lose, just get out, right? Just get out. Don't hold it. Don't do what I did with Nike today, which was like pretty sad. I mean, it was a good trade. And if you had the short at the right price and you held, like you didn't get stopped out. What I did is I kind of got in and then I kind of got out, and I didn't really respect the general like feel and ebb and flow of what Nike is capable of doing. So it's like paper cut. I took the L, but like this was a great trade, man. Move back to VWAP, understand that it's not going to have a crazy move unless there's a news catalyst. Could have had a better win on it. I didn't. So, use the defined out. I think if I just took the L at 118.01, where like that was the level, or 118.05, if I just took that original L, then I probably would have lost less stress. I wouldn't have tried to fix the position. So, don't deviate from the plan, right? I think because I was deviating because I was like, a little bit lighter on the size on this one, I could probably fix it and whatever. But that's not trading, man. That's not good. It's not right to do that, right? So you could do it from time to time, but yeah, just make sure it makes sense to you. Somebody's saying, Luca, I don't get your Amazon long. Man, neither do I, to be honest. No, I'm kidding. It's you know what? No, I'm just making a joke here. So the thing is, I'm like, I want to move back to VWAP at the time that I was looking at it. Now it's kind of just slow. It's fading. And this is why I was like, you know what? The shorts are going to be good. The shorts are going to be good. So that's why I took off over here. And now I'm holding like a very light piece, so I'm not really like too worried. This is not like a now that I've seen all that I need to see, and now it's just a matter of like, okay, I got to get out of this position. But yeah, man, it's just like this is a very tight range. It's not really like, I was hoping that we would get the pop. We didn't. I'm kind of changing in real time. That's basically, I could sit here and just wait for like the lows, but I'm like, whatever. I'll just start here, add, get out. So it's just kind of like scalp, recycle, light size, not really too worried about it. Don't be a Leroy Jenkins. Stick to the plan. Yeah.
Do you know who Leroy Jenkins is?
Who?
You don't know who Leroy Jenkins is? Well, I don't blame you. I don't blame you because you're not like a big gamer. I know you play Call of Duty and whatnot, but Leroy Jenkins is like from the gaming world. It's this meme where you know what a dungeon is in a video game?
No.
So there's a game called World of Warcraft. There's dungeons. People are supposed to go into this dungeon with your group that you form with, right? Okay. But this one troll runs into the dungeon without his team, which is obviously a bad thing to do because now you're just setting up for failure. So he runs into the dungeon and he just screams his username, which is Leroy Jenkins. So he just goes, Leroy Jenkins. He just runs in, and then if you watch what happens, it's just one death after another death after another death, and the whole squad gets wiped out because of this one dummy who just runs in without any warning to the rest of his teammates. So don't be a Leroy Jenkins and just wait for the trade is what he's saying. Basically, don't dive into a trade without any info. Wait for your team, wait for all your variables, and then dive into it. Activision at the moment paying us some money. I did say 76 would be probably a level to take a short off of. I'm taking a quick 10-cent scalp. Actually, I'm going to be jumping out over here right in front of VWAP. I'm not expecting too much out of this trade. It's most likely just going to be in this 20-cent range constantly. So a nice little 10-cent scalp for me to add to my profits. That's enough for me. I know a lot of you will not be happy with just 10 cents. But look, each stock has its own setup, has its own set of variables to take advantage of. For this, that is what I noticed, so that's what I'm doing. I'm also taking some more size out on LUV because LUV doesn't want to seem to go down to 34. So if that's the case, take more profits, walk out of it, and protecting my capital. Don't want to hold on to all of my size that I have left over here all the way back to the 34.50 areas. So taking profits at 40 cent per share profit area, 30 cent per share profit area, while the market is still looking like it wants to go down. So as long as the market's going down, it's going to allow me to hold on to 50% of my size. Actually, a little bit less than 50% now after taking some of my size out, but we'll see if 3380s do come into play for me for profit target area on LUV. As Luca has been saying, this day has been amazing. My first day back, it's green. I have 130 fills. I'm pretty happy. I honestly didn't think that my first day back would allow me to get a green day. You know, I thought I'd be rusty. I'd be taking some bad trades. I'd be taking some, riskier trades. But thankfully, I still have it. I'm still got the risk management mentality, and we're managing that risk very well today.
Congratulations, brother. I love to see it. Well said. That's all I'm going to say. Well said. And much love in the chat too, saying Anthony's saying, killed it, Prad, nice job. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Shawn getting back. He doesn't even know, but he's just like, let's go. That's all you got to know. We need actually a Tesla 108 yet? I wish. No, 113 actually. Yeah. It's just kind of chilling there. We need, I don't know if we have like a button for let's go. Or
not sure.
We need a yeah, buddy. Like
we have a oh my God.
Yeah, we need a yeah, buddy. I feel like that could be my thing. I love that, man. I love that. Somebody's saying chicken in the chat. I love chicken, man. Chicken is good. Yeah, I'm getting hungry, and somebody said it before too. They're like, yeah, guys, don't forget to eat. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna forget. And then here I am. I kind of forgot. But yeah, family coming over for a fam jan later. I'm gonna eat a lot, man. So yeah, hit the gym. Good food, good people. And yeah, Big C at the desk saying, hey, oh yeah, buddy, it's push day today. Can't wait to get there, man. Sauna is back in action.
I can't wait. Talking about sauna, it is indeed time to wrap up and for me to hit the gym. So guys, thank you for having me back. I feel absolutely loved. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. You know what time, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Until then, ciao.
Ciao.
Glad to have you back, Prad. Welcome, guys, to the closing show. Let's recap these markets as, we've been up and down all day. The S&P, somewhere in between the NASDAQ and the Dow. The NASDAQ taking it on the chin here, 1.4% to the downside. S&P, not really even a half a percentage point. And the Dow, how many